And we are live, baby. What's going on, everybody? It is Set and Key Media back in the house for another night of content, man. You got Key in here, your favorite big four-headed YouTuber, man, and I'm happy to be back with y'all, man. We got another night of fire content. As I said, we're going to get into this Trump, a lot of Trump content tonight, guys. New cabinet pick, new FBI director. I'm sorry. Well, actually, the current FBI director is stepping down. He's resigning. We're gonna get into that. Got some other videos as well. Y'all know the vibes, man. Before anything, like the video, double tap that screen for your boy, or you get the three buttons on the upper right hand corner, man. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Coming from the White House has left a power vacuum. They say it feels like Trump is already president. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, joins me now. Newt, it does seem like the Biden era is rapidly drawing to a close, if it's not already over. What say you?
Well, I just wrote a newsletter at Gingrich 360 saying that Trump is the first de facto president in American history. Yeah. He literally, when he went to Paris, President Macron treated him with the full presidential honors as though he were the incumbent president. There were 82 heads of state there. He met with the president of Ukraine, the prime minister of Italy, and it was literally as though the...
And guys, like the video as you guys come in, or as we start up the stream. Y'all seem to like that intro, man. Shout out S.E.T for putting that together, man. Nice little smooth start off to the stream. But yeah, guys, like the video on the way in. But I've always said, man, it does seem like everybody's responding to Trump getting back in office. It's kind of like when you're at home with the babysitter, you're acting up, you over here staying up past curfew, saying things you wouldn't do normally with your parents around, eating the snacks, and then your mom or your dad come back home and you're in tip-top shape. You know what I'm saying? You get right in line. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like that with Trump getting back in office, guys. Everybody's getting back in shape. Everybody's getting back in line because, yeah, the boss is coming back through.
Trump era has begun. And, oh, by the way, Joe Biden's still hanging out. So de jure, in law, Biden is president. But de facto, in fact, I think for all practical purposes, the world now thinks Donald Trump is president. And his cabinet picks are the most entrepreneurial, most aggressive cabinet I can remember. And I think they're going to make an enormous difference in the quality of life of the average American.
You know a lot about the point where they go through Senate hearings. Does it look like most of the appointees will get through?
I think Senator Tom Cotton is right. In the end, he's probably going to get all of them. I have to say, watching Pete Hegseth's courage, I've known Pete for years, but watching him this last 2 weeks under fire, calmly, methodically, happily, meet with senators, answer all their questions. I think, you've got to be very tough if you're going to try to reform the Pentagon. And I actually think Hegseth is showing that he's personally tough enough to actually get the job done. So I think he was probably the most endangered after Gates left. And I think he will be approved. And I think, frankly, any effort to go after the other candidates are just going to fail miserably.
Do you think that Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have the power and the...
And Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth is going to be in that Pentagon, reviewing the file, seeing how some of the processes are done, ultimately hopefully reforming on how some of the processes are done. He's got quite a tall order ahead of him. This is the same Pentagon who was infamously asked about where I think $6 or $8 billion had went, and they literally couldn't respond. They couldn't give an answer, guys. So yeah, he's got a tall order ahead of him, but hopefully the man, obviously the man knows that, and hopefully he's able to be successful in his role. But again, guys, it's just kind of one of those things. It doesn't matter who you are. Once you affiliate yourself, align yourself with Trump, or he decides to align himself with you, yeah, they're gonna send the witch hunt after you. And I'm pretty sure that's a part of the debrief when Trump calls you up, like, yeah, look, you're my guy. I want to add you to the cabinet, but just understand, man, you're gonna have to have tough skin. Actually, you need to be a soldier if you want to hop in this army. Like, they gonna come for you. As soon as I announce this, bro, they're gonna be digging up all type of dead bodies, going in your closet, seeing what skeletons you may or may not have in there. So, bro, you're gonna have to be tough. You're gonna have to stick through the mud with me. Like, are you down? And if so, then we can do something special here.
The vigor to cut a couple of $1 trillion worth out of the budget. You're laughing. Are they going to get it done?
Now, I've read Berger's terrific book on SpaceX, and I'm now reading Isaacson's amazing biography of Elon Musk.
Good.
Look, Musk's energy level, he makes Trump look slow and quiet and calm. I mean, he is just unbelievable. And frankly, Ramaswamy has already founded $2 billion companies, run for president. So you got two guys who are smart, energetic, courageous, have enormous resources. And if I were, I'm not sure they get $1 trillion in 1 year, but I have no doubt they're going to take out more than enough money to pay for the tax cuts, which frankly will pay for themselves through economic growth. But I think they're going to dramatically change the government. Just start with Ramaswamy's radical suggestion that federal workers should actually show up.
Radical.
I mean, this kind of.
Oh my God, this man he's a wild radical for suggesting something so crazy. Like, do y'all hear this, man? Oh no, we can't support Elon. We can't support Vivek. We can't support Doge. They're so crazy, guys. They're asking people who get paid 6-figure salaries, enormous benefits, who enjoy tremendous job security, amongst other things, to show up Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, like the rest of us do. Oh my gosh, Elon and Vivek are so evil for expecting people to do that. Now, and again, guys, it is just kind of funny to think, like, if you don't like Elon, if you don't like Vivek, because of something they've said, maybe their politics, you can't not like those. You can't not like the initiative. It's a net positive. Like my man Newt Gingrich just said, some of that money that they're going to be saving from going to these bureaucratic agencies is most likely going to be used to stimulate the economy in some way, shape, or form. It's a win-win for all of us. You can hate Elon, you can hate Vivek, you can't hate Doge though. You can't hate more money in your pocket. You can't hate more economic opportunity. Like, what are you, un-American? And shout out, guys. Make sure to like the video if you're just now getting in here. Double tap that screen for your boy. Let's get some more people in on the conversation. We just getting started. It's going to be a fire stream, guys. Or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's expand the discourse. Like I said, let's get some more folks in here. Man, we got a good stream cooked up tonight for y'all.
This kind of bold thinking could change Washington.
Well, that's radical thinking, isn't it? Hey, you work for the government, so show up. Who would have thought? I'm going to run this by you. California Senator Adam Schiff, not a fan of Biden's potentially preemptive pardons. Schiff called it, quote, completely unnecessary. What does that tell you, Newt?
Well, first of all, he doesn't think he's done anything which is illegal as opposed to just stupid. I think, but in addition, you're assuming a presumption of guilt. I mean, why would somebody who's not been found guilty of anything want to be pardoned, which implies that they were guilty? And I think this whole idea of a preemptive pardon is unconstitutional, and frankly, is the sort of thing people dream up when they feel too liberated by marijuana, or sitting around late at night talking to each other, and the smoke and the haze confuses their brain. You can't have a preemptive pardon. I mean, the person's not even guilty of anything.
In other words, he said pothead conspiracy theories. Yeah, he said that shit sounds good. That shit makes sense. It tracks if you're a stoner. Yeah, if you're a hippie, a long-haired liberal hippie, like that's the only people who are falling for that. Man.
I do think, by the way, that what Biden has done by pardoning his son is he's actually set the stage for President Trump on the very first day to pardon virtually all of the J6 prisoners, which is something that should be done in terms of honesty and decency.
Newt, I've known you a very long time. I've never seen you as happy as you are now. Am I right?
Well, I think that the contrast between Kamala Harris seeming to be drunk on her video and Donald Trump being in France, accepted as the president of the United States, I got to tell you, both Calista and I are about as happy as we can be.
Yeah, and that meeting that he had with Macron and Zelensky it signified a lot. It kind of showed that these other foreign leaders are already kind of accepting Trump pre-inauguration. They're already kind of just trying to get on his good side, get within his camp and be in a position to make good deals and have good relationships for the next 4 years of his administration. But if you even dial it back a few weeks, a couple months even, Trump had already been meeting with Zelensky, already had hosted meetings with Zelensky. So it was just kind of one of those, and this is before the election, guys. It was one of those things that I think a lot of foreign leaders, foreign politicians, or people in the know, even, it was assumed that Trump was going to win. People were already trying to get on Trump's good side, host conversation or facilitate conversations with Trump before he even won the election. Now that he's won the election, this brings me to my next video. People are literally just responding to Trump winning the election, guys, whether it be foreign nations, foreigners, illegal migrants. Again, perfect segue into this video right here. Chicago is projected to be ground zero when it comes to these mass deportation that Tom Homan and Trump plan on getting going, guys. So let's get into this video right here. Like the video if you haven't already, man. Let's get into it.
Incoming border czar vowing to make Chicago ground zero for mass deportations.
And WGN's Julian Cruz reports on the governor's reaction and plans to push back.
Good evening. Tom Homan touching on a hot button issue, drawing strong reaction from across the political spectrum. President-elect Donald Trump's border czar speaking at a Christmas party last night, sponsored by a group of Chicago Republicans and the Law and Order PAC.
January 21st, we're going to take this country back.
Yes. Tom Homan setting his sights on Chicago, pointing to Donald Trump's campaign promise to deport the undocumented.
I want to be clear. If you're in the country legally, you're not off the table.
Among those attending, Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez arguing for the elimination of Chicago's sanctuary city status.
Change the welcoming city ordinance so that we are not giving sanctuary to those individuals who, once they are here, choose to willingly engage in criminal.
And again, guys, everybody just respond and just peep the climate, peep what's going on. Really pay attention to the attitude, the rhetoric that's changed post-election. You got people like New York City Mayor Eric Adams even changing his tone, most notably going from being a proponent of a sanctuary city, right? He was New York as one of the largest, most notable sanctuary cities we got, right? To him post-election changing his verbiage or his wording or his rhetoric to the tune of, well, I have to be a representative of all New Yorkers. You know, some people coming to me on the street and say illegal migration is impacting them. I have to represent them as well. He wasn't saying all this stuff 2 months ago, guys. 2 months ago, he wanted the funding that was coming in from wherever it was coming from. He wanted it to be a sanctuary city, right? And, you know, there's a corruption scandal that follows him as well, that he was taking bribery or that, you know, money was given to him off the books. You know, you might have to look at that as well when kind of talking about Eric Adams. But in particular, it is just funny that he's changed his tune since Trump has been elected. And that's just one small example, guys. A lot of other people are doing the same thing, whether it be politicians, pundits. And again, this video right here is detailing how even migrants are kind of like, you know, I heard Trump won. Is it should we even go up there, bro? Like, should we even try to get in? It's kind of like when you and your homie like are trying to get into the club, and it's like, damn, but when you and your underage homie are trying to get into the club, but you know they IDing at the door, it's like, damn, should we even waste our time, bro? They're not gonna let us in. Like, shit.
Dangerous activity.
Holman calling on Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker not to impede the Trump administration's deportation efforts, but a spokesperson for Pritzker in a written statement pushing back. Rather than responding to every ridiculous boast from Trump lackeys, Governor Pritzker is focused on what he was focused on during the first Trump term, leading our state with competence instead of chaos. U.S. Representative Delia Ramirez, the daughter of immigrants, reacting as well. Tom Homan, the next time you come to Illinois District 3, a district made stronger and more powerful by immigrants, you better be ready to meet the resistance. Democratic senators on Capitol Hill, including Illinois' Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth, urging President Joe Biden to take executive action to protect immigrant families. Mass deportations would jeopardize the safety and security of millions of mixed-status families, the senators say, sowing deep distrust and fear in the communities we represent and destabilize the U.S. economy. The people at Chicago's Resurrection Project deeply concerned about the community they serve, which includes the Dreamers, the 100.
You know, I would argue that, and again, Trump actually in his interview said that he was going to seek to implement the dreamers and the people that could stay. He was going to seek to protect the dreamers. The dreamers was a class of people, a demographic of people he didn't want to lose. But aside from that point, I would argue that if Biden was to make any executive order on his way out, I mean, we've seen he has the power to, right? He just pardoned his son last week after months of saying he wouldn't. But point is, guys, I would argue that any executive order he put in place before he leaves office in just a month and a half or so, it would just be overturned by Trump once Trump and his team get in. So it wouldn't really serve any long-standing purpose. It wouldn't have really any long-standing benefit for anybody or any of these migrants or any of these sanctuary cities. It would just be something overturned by Trump when he gets in.
Hundreds of thousands of children nationwide who were brought to the U.S. by their parents.
Folks are fearful about the mental health implications that this may have on their children.
Ere Rendon says the best defense is for immigrants to know their rights. How mass deportations could impact local law enforcement, an unanswered question. The Cook County Sheriff's Office monitoring discussions surrounding the issue of mass deportations. In a written statement tonight, Matt Wahlberg with the Sheriff's Office saying, quote, under both current Cook County ordinance and state law, the Sheriff's Office is limited in its ability to perform federal duties. The sticky question of whether the feds can access Chicago area jails, a complicated issue, legal experts say, that's likely to wind up in the courts. In the newsroom, Julian Cruz, WGN News.
All right, guys. And yeah, just the overall thought with that. Hold on, guys. Actually, that was a video about Chicago being ground zero. This is the video I actually was referencing, guys. I got my wires crossed on that one, but migrants are ahead of Trump's inauguration already kind of disbanding. We've heard about caravans kind of splitting up before they reach the border. Now we're hearing reports of migrants who know they're going to be target number one already packing their bags like Tom Homan suggested and returning to center, going back to where they came from. So again, you got Trump election, Trump winning the election, got everybody just responding, guys. It's just one of those things where everybody from top to bottom is just kind of looking at the situation and they can only respond.
Major cities, but could face immediate backlash. Just last night, a San Diego County voted to deny aid to federal immigration enforcement. But News Nation.
What's going on, everybody? Let's get the likes up. Let's get some more people in here, guys. We just getting started, man. Good to see everybody. Happy Wednesday night, man. It's gonna be a fire stream. Got a lot of good videos. Got a lot of good content lined up for y'all. So let's get as many folks as we can in here. Let's make it a fire stream, man. Double tap that screen. It's the only way to do it, guys. Like the video, helps the video get pushed in the algorithm. We can expand the conversation, get people from both sides in here, have some good discourse. That's what it's all about, guys. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. And if you're in here now, feel free to get any thoughts, questions, comments, anything you want to get off your chest. Holla at your boy. Go ahead and super chat in $1 or more. I'll go ahead and pull your super chat in at the top of the screen here and react, respond, engage with it. St. Key Media, man, we love to keep it interactive, man. So shout out to you guys. Let's keep this thing going.
Is now confirming some migrants are starting to leave on their own, attempting to self-deport ahead of the second Trump presidency. And in the past few years, the U.S. has seen the largest immigration surge in American history, with an annual average of close to 2.5 million people. And that's just from 2021 to 2023. News Nation's Allie Bradley is live for us in Del Rio, Texas, with this exclusive. So, Allie, what more are you learning about these apparent self-deportations?
Yeah, so what we're learning here, Nicole, is that migrants who are going through their asylum proceedings are actually cutting things short on their own, and they're finding ports of entry and they're trying to leave ahead of the possibility of Trump removing them. So migrants are actually finding Border Patrol agents or CBP officers, and they're asking them if they can leave. Here's the deal, though. Because those migrants are in actual legitimate proceedings, DHS really has no bearing here. They're in the court's hands right now. So all CBP can do is advise that they walk back to Mexico through a port of entry. They have that legal right to do that. Now, one man from Venezuela told agents that he was trying to get out before Trump gets in, and says that he heard there was an agreement with Mexico and Venezuela where they are actually helping to get people back to their home country. Now, Venezuela has not taken deportation flights back from the United States for nearly a year. Mexico does have a better working relationship with Maduro, and that might be a possibility for this young man. Now, we called the migrant stepfather in Pennsylvania, who confirmed that the migrant went back to Mexico to continue his journey to Venezuela. Interesting here, though, because they are in proceedings already, they are not self-deporting, they are self-departing. However, an immigration attorney that we talked to says that move is essentially the same thing, and they essentially issue a deportation order against them.
So again, guys, now you kind of see where Biden and Kamala Harris's TPS program comes into play here. So some of these people are already caught up in court proceedings, most likely let in under the TPS program, asylum seeker, downloaded the app, were assigned to one of these asylum seeking cities, and now due to the Trump election, the impeding news and threat of ICE and Tom Homan and his posse, his boys, his crew, they're not self-deporting, excuse me, but they're self-departing. You know, they know come that court case, they're most likely going to get sent back. So they're just kind of taking it into their own hands and leaving before that time comes. And so, yeah, guys, like I said, everybody's just responding to Trump getting in office right now. Everyone, politicians, political pundits, illegal migrants, citizens, corporations, foreign leaders. Like, Big Shark just got put back into the pond, man. And he done changed the whole ecosystem like that. Like that. Like the video, guys.
When they do this, and they likely will have issues coming back in if they have a valid hearing. Take a listen.
They are probably not going to be able to get back in to reapply or to start the process over. It's in many of these, asylum included, you kind of get one chance. And if you give up halfway through, you don't get to come back and ask for asylum again. You'll be put into a different type of proceeding and you won't have asylum available to you.
Okay, so of course this comes as president-elect.
But I would say, guys, that gives legitimacy to my theory that I've stated multiple times here on this channel. For every asylum seeker that came under here with, legitimate pretense, actually seeking asylum, there was probably 5 to 10 who came under here trying to finesse the system. Yeah, don't think that the one migrant who got in didn't make a phone call back home and say, man, I got in, it was so green. All I had to do was say blah, blah, blah. And then now 10 of his cousins and distant relatives are all, making their way towards the southern border to try the same sauce. Like, and I hate to give y'all that reality, but it is in fact that it is a reality. I mean, just like for every person who's abiding by the law, there's several dozen bad apples. It just kind of is what it is, right? So for everybody that, wears their heart on their sleeve and just wants to open up our borders to help folks out, there's another way to do it. There's a better way to help, and it isn't just ignoring, ignoring our border, ignoring the security of having a loose border to help people out. We can do it a whole different type of way.
Trump is promising those mass deportations come day one. So something we'll certainly be watching for. But many of the migrants that we're talking to here, Nicole, say they are worried, they are concerned of the threat of being deported, but they are also convinced that President-elect Trump is going to go after the criminals and the people that have a final order of removal first. However, remember, borders are, Tom Homan said, no one is safe because crossing the border illegally is a crime in itself. Nicole.
Yeah. And I'm assuming, guys, just how any other operation works, there's going to be waves. There's going to be people that there's first on the list, and there's going to be people that they get to at the end of the operation, right? So I'm not sure. I'm just speculating. I'm just really guessing here, but I'm assuming the people who have came in more recently are going to be part of the first to be deported, and then everybody else who came in probably before that will follow, and they'll get to the rest afterwards. So that's just me just giving my speculation on that. But I mean, if you want to take him literally, as Tom Homan said, if you came here illegally, man, yeah, I'm coming for you.
So, Ali, do immigration officials think that this self-deporting
Like the
will
video,
potentially
guys. Double
become
tap the
more
screen for
prevalent?
me.
Yeah, we would think that we would be seeing it all over the place because they would potentially get kind of a ding on their record in the future if they were deported under Trump. But what's interesting here is that immigration attorney that we talked with, she says that she doesn't believe it will be a trend, but rather migrants will move within the United States into kind of sanctuary counties like San Diego or regions where they feel like they're going to be able to be more protected. She said that the idea of them self-deporting is not something that we will likely see a lot of because they do end all of their opportunities within the U.S. when they do that, Nicole. And of course, they're watching the news
Right,
too.
and that's actually a very good point. I was gonna end up making. Kind of was moving towards this point, honestly, and it's that there's probably some people doing it, which is why they're reporting on it. But guys, don't think that everybody who's over here illegally is just gonna take themselves out of the game, take themselves out of the running. What is most likely to happen is they will migrate from whatever area they're in that has no longer become a safe haven to another area where there's more migrants. If you're a Venezuelan migrant, you'll probably go somewhere where there's more Venezuelans, right? Just a pretty natural guess to make, or a pretty natural assumption to make. But to think that everybody's just going to pack their bags and they're going to leave and we're not going to really have to do anything to go get them, to go figure out where they're at, like, nah, guys, there's going to still have to be a major initiative that goes after a lot of these illegal migrants. But there is some, I guess, that are noticing the news of Trump getting elected and taking it into their own hands rather than, us having to hunt and chase them down, and they're just going back willingly. But as you just heard here, if you do so, then it kind of challenges you ever being able to seek asylum here in America again. So, I mean, you get one shot at this thing, man.
And they're learning right along with us. Nicole.
Right. Ali Bradley live for us there in Del Rio. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your.
All right. And hopefully you guys found that video informative. Again, we got more news about Trump, guys. I just kind of wanted to give you several updates when it comes to the man. He hasn't done too much speaking. He had that interview with the MSNBC reporter, but we haven't heard too much from him other than that. So just kind of wanted to give you guys some brief updates when it comes to him and his cabinet, what they got going on. So he's also announced or called for a ceasefire in Ukraine. This is a short video, CBS, talking about that. Let's get into it. Like the video if you haven't already, guys. Double tap that screen for your boy. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Show some support to the stream, man. S.E.T Media, man. We do it for y'all. Any thoughts, questions, comments, anything you want to get off your chest, man. Interact, engage with the stream. Super chat in $1 or more. I will pull it up at the top of the screen. Read it off, give you a shout out, react, respond, all that good stuff, man. S.E.T Media. Let's keep this bad boy going.
Military aid for Ukraine. Here's what Trump said in a recent interview when asked about the devastating war with Russia.
Should Ukraine prepare for less aid from the United States after you're sworn into office?
Yeah, probably. Sure.
You said you can end the war in 24 hours. You've even said you want to try to end it.
Now, understand, I'm gonna let him finish his thought on that, obviously, but Trump has met with Zelensky several times in the last couple months. Even before he was elected, they publicly had met. So him saying probably, him answering that question, that isn't news to any of the higher ups, any of the brass in Ukraine. Zelensky himself probably knew that, if that is Trump's true authentic stance. And that's something he's most likely already communicated to Zelensky.
Before you're sworn
Well, I'm
into
trying
office,
to.
before
I'm
you,
trying to end it
you're
if I
actively
can.
trying to.
I am.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin
No, I have
since
not.
you've been
You mean,
elected?
well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've
I
been
don't
elected?
want to say that. I don't want to say anything about that because I don't want to do anything that could impede the negotiation.
Right.
On Tuesday, the Bush Institute, a nonpartisan group focused on strengthening democracy, released its policy recommendation.
And that is sensitive information, guys. And it is kind of like when asked about how or what plan he had to replace Obamacare with on election night. He said he had concepts of a plan, and they've trolled him ever since he said it that night. But again, guys, it is kind of sensitive information. You don't really want to give up the game plan before the deal is sealed, right? So same idea with what he said on election night when asked about, how he was going to replace Obamacare is kind of the same energy giving when he responded with, have you talked to Putin yet? Well, like, look, yes, I have a plan that's damn near already hashed out, but I'm not going to expose it right here, right now. It's not necessarily set in stone. I'm not even in office yet. Anything could happen. But look, give me some time. Let me get in the chair. Let me get in the throne. And yeah, I already got this stuff hashed out. I just can't preemptively say anything. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch here.
Recommendations for how the incoming administration should approach the war. It includes accelerating military aid to Ukraine, reinforcing economic sanctions on Russia, inviting Ukraine to join NATO, and holding Russia accountable for war crimes. David Kramer joins us now. He's the executive director of the George W. Bush Institute. David, thank you for being here. So if Trump does not heed these recommendations and diminishes or ends aid to Ukraine, what would that mean for the war and for the United States?
It would certainly be very bad for Ukraine. There's no question about it. Ukraine has been doing a heroic job of pushing back on Russia's aggression and invasion and war crimes. But Ukraine is in desperate need of assistance from the outside world, from the United States in particular. And so it is our hope in these records.
This has always been my question when you got pundits and politicians saying that, no, we need to continue to help Ukraine. They need more help. They need more backing. They need more funding, more weaponry. They need our support. I'm just like, okay, you know what? Fair enough. This has been going on to almost 3 years now. We haven't really proceeded too far in any peace negotiations. There's still lives being lost. Russia's still fighting. Russia's still aggressing. Ukraine is still defending. How long does this go on? When is enough enough? How much weaponry, how much funding, how much do we co-sign what's going on before enough is enough? And then you kind of have it now to where the public perception is even almost changing rapidly. Even there's been an awakening of people, an enlightment of people saying, hey, I don't really like how much money we're sending over to Ukraine, point blank, period. I know they might need help, but hey, I really don't like how we're ever involved in these proxies. We're always giving up money. We're always taking from us and putting it over here. You got a lot of people on both sides of the political spectrum who are kind of aligned in that stance.
Recommendations that President Trump will maintain, if not even increase, military assistance to Ukraine, so that Ukraine is either in a better position militarily or in a better position should the war move to a negotiating table. And Ukraine needs to negotiate from a position of strength, and the United States can help do that.
On Sunday, Trump posted on social media about the war in Ukraine, saying, quote, there should be an immediate ceasefire and negotiations should begin. I know Vladimir well. This is his time to act. China can help. The world is waiting. When it comes to making a deal with Putin, are there red lines that should not be crossed?
One of the biggest problems that I think the new administration will face is that Putin has shown no readiness or interest in a serious negotiation. He wants a change in the Ukrainian government. He wants recognition of territory that Russia occupies, and even territory that Russia doesn't currently occupy. And he wants Ukraine to become a permanently neutral state. Those are all conditions that the Ukrainians would never accept. So I think it will be very difficult in the current environment with Putin thinking that he can get his way, that we can push forward on negotiations.
This is the problem with these military strategists. This is the problem with even some of these geopolitical experts. Like, dog, I think it's as simple as this. Like, you haven't talked to Putin either. You're making an assumption, while be it a educated assumption. You're making an assumption based off of what's happened, what you may know, the history, the implications. But have you talked to Putin? Have you talked to anybody in his camp, anybody in his cabinet, anybody in the Russian parliament? No. The answer is most likely, overwhelmingly, a lot of times, no. Trump has, he hasn't, and won't disclose what they've discussed. what information they've exchanged, but give him time. He gets in the office. He's inaugurated in 50 or so days, maybe less than that. My math is off right now, guys, but give him time. I think as the situation develops, it will become ever so clear to us that Trump was probably the best man when it comes to negotiating a deal with Putin. I mean, he did write a goddamn book on the art of a negotiation, guys. So give him time. He's going to be in office next month. So a lot of these people, yes, even with expertise, I feel like are, jumping the gun or just assuming this is what Trump or this is what Putin wants. This is what he's not willing to give up. He wants these parts of Ukraine. He's not willing to negotiate with, he's not willing to negotiate these things or this list of things. Look, give it time. Trump's in office next month. He's the one who's had the conversations with this man. We'll see when we come to it. But Putin himself has said he would not mind hosting and facilitating a conversation with Trump to come to peace agreements. So very promising. He never said that in the last 4 years, but Trump gets elected, and before he even gets in office, Putin is over here saying like, yeah, look, I'll have a phone call with him. No problem. Shit. I'll call him. I'll call him. Toll free, right? Like shit. I'll get my minute card and I'll give Trump a call on his iPhone.
We shouldn't pressure the Ukrainians to make compromises. We should let the Ukrainians drive this process and put them in a position of strength so that they can negotiate from that basis.
In that post, Trump also mentioned China potentially helping with peace negotiations. What role could China play? Are there any risks in involving China?
When we talk about China, we should also talk about Iran, North Korea, because those three countries have provided invaluable assistance to Russia in its campaign against Ukraine. China has provided dual-use technology and has also provided economic and financial assistance to Russia during this war. I frankly don't see how China can play a constructive role. China has tipped its hand toward Russia, but China may have a role to play down the road should negotiations proceed and there's a need for outside powers to play some sort of peacekeeping role. But it's hard for me to imagine right now China playing a constructive role. The Ukrainians have tried to reach out to the Chinese, but so far the Chinese continue to provide assistance to Moscow.
Over the weekend, Syrian rebels toppled the Assad regime. Given that Putin was a close ally to the former dictator, what does the fall of Assad mean for Russia?
It is.
And Assad apparently fled to Russia. So, yeah, we will see, how Putin's relationship with Assad kind of progresses, if he will continue to let Russia be a safe hiding spot for Assad, because there is still people that want to see him, want to talk to him, want to look at that man face to face. There's still people that are, chasing him as he flees. But yeah, we'll see how that progresses.
It's a big blow to Russia, and it signals that these regimes are not 30 feet tall. It reminds us that these authoritarian regimes seem stable until they're not. And it also has shown that Russia is not a terribly reliable partner. In 2015, Russia intervened militarily, propped up Assad. Then in Assad's gravest moment this past few weeks, Russia wasn't able to because it's bogged down in Ukraine. Iran wasn't able to because of the situation with Israel. So Assad had some bad partners and they have proven to be unreliable. And so we shouldn't forget that.
I don't know if that necessarily indicates that they're bad partners. They just had their own ish going on. Like, my bad friend, because when you call me to help move your couch, I had to go to work. Like I had premature obligations, or I had premature obligations. Like I already had stuff planned. Like, does that make me a bad partner, a bad ally? Like, my bad, bro. I got you on the next one. Shit, I'm kind of spread thin right now. Like, shit, come on, guys. But no, shout out. Let's transition into this next video here. Again, just some major Trump updates. Christopher Wray, guys. And let me give you a little bit of backstory on Christopher Wray. He was originally appointed by Trump in 2017. Cabinet picked by Trump, FBI director. It was Trump's guy, right? Really kind of praised him as what America needed, what the FBI needed at the time. Thought he was one of his guys. Trump criticized FBI. I believe in 2019, 2020, due to the Russian collusion claims, some of the things that some of the narratives that were attached on Trump, Russia, how they helped him in the election, even though he still lost, funny enough. Also, everybody recently remembers how the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago. Melania Trump had even spoke out about it. They had went through her panty drawer, disrespectfully went through Barron's room in his area. So that kind of put FBI and Trump at a position of being at odds. He was a heavy critic of Christopher after that. Just a few weeks ago, he's nominated Kash Patel, who is a Trump loyalist, a very ardent Trump supporter, guys. This guy is really Trump's fan team, pretty much. If you know anything about Kash Patel, he's a super Trump fan, which is good, honestly. So there's nothing wrong with him being a loyalist. So then you have most recently Chris resigning ahead of the news that Trump is coming into office, or ahead of his inauguration in January. He's leaving office when Biden does. Trump got on social media and, Trump in true Trump fashion trolled him and kind of said this is a great day for America. And lastly, he blamed Wray for illegally impeaching and indicting Trump again back in 2020. So the history between Chris and Trump is pretty storied, pretty tumultuous. So let's get into that here, guys. Like the video if you haven't already. Let's do it.
At the end of the Biden administration. This announcement coming as Wray has been facing public pressure fueled by President-elect Trump and his allies to resign from his post. So here's Wray speaking about his decision at a town hall with FBI staffers today.
After weeks of careful thought, I've decided the right thing for the Bureau is for me to serve until the end of the current administration in January and then step down. This is not easy for me. I love this place. I love our mission, and I love our people. But my focus is, and always has been, on us and on doing what's right for the FBI.
Well, Trump appointed him in 2017, again, to a 10-year term after firing James Comey. So this now helps clear the way for the president-elect's pick to be the new FBI director, Kash Patel. The nominee a short time ago telling our team on the Hill, quote, "We look forward to a very smooth transition and I'll be ready to go on day one." So for more, I want to bring in ABC.
And Trump has no problem firing people, guys. He made a career off of it, right? Apprentice, extremely successful show, literally made himself a household name out of telling people you're fired. So ahead of the election, I'm sorry, I keep saying election, ahead of the inauguration, Chris obviously knew, due to his relationship with Trump and the appointment of Kash Patel to replace him, there was no negotiating. He had no other option but to kind of remove himself before Trump did. So, but a lot of things happened. Again, I just kind of went over, shortly detailed some of the things that happened between the FBI and Trump. Most recent, most notable, guys, is the raid on Mar-a-Lago. Just to be honest, it pissed Trump off. He felt betrayed, especially Chris being the director. He felt like he was attacked. He felt like it was personal. Again, guys, you had reports from his wife that they rifled through her panties drawer, went through her son's room, just completely disrespected their living quarters. So this is something that Trump took personally, and he was never really going to get over it. I'll just be honest. I'll just be honest. You feel like a man personally sent his squad, his goons to go through your home? Yeah, you're going to take that personally. Along with him feeling like he was a part of the impeachment, the indictments. Yeah, Trump really has a bad taste in his mouth when it comes to Chris.
News Justice and Homeland Security reporter Luke Barr.
And honestly, it stands to reason that's why he replaced him with such a loyalist. Like, if you go look at some of the videos Kash Patel has made, bro has always had on a MAGA hat. He's always spoke extremely highly of Trump. Bro, there's even people who call him a fanboy just because of how strong his allegiance, his alliance to Trump was before even he was appointed as the FBI director. So you can't really blame Trump for replacing a guy who betrayed him with the quote unquote loyalist.
are live in our DC bureau, along with ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, who's in West Palm Beach, Florida, near Mar-a-Lago. Also with us is ABC News investigative reporter Olivia Rubin, is in DC as well, and ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Good to see all of you. So, Luke, as we start here with you, clearly we just heard him addressing folks there. What more are we learning about this announcement today?
Well, this was always expected, given the fact that President-elect Trump nominated Kash Patel to be the FBI director. But in a town hall today in front of employees, Wray said he would stay on until the end of the current administration. And he talked about sort of the work the FBI does and the importance of the FBI's work, sort of with the range of things that they do, from domestic terrorism to national security. And I'm going to read you something that he said, Kenny. He said, quote, "Our adherence to our core values, our dedication to independence and objectivity, and our defense to the rule of law, those fundamental aspects of who we are must never change." He said, quote, "That's the real strength of the FBI, the importance of our mission, the quality of our people, and their dedication to service over self." And Kana, his boss, Merrick Garland, just now thanking him for his service. Kana?
Oh, Merrick Garland speaking out already as well. Okay, so Selena, also President-elect Trump addressing this pretty quickly as well. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Donald Trump almost immediately went on social media calling this a great day for America. This is something that Trump was anticipating after, as Luke mentioned, he announced Kash Patel as his choice to lead the FBI. But we have to emphasize how significant this is. Christopher Wray still has several years left on his 10-year term. The point of that 10-year appointment is so that these FBI directors can serve through multiple administrations and really operate outside of politics. But now this marks the second time that Donald Trump
operate outside of politics, really get some of their own ideas and initiatives going. Like, guys, it is kind of hard to get something done in 2-4 years even, which is why Trump is going to have to act swiftly in his current or his next administration. But beyond that, that's why historically the FBI directors have been assigned to 10-year terms. So for him to step down, he obviously didn't do a good job, or up to the Trump standard. And it just stands to reason, like, yeah, he just wasn't doing his job, guys. Trump didn't want him in there for his second term. He wants Kash in there. You need a good amount of time in there, some years even, to get your own stuff going. Think about it. You gotta kind of wait some time, wait for some of the old policies to die out, implement yours, see them through, manage your own policies. It is a job you need some time into to kind of be successful.
Trump has forced out the FBI director because he viewed them as insufficiently loyal to him. Donald Trump in his first term had picked Christopher Wray himself, but he soured on Christopher Wray because of a series of FBI investigations into him, including that investigation about the classified documents case in terms of searching that Mar-a-Lago estate, and investigations into efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Donald Trump, in his Truth Social post, he inaccurately accused the FBI of illegally raiding his home. That is not the case. The FBI had a court warrant to do so. And I just want to read you a little bit more, Kata, of what Donald Trump said in that Truth Social post. He wrote, quote, "The resignation of Christopher Wray is a great day for America, as it will end the weaponization of what has become known as the United States Department of Injustice. I just don't know what happened to him. We want our FBI back, and that will now happen. I look forward to Kash Patel's confirmation so that the process of making the FBI great again can begin." Now, Patel, he could face an uphill battle when it comes to Senate confirmation. He is a controversial pick. He is vowed to go after Donald Trump's adversaries in the government and the media. He's also vowed to turn the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. as a museum for the, quote, deep state. Kana?
Oh, shit. Yeah, see, Kash Patel, he on that one shit, bro. I swear, I out of all Trump cabinet picks,
recent poll found that 30.
I honestly feel like Kash Patel will literally be able to sit down with Sankey Media and have a fire show, fire podcast. Like, he seems like, if you watched his videos before Trump assigned him as the FBI director, he was literally what they would label as a conspiracy theorist, guys. It was already the guy talking about the deep state, talking about the forever wars, talking about how some of these lobbyists and politicians are operating in their own interest, trying to line their pockets, operating on a globalist agenda. He was already speaking all that before Trump said, you know what? You're my guy. You're what I need for FBI director. So I'm very interested, very optimistic to see what Kash Patel will do as he replaces Christopher Wray. Again, Chris is going to resign. He's going to leave out the door with Biden. And yeah, I mean, I guess he did his thing for 7 years. Like I said, guys, Trump really was burnt off of him due to the Mar-a-Lago red, amongst other things. So 7-year sentence or 7-year bid, I'm sorry, cut 3 years short of 10. He's going to get Kash in there. We'll see how Kash does. But guys, let's go ahead and transition into the next video. The next video, man. And if you're liking the stream, if you're fucking with what we got going on tonight, man, if you like the content, go ahead and double tap the screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Show some support to your boys, Set and Key Media, man. We do it for y'all. We love to keep it interactive. Anything you want to get off your chest, thoughts, comments, questions, anything you want to say, go ahead and super chat in $1 or more. I'll pull it on top or put it up top. Read, react, engage with it. We love to keep it interactive over here, guys. So go ahead, support the stream. Super chat in. I'd love to hear some of your guys' takes on some of these videos. But let's keep it going, guys.
And you know, one of the things that's going on here, they just turned off. And you know, one of the things that's going on here, they just turned off my. I'm going to go vomit. I lost the electricity here. But anyway, one of the things we found is that, you know, we invented this the computer chip, size of the tip of your little finger.
I know that was his handlers, his advisors' worst nightmare. His teleprompter going out. I know at this point, that's an anxiety attack for whoever is supposed to be helping Joe get through his days at this point. Because come on, guys. At this stage in the game, we can't deny Joe Biden is clearly not operating on his own behalf. He got assistance from everything from walking to feeding himself to taking his daily medicines. So when he gets out here on a podium and is supposed to address the world and his teleprompter goes out, I know his advisors, his handlers' heart literally dropped down to his goddamn socks. He's probably like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, scrambling, sweating, panic attack.
The tip of your little finger.
I just lost the electricity. Like, oh my gosh, bro. Tell me you're 82 and losing it without telling me you're 82 and losing it. God damn. Man, I feel sorry for him at a certain point. I really do, man. Like I say, this is somebody's grandpa, somebody's dad at the end of the day. You know, what he's done, how I feel about him, I'm putting all that to the side. This is clearly an old geriatric man living out the final stages of his life. We should not be parading this old man across the stage, putting him on podiums like he's really like that. Like, bro, let this man rest in his final stages. Like I say, bro, you can put him on a Zoom call, something, anything else but this. It's not a good look for him or America.
Administration will end and a new administration will begin. Most economists agree the new administration is going to inherit a fairly strong economy, at least at the moment. An economy going through
Y'all remember how Obama tried to say the same thing when he was out there campaigning on behalf of Kamala? Oh, well, people try and say that Trump has, you know, he really had a strong economy when we were under the Trump administration. It's because he inherited from me. Ha, ha, ha. I'm Barry Soetoro. Ha, ha, ha. I had homosexual escapades with the crackhead in a Motel 8. Ha, ha, ha. Anyways, right, guys? So it's funny how Obama tried to say that. Now Biden is trying to say that. I'm just like, bro, they won't stop at any length not to give Trump credit for any of the positive things he did for America. Like I say, at a certain point in time, put policy aside. When a man does something positive, at least give him credit. But no, it doesn't fit the narrative. It doesn't fit how they just want everybody to hate Trump. So they continue to vilify this man at every turn. Never give him credit for anything. So you telling me it was a bad economy for the 4 years while Trump had it, but it was good for the 8 years prior when it was under Obama, and it was good for all 4 years of Biden? Like, bro, we could all look up now. Like, I don't know about y'all, but this grocery bill is still expensive. Gas, while it was going down for a second, back up. Like, You can't tell me that Biden has had a more positive impact on the economy than Trump did. You can't tell me that. Biden will try and tell us that, but if we listening to Biden at this point, then shit, maybe we are the real suckers.
Fundamental transformation that's laid out a stronger foundation and sustainable, broad-based, highly productive growth.
Like literally, this man's credibility is all but shot with me. Like, bro, you pardon your son after saying you wouldn't. Like, I don't care if we're talking numbers, if we're talking policy, if we're talking geopolitics. I struggle to believe anything you say at this point. I'm just kind of looking at you like, really? Is that really what's going on, Biden? Are you sure? Or is it the opposite? Like, we can't tell with you, bro. Like,
That is my profound hope that the new administration will preserve and build on this progress. Like most great economic developments, this one is neither red nor blue. And America's progress is everyone's progress. You know, within the first 2 months of office, I signed the American Rescue Plan, the most significant economic recovery package in our history. And also learned something from Donald Trump. He signed checks for people for $7,400 because we passed the plan. And I didn't, stupid. Anyway. But all kidding aside, I realize we're talking about.
He said, no, I'm being dead serious here. I'm being dead serious, Chad. This is my best Biden impression. I'm being dead serious here. I'm being dead serious.
The impact of politics, but the economic
No, I'm being serious.
Principles are what we're after. You know, we helped pass that act, we helped vaccinate the nation. And as we return to full employment, this was just the beginning. We understood we needed long-term investments for the future. It was long past time for America to make a generational investment in our infrastructure, in our manufacturing base, the technological edge in our clean energy future. I know it's been hard for many Americans to see.
And I got some clips I want to pull up later, some of Biden's most funny, alarming, shocking moments in his last 4 years as president. But it is just it's very noticeable for me. I don't know about you guys. Hopefully you guys can agree or notice the same thing. But watching him now, it's just such a stark contrast from watching him 4 years ago, 8 years ago, and beyond. The man was very sharp. The man was a very articulate guy. The man spoke with cogency, coherency. Was a great debater. Now he's just a shell of himself, like bumbling every word, almost stumbling over sentences. Seems to not really be able to track his thought properly. It's just kind of one of those things where I don't know. It's very noticeable for me, for somebody who's paid attention to politics, or for somebody who's noticed. Biden has been a very prominent politician. He's been in the spotlight, been in the limelight, had the attention on him for the better part of a decade or more. Even if you date it back to the 90s, he's nothing to be compared to his younger former self. He would be embarrassed, goddammit.
And I understand it. I just trying to figure out how to put 3 squares on the table. But I believe it was the right thing to do. Not only to lift America out of economic crisis caused by a pandemic, but set America on a stronger course for the future. And we did that. We don't take my word for it. Here's how Time Magazine and other commentators describe the economy. I'm leaving to my successor. And there's a number of these quotes. President-elect Trump is receiving the strongest economy in modern history, which is the envy of the world. And of course, this economic growth is not without pain. The entire world faced a spike in inflation due to disruptions from the pandemic and Putin's war in Ukraine. We acted quickly to get inflation down with the help of Republicans and Democrats. Inflation came down to pre-pandemic levels. Wages have increased, but still too many working and middle-class families struggle with high prices for housing and groceries and the daily needs of life. At the same time as inflation interest rates continue to fall, we enter a new phase of our economic resurgence. With the outcome of this election, we also face an inflection point. Do we continue to grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, investing in all of America and Americans, supporting unions and working families, as we have the past 4 years, or do we move backward?
Damn, nah, that is bad. That is bad. You could tell it's so rehearsed. because it's like he's trying to get out a full thought. He's trying to get out a full idea. You almost know what he wants to say. It sounds similar to what he would have said, before the cognitive decline. If you compare it to what another politician would say in that given moment, it holds up. But you can tell it's just not clear. It's forced. He's stumbling through it, fumbling through it, bumbling through it. And it's just like I said, guys, it's just a poor look on Biden, especially when you can compare his speeches, his public engagements now to those of 4, 8, 12 years ago. And it's just an embarrassment to the country. As a citizen, as somebody who's just like, yeah, man, America, yeah, go America, USA, USA. When I get up here and I see that, I'm just like, God damn. How much longer till January? Like what day is it, chat? Like, it's just sad. It's just an embarrassment, not a good look. But let's transition into this next video, guys. I wanted to update you guys on the Luigi Mangione situation. His lawyer spoke today, had an interview with a CNN reporter. Let's get into that. He gave a little bit of extra details on Mangione's life, and they're seeking extradition here, and apparently he explains why. Like the video, guys. Double tap that screen for your boy if you haven't already. Just go ahead and hit me with one of these on your cellular device. Just an easy little double tap on the screen. Or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Show some support to your boy. S.E.T and Key Media, man. You got Key in here, your favorite big four-headed YouTuber, man. It's been a good stream so far. Let's keep it going. Again, like the video. It pushes the video in the algorithm. We can expand the conversation, get some more people in here on the discourse. Yeah, guys, we could just keep the stream going, have some good conversation going, and yeah, let's get into it. Hmm. My bad,
This
guys.
is coming as we are.
Let me go back on that.
A law enforcement official who was briefed on the matter is telling us here at CNN that along with that 3-page handwritten claim of responsibility, as the authorities are referring to it, some might refer to it as a manifesto, investigators are also looking at a spiral notebook of Mangione's that included to-do lists of tasks in order to facilitate a killing, as well as notes justifying those plans. In one passage about the Unabomber, Mangione concludes that using a bomb against his intended victim could, quote, kill innocents, but shooting would be more targeted, using what could be better, and I'm quoting now, than to kill the CEO at his own bean counting conference. This is coming as we are learning more about the suspect's life beforehand, including a report from the New York Times that Mangione's mother filed a missing persons report about him in San Francisco.
Actually, chat, you know what? Before we get into this video of his lawyer giving a little bit more details, let's get a deeper look, some more personal insight on Luigi Mangione, who the guy was, how he grew up, how he thought. One of his childhood classmates was interviewed right here, guys, Corey Way. And let's see what he had to say about his former classmate, Luigi Mangione, the suspected murderer of CEO of United Healthcare. Let's get into it. Boom, boom, boom.
Luigi Mangione.
How do you know him? Okay, say your classmate's name.
Luigi Mangione.
How do you know him? What school did you guys go to? How long did you know him for?
So I knew him. I came into the school in 8th grade. I knew him 8th grade throughout high school. But I obviously knew him. We were a small class, small school, only about 400 kids in the high school, maybe like 85 to 100 in my class. So
Guys, he was reportedly extremely smart, valedictorian of his class, went to an Ivy League school, um, came from a affluent, well-established family. So the guy, from all reports, had a great upbringing. Extremely smart, intelligent, from all reports, and had a lot of promise. Now there was a back injury that he reportedly got from surfing, and that seems to be what that seems to have caused his gripes with the healthcare industry or the healthcare agencies or providers, and ultimately, I guess that's what radicalized him. But aside from that, guys, great upbringing. Everything would point to him being just an all around good guy with a lot of promise.
Everybody knew everyone, really.
So what were your interactions like? How well did you know him? How many times would you speak to him? What do you remember?
I would say I spoke to him pretty frequently. He was like a leader in our class, so I'm not quite sure the exact clubs because it's a while back, but he was like a leader of clubs. He was in many clubs. He was also like a soccer player as well. He played baseball, I believe, in middle school, but I think he stopped after that. But everyone just knew him as like a quiet, reserved, nice kid. And he was obviously really intelligent, and everybody can tell that by his resume, of course. Yeah.
So he's a valedictorian
Yeah.
and had a speech at your.
Yeah. So again, confirmed by his classmate, extremely smart guy, well respected amongst his peers, assumingly well spoken. Yeah, just had the accolades and the achievements to back it up as well. So nobody was questioning his intelligence or his smarts, guys. So that's well documented in his past that he was smart. So the comparisons to the Unabomber are being had for good reasons. If you know anything about the Unabomber, above average IQ, extremely intelligent. The parallels are right there. They kind of write themselves.
Yeah, so he spoke at our graduation.
Said, actually, shoot, you almost can give Luigi a little bit more credit than the Unabomber. Luigi said the reason he used the pistol is he didn't want it to be sloppy. I don't want it to affect any passersby, any citizens. I got an intended target. I'm gonna hit my target and that be that. I ain't trying to make it sloppy. I don't want to hit anybody else up.
Every year they have like somebody who's, exceeds academically and in and out of the classroom, and they have them speak in front of our high school. It's weird saying it, but yeah, he was that person that we chose to speak. So yeah.
Okay, so you've been following this case pretty closely. When you saw the photo with him wearing his mask, what were your thoughts?
My first thoughts, well, I've had like a history just following like high profile cases. It was just interesting to me personally. When I saw the photo, like I thought it was like a 35-year-old guy. It was like he's a good looking dude, like sharp jawline kind of thing. But I had no hindrance that it was him. I mean, in the back of my mind, I was like, I feel like that face is familiar, but it was like subconsciously, not really like on the forefront.
So when did you find out, and what's your reaction to it?
So when I found out, I had like 25, 30 text messages from all different people from like, I'm from Baltimore, obviously, where we went to school together. And everybody that I know from Baltimore is reaching out to me like, did you know this guy? Did you go to school with him? He graduated in the same class as you. And of course, I, replied to all of them after a while and said, yeah. So
Now imagine the smartest guy in your class, the valedictorian in your class, went on Ivy League graduate, has done extremely well for himself. I mean, you've always known him to be a successful individual. Even, his family comes from success. Imagine you not seeing him on the news for winning a Pulitzer Award or some type of social achievement. You're seeing him on the news of being the suspected murderer, of the CEO of United Healthcare. A story that's dominated the news cycle for the past week or so, and will probably continue to do so for the next couple weeks. The smartest guy just so happened to be number one suspect for this murder. That's crazy. Crazy, guys. You sat next to him in first period. Shit. Now he's sitting next to I don't know, somebody else crazy in jail. Wild stuff.
My initial reactions were just shock, surprise, and I just would never expect someone who went to our school.
Shit, what I wanted to say for real was you sat next to him in first period. Now he's sitting next to the booty bandit in the cell. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
To, be involved.
Oh, and shout out Leo Jens, man. First super chat of the show. 279 Canadian, which I'm assuming is probably like $2 in USD. So we appreciate it. Unabomber was sweaty of written manifestos in shed. Oh, Unabomber was sweaty as F, writing manifestos in the shed. Oh, yeah. I mean, bro, he was what is it called? He was an introvert. He was a hobbit to a degree. He didn't like social interaction, but he was extremely intelligent, above average IQ, and that's well documented as well with the Unabomber. So yeah, crazy guy, wild stuff. Crazy as it all get out, but super smart guy. Super smart guy.
Involved in this, so it was just shock. Really, I'm still shocked.
And what year did you graduate?
2016.
Okay, from 2016 until now, have you spoken to him at all, or seen anything on Facebook? Are you friends with him on Facebook? Or?
I followed him on Instagram. I think we went back and forth here and there, just touching base with each other. I hadn't spoke to him in maybe 4 years prior to this, though. Recently, when we went right out of high school, we would check up on each other here and there. But I do know that a lot of people that I went to high school with that were a little bit closer to him said they lost contact with him about a year and a half ago. So,
and he was reportedly radicalized due to the fallout after I think he was denied insurance claims for his back injury, turned to psychedelics. That reportedly changed his mindset, his outlook. People close to him say, and this is all theory, this is all speculation, but people close to him say that they noticed a shift in his personality. Some of how he interacted with people, how he engaged with the outside world. This was all noticeable after his experience with psychedelics and ultimately after his back injury. So for him to confirm that he hasn't talked to him in some time, it kind of backs up the reports of him not really talking to any of the people he grew up with, him kind of being radicalized on a different path than some of the people he knew and came up with. Again, we don't know too much about the Luigi situation. This is all unfolding before our eyes, guys, just covering everything we know about the situation, jumping into some conspiracy theories, and just kind of seeing what it could be. But yeah, we got Luigi's former classmate speaks out. Let's go back into this video right here. His lawyer gives a little bit more details. Like the video if you haven't already, guys. Double tap that screen for your boy. Let's do it. Let's do it.
November 18th. And also that he stopped communicating with his family and his friends about 6 months ago. Yet apparently no one who knew him and knew that he was missing recognized him in those surveillance photos that have been plastered everywhere for the last several days. Tonight, that's prompting a whole new set of questions about what was happening in Mangione's life behind those smiling photos that we've now seen on social media, and also questions about an injury that he suffered in 2023 and what happened to him ever since. My lead source tonight is the attorney who is representing Luigi Mangione, Thomas Dickey, and it's great to have you here, sir. I just want to say thank you. I know this has been moving very quickly, and you said earlier you were retained today to represent him. And so can you just tell us, how's your client doing in jail tonight?
Well, Caitlin, thank you for having me. As I've been saying all day, if you put yourself, I tell everybody to use their common sense. Here we have a young man who is incarcerated without bail, as you alluded to. And apparently he's going to be charged with murder in the state of New York. So if you use your common sense, I'm sure he's, it's concerning. That's all I can say.
Well, you've been an attorney for decades. What did you make of the way he went into court earlier, that outburst that he had?
I'm still analyzing that. I was actually on the other side of the wall when he came in, so I didn't hear all that statement. I've been busy all day, so I haven't had a chance to analyze that. So, yeah, I'm not going to comment on something, unfortunately, until I can have a chance to hear that in detail and break that down.
Well, being on the other side of it, you were inside that courtroom, of course, and we learned about what happened in there. You're fighting extradition for him to New York. Why are you?
That's all this case needed, was that sensational recordable moment of him getting transferred from the back of the police cruiser to inside the jailhouse and him turning around yelling shit. That's all this case needed, guys. I'm telling y'all, this is gonna be a Netflix original docu-series. I say in about a year. Like, they be quick with it nowadays. They don't even wait. Like, sometimes you would think they give it a few years for the dust to settle, for the case to really resolve. Bro, Netflix be so quick. They be so quick with these series, man. We gonna see a series on Luigi's life, what motivated him to do all this. Maybe a movie on this in about 6 months to a year, guys.
Why are you fighting that? It seems like it's inevitable that he will be sent to New York.
Well, that may be, but again, the Constitution, and I know keep bringing up that word today, lest we forget about that. But the Constitution gives you certain rights, and we need to make informed decision. And the law permits, and the Constitution permits, that somebody in Luigi's position has the opportunity to look at evidence, make sure the government follows through a process, and that's what we're doing. So again, I've been in this case.
Yeah, and I joked yesterday on stream, he's gonna get that Mendoza brother treatment. Like, you already got girls thirsting over him. We reacted to a compilation of clips yesterday. What girls over here saying like, "Oh, I'll write him. I can change him. He's not that bad. Let's hear his side of the story out." Like, bro, come on, bro, come on. And I'll just go over it again real quick. I'm somebody who can understand, bro. These insurance companies definitely be getting off on us, whether it be through the policy or I'm sorry, whether it be through the premiums, whether it be through coverage offered versus what we pay, whether it be through certain things, certain loopholes that they go through not to pay out, to charge us more. Like I said, these insurance companies collude against us. They all charge a certain price. So there is no parity. You can't get insurance under a certain price. Essentially, everybody charges at or around the same price, and that is intentional. You're not going to be able to go get a service for $100 or $200 less because they all charge around, let's say, $500, for example. Just for example, right? Follow me here, but I understand all of that, and I still cannot justify what this man did allegedly. Now, due process is a thing, so I do not want to indict him on charges that we haven't seen the due process or the system fully take its course on. So I'll hold my words, or I'll hold my true thoughts, whether he's innocent or guilty on that, as I'm not the judge. But for people to be defending his alleged actions is kind of sick. The CEO was all that. I mean, he was just that. I mean, he was a CEO. He was doing a job. He was hired to do a job, and that's all it was. He didn't conceptualize the insurance companies. He didn't put in a process, or all he did was his job. The reason why these insurance companies are getting off on us, screwing us, it wasn't that man's fault. He was simply doing a 9 to 5, and I truly believe that. That's like us trying to take our anger out on one cop because of police brutality, guys. It's the same exact argument. We can't really be doing that.
It's probably about 12, 14 hours, maybe whatever, give or take. And I haven't seen a speck of evidence at all. I argued today at the extradition hearing. I still haven't received details about the charges that he's facing in New York. I heard your introduction and looking into that. But so we as lawyers need to make informed decisions, and we need to get our hands and our eyes on some evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the charges right here. It's murder, a loaded firearm, 2 counts of that, a forged instrument, and criminal possession of a weapon as well. I mean, those are the charges from New York. I mean, so you're not, as you're fighting extradition, you're not actually arguing that the authorities in New York have the wrong guy, are you?
Well, I haven't seen any evidence that they have the right guy.
And there is reports of that. There's people that have compared CCTV footage to actual photos of Luigi, and they claim it's two different people. There's theories that also are floating around out there that say he intentionally got caught. He was photographed at a Starbucks, pulled his mask down to flirt with a waitress. It is kind of funny to think that a man who was just involved in what appeared to be an assassination would be so brazen as to reveal his identity in any public spot or place or business shortly after committing such a crime. It is ludicrous to think, really. Book bag was found in Central Park, was photographed and identified at a McDonald's not too far outside of the city, and was ultimately picked up at the McDonald's by law enforcement. So a lot of theories out there, guys. We really don't know everything when it comes to this Luigi case. So some of these conspiracy theories are crazy. Some of them are fun. Some of them don't make too much sense, but it is just kind of one of those things. Do we know if it's the exact guy? Is it Luigi? Is it somebody else? All speculation, but hey, it is what it is at this point. The case is so fresh, we really don't know everything on it, guys.
I can tell you that much. So I don't know anything about that. You know.
But the problems that surround the healthcare industry, some of the corruption that's in the healthcare industry, some of these predatory practices that these insurance companies practice, some of their policies, some of the ways they do consumers, it does call attention, and it does raise attention. It does highlight some of the ways that these insurance companies do us. Again, not justifying what he did, but it does kind of pull everybody's eyeballs and highlight how some of these insurance companies get off on folks.
There's identification issues that are present, and so I don't. Like I said, this is why I need to look at some things, and they need to convince me. I try to remind people, and it's a shame that we forget about this presumption of innocence that the Constitution gives all Americans, and people don't worry about the Constitution until they're facing charges or accusations against them. Then trust me, Caitlin, the Constitution matters.
And of course it does. And
yes,
I know you highlighted earlier and emphasized innocent until proven guilty. I understand that. But I read the police report from when he was arrested. He initially gave them a false name. And then when they asked to confirm his identity, he said that he shouldn't have lied to them about it. I mean, that would seem to be that they do have the right person, given that he had a gun on him. He had a fake New Jersey ID that he used to check into a hostel. I mean, is none of that enough for you personally to know that they do have the right guy?
Well, first of all, that's a piece of paper. I know you probably can't tell, but I'm 5'6". I could write on that I'm 6'5", and all this other kind of stuff. So that's written on paper. What's nice about the law is we'll have a hearing. I can cross-examine witnesses and find out, look at reports and find out what they have and what they don't have. So again, that's just written on a criminal complaint without getting into the details of that.
I see a lot of y'all chiming in with some of the facts that we know, or some of the stuff that you guys know about his family, where he comes from. Keep sharing in the chat, guys. Again, a lot of us don't know. Some of us do know. A lot of this shit is speculative. I mean, I know a lot of the stuff about his family is what it is, but motive more so is truly speculative at this point. But yeah, guys, keep sharing what you know about the case. Crazy stuff when it comes to this. I'm definitely intrigued on what motivated this man, and hopefully we kind of get a better idea. But yeah, we're gonna keep covering this, gonna keep updating y'all as we learn more about this case with Luigi. And real quick, I'm going to play this video, but I will be back in 2 seconds.
I don't see any evidence of a forgery. They're going to have to at least prove a prima facie case, which is less than the beyond a reasonable doubt. But I need to see these things. Right now, I have one piece of paper. And again, so yes,
Mr. Dickey, have you asked to see this?
I have a copy of, if that's the Pennsylvania complaint, I have a copy of that. I was
have you
handed
asked to
that
see
today,
the evidence?
near the end. Well, that's what we're good. We have a hearing coming up on, I believe, the 23rd. I apologize if I'm in error about that because there's a bunch of dates that's been flying around today. But yes, and like I said, tomorrow I'm going to reach out to the district attorney. It's my intentions and to see about how much we can see of this stuff. So today was not about that. So we have not had the opportunity to do that today.
And I know you were also unhappy that he was denied bail. Of course, prosecutors were arguing that he is a risk. They either have to talk about, being a flight risk or a risk to the community. Obviously, he was captured about 250 miles from Manhattan. But you said you were retained today. One big question that everyone has is, are you being paid by his family to represent him?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Well, can you say that it's not his family who is asking you to retain him, or retaining you to represent him?
I'm not going to comment on. I'm not going to comment on that. I've been retained. I'm not court appointed. I've been retained, and that's all I can tell you.
We had seen reports earlier
that
there was, people were inundating you with offers to help pay for his legal bills. Is that accurate?
I have received some emails. I have not seen them personally, but my understanding from my staff is people are doing that.
That people are reaching out to you and offering to help pay for his legal bills.
That's correct.
Would you accept those offers? I mean, I imagine you maybe have. I don't know. Have you ever gotten that before?
Nah. To be honest with you, I probably wouldn't.
Why do you think you would not accept that?
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable about that. So I don't know. I haven't given that much thought, but I'm not looking. Obviously my client appreciates the support that he has, but I don't know. I just I'd have to look in, but it just doesn't sit right with me, really.
Why do you think they're offering?
I don't know. People, you talk about, the Supreme Court says, all these rich billionaires can give all kind of money to candidates, and that's free speech. So maybe these people are exercising their right to free speech and saying that's the way they're supporting my client.
Yeah, and I'm catching the latter half of that, guys. So correct me if I'm wrong on this. I'm assuming he's speaking on people who potentially want to donate to his legal cause. And I'm assuming the reason why the lawyer is against it is because with that donation would come some influence, some words, something they would want them to do, maybe a cause they would want them to speak out on. Or it could just be simply said as this. They take that money, they're going to be trying to tell them what to do and how to run their defense. So the lawyer is probably speaking out in Luigi's defense, but also with the integrity of his own defense of Luigi. He's like, yeah, no, I don't need nobody adding to what we got going on. I know what I'm doing. I know how to defend my client. I don't need nobody trying to add to the pool of what we got going on.
Noted there that you said he supports he appreciates the support that he's getting. Did he acknowledge that when you had a conversation with him earlier about how we have seen this intense public interest in him himself?
Yeah, unfortunately, Caitlin, I can't get into anything that my client and I talk about. So by law, I'm not permitted to reveal anything that's attorney-client privilege in any conversation that occurs between he and I is simply that.
I understand that, but could you describe just what his demeanor is? You're talking about putting yourself in his shoes, but did he seem nervous? Did he seem calm, or how did he come off to you when you met him?
Well, yeah, and if we have a minute, I do want to go back to that bail situation if we have a quick second. But anyway, I've been telling people all day to use their common sense. Here's a young man who's, apparently going to be or has been charged with a very serious, one of the most serious offenses a person could be charged with. He's in prison without bail, as you previously mentioned. And so, I think common sense would say, he's concerned.
Do you plan on representing him only in Pennsylvania or also in New York?
Well, that will depend. I got to see how this process pans out. And, If in fact I were asked to do that, I certainly would consider that and probably do that.
Thomas Dickey, I know you've had a very busy day. Thank you for your time tonight and for joining us.
That was Luigi Mangioni's lawyer speaking on his behalf, giving us a little bit of extra insight and detail. Excuse me. Go ahead and like the video. Double tap that screen if you haven't already, guys. Show some support to your boy. You got Key in here, man. Your favorite big forehead of YouTuber, running on a solo. So show some support, man. Let's get the likes up. We got more people piling in as I speak. Double tap the screen on your way in, guys, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Let's keep the stream moving. Let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it going. After that, make sure my sound's good here. After that, I had some clips here I wanted to pull up. Or do I have one more video? Yes. This is kind of a video going into his family's wealth, some of his backstory when it comes to his family. Shout out Anderson Cooper, CNN. Let's do it.
A law enforcement source says were pages of notes in a spiral-bound notebook made by murder suspect Luigi Mangione, who's now awaiting extradition from Pennsylvania in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. In one passage, again, according to our source who was briefed on the matter, Mangione muses about what could be better than to, quote, kill the CEO at his own bean-counting conference. Now, earlier today, his attorney was asked about Mangione's state of mind at the moment.
I wasn't looking for impressions. What I was trying to do was form a bond with my client. I want him to trust me, and I want him to be confident that I'm here for him. And I feel that I'm very pleased how that went.
That's such a lawyer-ass answer. He said he wasn't looking for a first impression. Like, huh? Hold on a second. Like, I get it. He's a defense attorney, so he's not trying to divulge too much, obviously, with his client's confidentiality in mind. So it's respectable. He's obviously a professional, but he said, I went into that not looking for a first impression. Like, whoever says that, when does any human ever do that?
As we mentioned before,
shit, most of us have made our first impression off of on Luigi based off of what we heard. We don't even know him, never seen him, never met him, but most of us either think he's innocent, guilty. Some girls think he's hot. You know, it's saying most of us have already made our first impression off of Luigi, and we don't even know the man.
Some of his friends describe him dropping off the radar recently. We still don't know much about that. We know more, though, about what came before, and our Gary Tuckman has that.
The high school valedictorian, Luigi Mangione, graduating from Baltimore's Gilman School in 2016, an exclusive private school.
The parents here today. First off, sending us to Gilman was far from a small financial investment.
Indeed, tuition at the private school was and still is pricey at almost $38,000 a year today. But murder suspect Mangione had a family with plenty of money.
And I was just stunned, shocked, couldn't believe it. It's just not who you would think of at all.
Thomas Moronic Jr. is an attorney who knows the family.
Mangione family is one of the prominent families of Baltimore County. They own a lot of real estate. They own golf courses. They're just a very well-respected name.
In this family picture, Luigi Mangione stands third from the left. He is surrounded by his sisters. His father, Louis, and mother, Kathleen, are on the right.
All right. And now, when they say he came from wealth, guys, I ain't gonna lie. This is giving me a little bit of a deeper insight. I'm thinking his family, modest wealth, couple mil, maybe 5. From what I'm hearing, vast real estate, golf courses, a lot of properties under their name. Guys, this sounded like they maybe had a family net worth of upwards of 10, 15, 20 million. Very extremely well off, very affluent, very, very, very well-off family, very well-to-do family.
In the late 70s, the murder suspect's late grandfather, World War II veteran Nicholas Mangione Sr., and his late grandmother, Mary, started creating a business empire. The grandfather grew up in Baltimore's Little Italy neighborhood. He ended up buying 2 country clubs, started a nursing home company, and bought WCBM Radio, a well-known conservative talk station in Baltimore. Family members also run a family foundation that has nearly $4.5 million in assets and were longtime benefactors of Loyola University, Maryland. The suspect's father today runs the family business. Attorney Moronic used to be a talk show host at the radio station owned by the family.
Well, they donated money for the pools, the swimming center at Loyola University. It bears their name. That's a huge amount of donating to get that.
One of Luigi Mangione's cousins is a state legislator in Maryland.
I am Delegate Nino Mangione, for the record, District 42A in Baltimore County.
Republican Delegate Nino Mangione introduced a bill earlier this year to bring back the death penalty.
Notable family, guys, well respected in their small city or their city that they're from. Prominent family members, cousins. You got politicians in this family. Guys, smart guy, comes from a great background. Yeah, man, this story is going to be good as it unfolds. I'm not going to lie, guys. Tantalizing stuff here. This is the stuff documentaries are made of. Good looking guy, assassination, well-to-do family, great background. What went wrong? What went wrong? Where did this go left, guys?
In Maryland.
I believe we need to send a strong signal to the most vicious of all criminals that if you take a life, that justice in turn will demand your life.
The bill failed. Notably, New York State, where United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed, also does not have the death penalty. State Delegate Mangione released a statement on behalf of the family that says, in part, "Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved. We are devastated by the news." Luigi Mangione received an Ivy League education, graduating with a bachelor's and then master's degree from the University of Pennsylvania. That, coupled with his...
Bro got an Ivy League education, guys, and this even further proves my point earlier. The lawyer isn't taking donations. He doesn't want any. Obviously, he doesn't want the influence that may come with the donation, but this guy's family doesn't need it. Like, they probably paid whatever retainer that the lawyer demanded up front, outright. Very well-off family. They haven't said it here, but just off of my estimation, what I'm hearing as I'm counting the assets up in my head, bro, his family had probably a net worth of upwards of $20 million.
Family wealth afforded him advantages most don't have. To conclude his high school valedictorian speech, he said this.
It's been an incredible journey, and I simply can't imagine the last few years with any other group of guys.
A young man of promise then, an alleged killer now, whose journey into darkness has only just begun. Gary Tuchman, CNN, New York.
Some perspective now. Joining us is forensic psychologist Chris Mohandy and CNN senior national security analyst Juliette Kayyem. Juliette, I'm listening to Gary expand on his background. How does that, or how might it fit into the puzzle that investigators are trying to piece together right now? I mean, is this the usual profile for a shooter in this kind of crime?
The profiles differ, but the idea that he had a great education and came from privilege, we've had killers like this before, in particular the Unabomber, Kaczynski was Ivy League educated, was quite smart, had a purpose for his killings. So the thing that they're going to try to connect, at least in the investigation, is what happened to lead to this moment? Was it the physical pain that he was in? Was it outside substances, drugs, or whatever else? Was it a radicalization process?
MK Ultra, them psychedelics, when used on people, not when you use them recreation, but when used on people, man, the results can be detrimental, fatal. We've seen this before, right? Helter Skelter. Yeah, them psychedelics, them government agencies, and that experimentation, is a formula for for murder in a lot of cases. But yeah, guys, this case, this story, crazy stuff. Man, I'm gonna be definitely tuned in to see how this unfolds, what we learn about this guy, or the motive behind the decision. This is crazy stuff.
Either through books or online. So they're going to be looking at that got him focused on not just hating our healthcare system, but actually hunting down a CEO.
Chris, I mean, we've learned the suspect fell out of contact with his friends and family for about 6 months ahead of the alleged killing. What does that tell you? How critical will his actions during that time period be for investigators, and just to kind of understand why he did this?
I think it's going to be critical to piece together what was going on.
These are alleged crimes, right, guys? I'm all for due process, innocent until proven guilty. We don't know. There are theories that say this isn't even the same guy. So, let the speculation fly. But I'm not placing innocence or guilt on him. I can actually understand his cause. I can understand what he was trying to draw attention to. Hopefully, it does highlight how some of these insurance companies literally seem to be scamming us, not only out of money, but of our lives at a certain point. Care, medical care, access to healthcare. But again, this is all alleged. If true, I truly don't agree with his philosophy or how he tried to take it into his own hands. The vigilante justice in this case, I'm not a fan. I don't think he should be playing God in the sense of deciding who lives or dies based on how you feel about them or the job that they do. Because again, guys, the CEO was only that. He was a CEO. He didn't tell these insurance companies to screw us. It wasn't his policy. It wasn't something that just started happening when he took office or he took his job. He was just a CEO, a 9 to 5, worked a salary or worked a job, got a salary. Yeah, he probably made millions, but he wasn't the lone guy and how these companies get after us or how these companies get over on us. He wasn't, the what am I trying to say here? The only individual, the solely guilty party here. Shout out guest dude, $5. I'm telling you, they will use this to usher in single payer healthcare. This is the end game for all of this. This whole thing stinks to high heaven. Yeah, this whole thing is like shrouded in just secrecy. We don't know a lot. A lot of questions that surround this whole case, a lot of theories. It is very easy right now to kind of follow a lot of these lines of thinking, and that bring you to what you said, to what I said about it not being him. Maybe an NK Ultra situation. Just a lot of theories, a lot of rabbit holes you can kind of jump down on this. Obviously, we'll know more as time goes on. Maybe we won't. A lot of this stuff, a lot of this distrust has just been bred through other scenarios, other things we've seen. This is where a lot of the conspiracies stem from, because we just really don't know what to believe when things like this happen anymore. I would venture to say we're jaded. A lot of us are jaded. We see things like this, we hear the narrative they try and paint, but some of us are so used to kind of peeling up the rug and seeing what really is going on or what really may have caused it, that again, this is where a lot of these conspiracy theories come from. Was he a double agent? Was he an MK Ultra agent? Is this the same guy? Was this a false flag to maybe initiate something else? We don't know.
On in those 6 months, the fact that his mom filed a missing persons report November 18th strongly suggests that there was deterioration that they noted. His friends noted that he dropped off the radar. All of these things are consistent with, and I don't, provide these kinds of statements lightly, that there's a likely deterioration in his mental state. He actually looks different than he did as the joyful younger man that he was. There's an intensity that is about him that he did not used to have. I believe that there's a chance that he could have a significant mental deterioration. That doesn't change the fact that he had a grievance, that it was likely based in his own personal experience, and then learning about the experiences of others, and then immersing himself in the materials in books that he was reading, deny, defend.
Yeah, so he was radicalized essentially. Shout out guest dude, another $5. There will be a congressional hearing related to this, and that will force a bill on the Hill. Then Trump will have his hand forced to sign it into law. Man. If what you speak is true, man, that is a scary thought. I could see it going that route. I'm following your line of thinking, and I see where you're headed with it. I see where you got it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough to say at this point. I could definitely see it going that way, and I would hate to see it do so, but we really don't know. We really don't know, man, when it comes to this Luigi situation. Crazy stuff here. Crazy stuff, guys.
Delay or some variant of that, and a couple of other books, as well as his identification with Ted Kaczynski, who was mentioned by our other esteemed guest here. that led him to justify those other statements that were in that alleged manifesto of the parasites had it coming, and then ultimately to prepare, which is these are the steps that a person goes through to ultimately do and involve themselves in this kind of targeted violence.
Yeah, Julia, I just want to play again the incident as he was being led into court today and asked you about it.
Oh my God! And completely out of touch and insult the intelligence of the American people and the experience.
You know, I mean, there are some people out there who are portraying this guy as like an avenger for, you know, a cause. What I don't understand is how much is it just he read stuff and is impassioned and did this, which seems
like a Robin Hood, like a social vigilante. And again, while I can understand his cause, while I can envision what would motivate somebody to do something like this, I can't justify it. There's people who are trying to justify it based on his good looks, based on, you know, how these insurance companies have done. Maybe you personally, maybe you know somebody who insurance companies have screwed over. Again, maybe it's yourself. But for us to write off that man's life and take it as what, penitence, some type of retribution for how these insurance companies have done us, bro, nobody's God. And we can't play God with this man's life. He was a father, he was a brother, he was an uncle, he was a husband, most likely all those things, a family guy, a family man. And none of us can say whether that man deserved to live or die based on the job he did. A job, guys.
It was less likely to me than he had some severe mental health issue that then he started to focus on this particular thing through that lens.
Yes, and or it could be all of the above, that there's mental deterioration, then it's linked to what we understand is a physical ailment. And then this is the key and goes to what he was saying there, then him creating a narrative of why it wasn't just about him, right? And now this is exactly what Kaczynski did. And the ties, the clear ties between Kaczynski and this case, in terms of creating a narrative that the killing isn't just a killing, it's a killing for a purpose. That purpose then elevates the person, right? So they become some sort of cult leader. And remember, Kaczynski also had followers like this. We didn't have the internet or social media, but he had a lot of people who were kind of into him. And we see that now. And the danger of that isn't simply it's wrong, it's disgusting, he murdered and assassinated a person. But then you get into the copycat aspects of this. People who do not have the mental deterioration or the physical deterioration and just decide this is the way forward for whatever I deem as social justice.
Yeah. Chris Mahandy, Juliet Kayyem, thank you.
Okay. And shout out. Now, I wanted to transition here. You know, we were talking about Biden earlier in the stream, some of his gaffes, some of his most notable babbling moments, whether it be him stumbling mid-sentence, stumbling upstairs, falling off bikes, eating ice cream. This man has had a lot of memeable moments in the last 4 years. So, little comedic interlude here, guys. Here's a compilation of some of Joe Biden's funniest gaffes. I thought this was funny. Hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
You're gonna pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're
to
a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why would
because
you answer that
because
question?
the question is
Supreme Court justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
right,
Gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's gonna pack the
unprecedented.
court.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
And since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know.
Like, you know, honestly, let's replay that one more time. I know what Trump's about to say. I've seen this clip before, but the more I watch it, the more I'm left confused on what the hell Biden said or what he meant. Like, what the hell? Like, bro, and again, if you're one of his advisors, if you're one of his handlers, I know you're behind the scenes, behind the curtain, just like, I knew we shouldn't have let his ass go out there. I knew it. I knew it.
He left office, and I'm going to continue to move until we get to.
Yeah, on Wednesdays.
And since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
It is evening, isn't it? I'm Dr. Joe Biden's husband. And I ate Jenny's ice cream, chocolate chip. I came down because I heard there was chocolate chip ice cream. By the way, I have a whole refrigerator full upstairs. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Got child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with every.
Now, no, the funniest part of this clip is Trump's face. Trump's reaction at Biden over here stumbling through his sentence. This is the funniest part. I ain't gonna lie. Just look at Trump's face, his reaction. Like, he's like, huh? Like, he's like, nigga, I'm old too, but god damn, like shit. God damn.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Got child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with
the COVID,
dealing with
the
everything we have to do
COVID.
with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
What concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president because I think she was not qualified to be president. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it.
Nah, he tried to clean that up at the end. Like, dog, nah, you really meant that. You said President Putin twice. Like, oh shit, hold on, goddamn, that's not what I meant. I mean, President Zelensky. My bad, guys. I'm so focused on Putin and taking him down, I done mixed the two up. Like, silly old me. Come on, like, nah, B. you didn't had too many public fumbles for us to just write that off as a one-time thing. Like, at this point in time, or at the point in time he had said this, most of us were sitting here like, see, I told you this man couldn't keep it together anymore. I told you.
Anyway, Mr. President,
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Thank you so much.
See, I'm just following my orders here. I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest rival. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap. Yeah. 8. But I have, you know how many?
This is giving me flashbacks to debate night. And I mean, excuse me, I remember multiple times during debate night, me literally face palming, looking at set, or just being like letting out a disappointed sigh. But watching this it's just reminding me, like, bro, this was sad. This has been sad. Like, anytime this man has got up in public forum, hit the podium to speak on his behalf or our country's behalf, it's been nothing shy of an embarrassment each and every time. Like, he really, guys, these are clips, but he looked like this for the duration of the debate. Like, go back in memory, re-pull up the debate if you have to. This wasn't this you know, him trying to, or them trying to clip him up out of context, make him look bad. No, he looked this bad. He has looked this bad for months, upwards of a year or two. The debate night, it was most notable. He was on the main stage. It was highlighted. But guys, Biden hasn't looked good for a while now. And this just reminds me, like, bro, like this man is in bad shape. Like, god damn, he can't even understand him. I don't even know if he can understand himself.
Swing, I know you swing.
Okay,
Let's not act like children.
President
Trump,
we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
This President Biden returning to the White House and taking a unique route back to the White House, totally dodging the media here. In fact, you saw the camera. They did not expect this one here. We've seen many presidential returns there from Marine One, and the majority always go straight right into the White House. But look at President Biden taking the roundabout way of not going past the media. He did not want to field any questions.
This clip, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The memes I seen on this were fucking hilarious on X. They were like, when you take the edible 5 minutes in, you say it's not shit. 30 minutes later, this is you. It was like when you take the edible and then you go nonverbal. Yo.
God bless you.
It's all in the eyes too. Like, look at the eyes, just like completely despondent, like devoid of almost any sign of life. Like, it's all in the eyes. And then, like, look at the next clip. You could tell he isn't as far gone in this next clip alone. Peep the eyes in this clip, and then look at the eyes as it transitions to the next clip.
God bless you.
Bro. Like, still off, but bro, this man's eyes, like, you could tell he just isn't there, just off of how his eyes look. Minnesota!
Mr. President, thank you. At the end of such a momentous event, the word thank you seems kind of inadequate. But for all the millions...
This man literally walked off podium like, man, I thought it was over. What do you mean? You're still talking? Where am I? Where's my ice? Where's my Rocky Road ice cream? Where's my Depends and my nighttime seltzer water? Like, bro, you can tell this man is mad confused. After he walked off the podium, bro, his mind was completely off of politics. This man was thinking about watching Jeopardy and I don't know, taking and applying his nighttime preparation H, his Ben Gay. Like, dog, you can't make this shit up. The man literally turned around like, whoa, who's that? What's that voice I hear?
Whose lives?
Like, Mr. President, you are in public. Mr. President, we are expecting a speech. Mr. President, where are you going?
Will be saved.
The crimes that you are still charged with. And think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars?
And shout out guest dude, another 5. Appreciate the support, my man. I was talking to Don. He had to remind Trump was almost 80. I keep thinking he's in his 60s. The age difference is staggering. Yeah, nah, facts. Trump is up there too, but bro, the argument can't even be made like if Trump is as sharp as, excuse me, or if Biden is as sharp as Trump. Trump makes, I ain't gonna lie, Trump makes 76. I think he's 76. He makes 76 looks good. He makes 76 looks pretty good. He's still pretty sharp. Not pretty sharp. He is sharp. He knows what's going on. He's involved. And, you know, for general, just generally looking at, he takes good care of his health. Now, I know he's a McDonald's connoisseur and all that good stuff, but, you know, he isn't an unhealthy guy. He believes in getting up, getting active, getting exercise to a degree. And I think that's kept him and his mental in good shape. But yeah, there's literally no comparison when it comes to Biden and Trump in the later stage of their lives. Like 70 is old. Don't get me wrong, guys. 70 is pretty up there. I was a fan of Vivek just for the youth aspect, but yeah, when comparing Biden to Trump, like they be trying to throw them in the same boat. And I'm like, hold on now. One doesn't remember what he had for breakfast. At least the other one is fit to, serve and lead the country. Shout out guest dude, another $2. I appreciate that. Trump needs to show on January 20th with a shaved head. Yo, I I don't know how that goes over. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I do not know how the public would receive that. That's something that would literally have the left like, I ain't gonna, the liberals even get whiff of Trump trying to do the liberals, if the liberals were to get whiff of Trump trying to do something like that, bro, the shit would be up in flames. Literally, bro. They'd be calling him every type of skinhead, neo-Nazi. See, I told you he was a fascist. See, I told you he loved Hitler. Like a bald head, dog. Like, nah, the left ain't going. Left is not going.
Do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public?
Shout out guest dude. He said, no, look up the pics of it. He looks epic. There's pics, dog. There's pics of a bald Trump. Like what, AI? I'm gonna have to see that shit. That actually does sound pretty goddamn funny.
For doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
Shout out guest dude, $2. He said, especially with a beard. So literally the opposite. Shave his head, his branded golden orange hair at this point. So what everybody knows him for is his hair. Shave his head, grow a beard, and go bald. Huh. That'd be quite the look. Funniest clip right here. Aha. I ain't gonna lie, that's when we knew it was bad. It literally was just trying to dismount his bike and just kind of like, I don't know, lost sight, lost focus, and like literally stumbled over. That was when I was like, huh? That wasn't a complex movement. Like, that's when I started paying attention. Like, okay, is he all right? Damn, I didn't see this one. He tried to point to no way. He tried to point over there like it was a slick spot. Like, yo, chat, let's play this back. Nah, he failed. And he tried to point over there on the ground like, nah, there was a slick spot. There's something right there. Pebble. That's what made me fall. Like, bro, it's like in the NBA, like when you see a basketball player go up for a dunk or a layup and they slip and then they literally kind of like looking at the ball boy, like, bro, there's sweat right there. Get that sweat up. Like, that's what Biden tried to pull. Like, come on, bro. Y'all don't see that patch of water right there? That's why I slipped. Like, bro, send somebody out here, clean this up. Like, this isn't my fault. There's water on the ground. Like, oh my God. Shout out guest dude, another $2. Posted it in general chat in Discord. Oh shit, let me check that out real quick. Y'all make sure to go join that Discord, man. Check out our membership program for access to our private Discord, our members only Discord, man. A lot of funny stuff going on in there. A lot of good conversation, memes. Like I said, good conversation. The fellas be chopping it up in there. The fellas and lady supporters be chopping it up in there. But yeah, make sure to check out our Discord for access to that. Exclusive member videos, members only videos, first rights, first dibs to the call-in shows that we host on the weekends. Yeah, make sure to check out our membership program, guys. We appreciate the support. pointing to the ground like it was a goddamn West Coast. Damn.
If he went the regular way and going just past the media and didn't want to take any questions, he would have been back in the White House by now there. But you can see here, just continues to go really roundabout way, dodging the media there and, of course, dodging questions, as a lot to discuss there. Over the weekend, he did make some news there when some reporters did ask him, and do you have any comments there about Maui and the continuing deaths there, that the tolls continue to rise there? And he just said no comment. So a bizarre take right there, as well as Commander-in-Chief there.
President Biden, can you hear me, President Biden?
That is
This
wild.
is a historical moment for Brazil and for the U.S. President Biden, can you hear me? You can? Yes, good. And so 4 more years.
Whoa, hold on. Did I miss something? Is he literally asking the president, who is standing less than 5 feet away from him, if he can hear me? Yo, President Biden, are you with me? Are you here? Can you hear me? Yo. Like, let me play this one back. I must be missing something. Chat. Oh my God, you can't make this shit up, man. This shit is so funny.
Take right there, as well as Commander-in-Chief there.
President Biden, can you hear me, President Biden? This is a historical moment for Brazil and for the U.S. President Biden, can you hear me? You can? Yes, good. And so 4 more years.
No, it wasn't the guy next to him. It was somebody actually on the phone. But oh my God, I thought it was the guy on the podium asking him if he could hear him. Biden, are you with me? I was literally, oh my gosh, chat. I had to replay that because I was about to bust a goddamn lung.
4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years.
America's having infrastructure decade. Over $1.3 billion, $300 million. Trump
What?
just talks
No, how much?
Decade. Over $1.3 billion, $300 million. Trump just talks the talk. We walk the walk.
Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him? And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
But I tell you
Yo, nah, this shit is funny, chat. Yo, tell me I'm not the only person seeing this. And by the way, what, Mr. President? The moderator didn't even interject. She didn't even tell him his time was up. Like, he literally just lost his train of thought. After lying, Trump was the one to stabilize and cap insulin prices. I think he did that in 2020. We actually have a clip somewhere on our X. I might pull it up. We have a clip somewhere on our X of Trump literally coming out on podium at a rally saying he was going to go after insurance companies, have them cap the price of insulin so people could afford it, only for the Kamala to hijack the same policy this campaign cycle and say that she was the one to go after the insurance companies and make sure that they didn't raise the price on insulin, to make sure the price was stabilized on insulin. So Biden lies, loses his train of thought, and look at how this looks, chat. Oh my goodness, this is so funny, man.
agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
But I tell you what, I don't know about you.
Like, I'm sure everybody in the room was like, yeah. And by the way, anything you had something to add? I'm listening. Like, nobody told him his time was up. Nobody said, hey, Trump, it's your turn. It was still his turn to speak. He just literally lost his train of thought in the middle of his sentence.
But I'm going to go to bed.
I bet you are, Biden. I bet you are. God damn. Oh man, the only way to follow that up is with Trump's best clips, guys. The only way to follow up Biden's most laughable moments is by Trump's most boss-like moments, man. Like the video if you haven't already, man. Double tap that screen, man. Show some support to your boy. S.E.T. Key Media. It's been a fire stream so far, man. Let's keep it going.
And shoot somebody where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
Coming across the border illegally, it's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence.
Hey, guess, dude, I just seen that photo, bro. That's actually pretty hard. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't sure what to expect, but it doesn't look bad. It's pretty goddamn funny, actually. Man, y'all make sure to check out that membership program. Access to the Discord, other membership benefits, exclusive members only videos, first rights or priority in the call-in shows that we host on the weekends. Don't miss out on the membership program, guys. Y'all make sure to go ahead and check that out. I'll repost the link for you guys that are interested.
I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
We will build a great wall along the southern border.
We can work together in a bipartisan way to meet the needs of the American people. I think the American people recognize that we must keep government open, that a shutdown is not worth anything, and that you should not have a Trump shutdown. You have the White House, the Trump shutdown. You have the White House, you have the Senate, you have the House of Representatives, you have the votes. You should pass it
No, we
right
don't
now.
have the votes, Nancy, because in the Senate, we need 60
No,
votes.
but in the House,
And we don't
you
have.
could bring it up right now
Yeah, but I
today.
can't, excuse me, but I can't get it passed in the House if it's not going to pass in the Senate. I don't want to waste time.
Well, the fact is, you can get it started that way.
Because the question is,
the radical left.
Would you
Who is
shut
on,
up, man?
listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so,
list?
right.
Gentlemen,
This is-
I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the court.
We have
not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
Yo, look at the eyes. Like I pointed out in the last video, look at the eyes. It's all in Biden's eyes. You can almost correlate his cognitive decline with the life that you see coming from his eyes. Look at him here in this clip, vibrant, open, engaged, right? Looks alive. If I could only take it back to the last clip here, let me see if I can find a clip. Oh, right here. Perfect. Look at his eyes here, right, guys? Look at his eyes here. Let me play this clip out, actually.
Give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
All right.
That was really a productive segment,
Biden.
wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years, you've done nothing.
Like I said, engaged, alive, somewhat vibrant. Look at this clip here, guys.
God bless you
Bro,
all.
gone. My man, I don't know if my man, it looked like he on ketamine or some shit, bro. Is just not there, like devoid of any life. Like the eyes just gone.
All right. The second subject is.
And Mexico will pay for the wall. 100%. They don't know it yet, but they're going to pay for the wall. And they're great people and great leaders, but they're going to pay for the wall. On day one, we will begin working on an impenetrable, physical, tall, powerful, beautiful southern border wall.
A friend of mine recently said that I was the most persecuted person in the history of our country. And then I started thinking about it, Kellyanne, and I said, you know what?
Yo, guess dude, wildin'. The self-described anarchist speaks again, man. He says, no wall, annex Central America. Yo, this man is wilding. This man is insane.
What? He may very well be right. He may be right. Think of it. We had a Russia.
He said, give me that.
Russia scam that covered religiously. It was covered religiously by the media. A lot of media back there today. It was covered religiously, even though the media knew it was fake. They knew it was fake. It turned out to be a concocted fairy tale made up by crooked Hillary Clinton, the Democrats, a sleazeball writer named Christopher Steele, and a coordinated effort with, of all places, Russia.
Making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
The House we could get passed very easily, and we do. But the problem is the Senate, because we need 10 Democrats to vote, and
That's
they
not
won't
the
vote.
point, Mr. President. The point is that there are equities to be weighed. And we're here to have a conversation in a prayerful way. So I don't think we should have a debate in front of the press on this. But the fact is, the House Republicans could bring up this bill if they had the votes immediately and set the tone for what you want.
If we thought we were going to get it passed in the Senate, Nancy, we would do it immediately. We'd get it passed very easily in the House. We would get it, Nancy, I'd have it passed in 2 seconds. It doesn't matter, though, because we can't get it passed in the Senate because we need 10 Democrat votes. That's the problem.
Again, let us have our conversation, and then we can meet with the press again. But the fact is that legislating, which is what we do, you begin, you make your point, you state your case. That's what the House Republicans could do if they had the votes. But there are no votes in the House, a majority of votes, for a wall, no matter where you start.
But they say you will never be able to get Mexico to pay for the wall. Now, recently, the former president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, he went on a major broadcaster, I think it was CNN to be exact, live television, and he threw out the F-bomb. He said, there is no way we will ever pay for that. And then it was the F-bomb wall. I said, oh, is he in trouble? This guy just said the F-bomb on a major network on television live. He said,
Guys, like the video if you haven't already. If you're just now getting in here, man, double tap that screen for your boy. Hit your screen with one of these, man. Support the stream. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. We appreciate it. S.E.T Key Media, man. You got your boy Key in here, your favorite big four-headed YouTuber. Closing in on 3 hours, man. Going strong over here. We're going to keep it going for y'all. Any thoughts, questions, comments, anything you guys want to get off your chest, I will pull it up on top of the screen as you see Guest Dude's comment sitting up there right now. Feel free to chime in, engage, interact with the chat. I'll react, respond to your comment, and we'll keep it going, man. S.E.T Key Media, we love to keep it interactive, engaging, and let's keep this stream going, man. Let's keep it going. Keep it going and keep it fire.
it's in trouble. Nobody ever mentioned. Can you imagine if I used the F-bomb? You know what it would be? I tell people, it would be the electric chair.
down here that it would be impossible to be fact-checking Donald all the time. I'd never get to talk about anything I want to do and how we're going to really make lives better for people. So once again, go to HillaryClinton.com. We have literally Trump. You can fact-check him.
And that is so true about Trump, guys. The shit that another politician can get off 10 times is the shit that if Trump even thinks about doing, if there's an inkling Trump, it will do the same thing. Bro, they vilifying this man. They calling him all types of names. He's just held to a separate, different, higher standard than everybody else is. And they're quick to jump down his throat while turning a blind eye to the same actions done by others.
Fact check him in real time. Last time at the first debate, we had millions of people fact checking. So I expect we'll have millions more fact checking because, you know, it's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
I said because you'd be in jail.
It doesn't help because we need 10 Democrats in the Senate.
Bro, he had the best one-liners in 2016. I'm sorry. I still like Trump to this day, but yo, rewind the clock back to 2016. This man was unbeatable. He was goated. He was so fresh to politics. It's still like he had like that, like, for lack of a better term, he had that streak to him. Like Trump came into politics with that streak to him, like the one-liners, the witty responses and retorts. He was, bro, it was refreshing. It was different. It was unorthodox. That's what kind of garnered him so much support. People love him for the authenticity he brought in. Like, I don't give a F. I'm gonna say what's on my mind. It might not be politically correct, but you're gonna know how I'm feeling. And I ain't gonna lie, I miss that version of Trump. I understand you get into this, you know, you're kind of jaded, your perspective changes you to a degree, but that Trump from 2016 where he was just speaking his mind, hitting people with the one-liners, grilling folks. Man, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. What a time to be alive.
Put it on the Senate. Put it on the negotiation.
Okay, let me ask you this, and we're doing this in a very friendly manner. It doesn't help for me to take a vote in the House where I will win easily with the Republicans. It doesn't help to take that vote because I'm not going to get the vote of the Senate. I need 10 senators. That's the problem.
You have the White House, you have the Senate,
I have the
you
White
have the
House.
House
The
of
White House is done, and the House would give me the vote if I wanted it. But I can't because I need, Nancy, I need 10 votes from Chuck.
Mr.
Let me
President,
say.
let me just say one thing. The fact is, you do not have the votes in the House.
Nancy, I do. And we need
Well,
border
let's take the
security.
vote and
Nancy,
we'll find out.
Nancy. They dealt with Russia on the Russia hoax. Then I had the impeachment hoax #1, impeachment hoax #2, and the Mueller investigation resulting after 2 years in a verdict of there was no collusion. Who has been through anything like this? Seriously.
Incapable, incompetent people. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. So with Mexico, we have such a tremendous trade deficit. And when these politicians say there's no way that they're going to pay for the wall, I say, fellas, we have all the cards. We have the cards with China. We have with China a 5.
He said, oh, trust me, they're going to pay for that goddamn wall. Trust me. I got my ways. I got my tricks.
$105 billion a year trade deficit. Unbelievable. It's been that way for years. It's been that way for years. It was 200 billion and 300 billion and 400 billion and 500 billion. And what do we have? We have chains closing stores. Macy's announced they're closing over 100 stores. We have real jobs, bad jobs are all over the place. We have a problem. We have a statistic, 5% doesn't exist. What exists is 20%, 21%. Our unemployment rate is through the roof. The 5% stuff is made up so that politicians and presidents look good. If you look for a job and you give up looking for that job because after 4 or 5 months you can't find one, you are considered statistically employed. We have, oh, forget it. Forget.
And it's the very people who perpetrated the lies that I was an agent of Russia, like Adam Shifty Schiff and others who are standing before the same microphone, same thing they get at.
We got over 200 of y'all watching across all platforms, man. We're live right now on X, Twitch, Rumble, Kick as well, man. And of course, YouTube. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me if you're on YouTube. Like the video everywhere else. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner for YouTube. Pulls up a menu. You can also select like that way. Show some support to your boy, man. S.E.T Media. You got Key in here, yeah, favorite big four-headed YouTuber, man. Having a fire stream, having a good time over here. Hopefully y'all enjoying it on y'all end too, man. If so, drop a like. Let's get some more people in here on the conversation. Push the video on the algorithm, and let's keep this thing going, man. Let's do it. S.E.T Media.
Out and they say, oh, our country is suffering so badly because, and he knows the whole thing is a hoax. I said this the other day. He knew Russia was a hoax. Hillary Clinton, the DNC, the Democrats. And he stood pompously before microphones. His head, as you know, I feel, is shaped like a watermelon. He's quite an unattractive man.
We need border security. It's very simple. Of course we do. We need border security. People are pouring into our country, including terrorists. We have terrorists. We caught 10 terrorists over the last very short period of time. 10. These are very serious people. Our border agents, all of our law enforcement has been incredible what they've done. But we caught 10 terrorists. These are people that were looking to do harm. We need the wall. We need, more important than anything, we need border security, of which the wall is just a piece. But it's important. Chuck, did you want to say something?
Here's what I want to say. We have a lot of disagreements here. The Washington Post today gave you a whole lot of Pinocchios because they say you constantly misstate how much the wall is built, how much of the wall is built, and how much is there. But that's not the point here. We have a disagreement about the wall, whether it's effective or not. Not on border security, but on the wall. We do not want to shut down the government. You were called 20 times to shut down the government. You say, I want to shut down the government. We don't. We want to come to an agreement. If we can't come to an agreement, we have solutions that will pass the House and Senate right now and will not shut down the government. And that's what we're urging you to do. Not threaten to shut down the government.
You don't want to shut down the government.
Because you can't get your way.
The last time you shut it down, you got killed.
Let me say something, Mr. President. You just say my way or we'll shut down the government. We have a proposal that Democrats and Republicans will support to do a CR that will not shut down the government. We urge you to take it.
And if it's not good border security, I
It
won't
is
take
very
it.
good
And if it's not,
That's exactly what the point I was about to make. Trump saying that or threatening to shut down the border was simply to gain leverage. Like he said, he's going to have a hard. He was explaining to Pelosi, like, I need 10 votes. I need 10 votes from this man. And he's clearly opposition. He's clearly not a fan of mine. You really think I'm going to get that support? You really think I'm going to be able to get that passed? Pelosi, him are aligned in the fact that they're trying to rush Trump into approving a deal, and Trump is on the other side saying, like, look, I'll let the government get shut down. You guys are not going to corner me into a deal. If I don't like how the bill looks, if I don't like the structure of it, you're not going to corner me into a deal. I will let it hit the deadline. I will have the government shut down. We will have to what am I trying to say here? Reform the bill as it is. Y'all not gonna corner me into a bad deal. I'm not gonna do it.
not good border security, I won't take it.
It's what
Because when you look at these numbers of the effectiveness of our border security, and when you look at the job that we're doing with our military,
effective.
can I tell you something?
Yeah, you just said
without a
effective.
wall, these are only areas where you have the walls.
We want to do
where
this.
you have walls, Chuck, it's effective. Where you don't have walls, it is not effective.
All right, shout out, man. And hopefully you guys found that video informative. We're gonna transition here to Candace Owens. She had a special interview with a guest. I don't want to quite reveal who that guest is just yet, guys. But a great conversation she had here. Got into some conspiracy, some facts, some little known history. Again, great conversation. Like the video before we get into this one here. Shout out Candace Owens, man. Always supplying good content, good conversations. Does great journalistic work, and huge fans over here at S.E.T Media. Huge fans.
ships to leave. Get everybody back aboard ship.
Let's
So
Let's get
a couple
back.
of weeks ago.
Beginning of this sucker.
All right, you guys, I'll get right into this. A couple of weeks ago, I received a letter that changed my life, certainly changed the course of my life in politics. And I'm going to read you that letter now and let you know that the author of it is sitting across from me. It reads, "My name is Philip Turney. I am 77 years old today. On June 8th, 1967, I was just 20 years old when the gallant crew of the USS Liberty was savagely attacked. Our American flag was proudly flying on our ship in the Mediterranean Sea that day. The designation AGTR-5 was clearly painted on the bow, port, and starboard sides. USS Liberty was written in English on her stern. When we arrived on June 7th, we were overflown by Israeli reconnaissance aircraft, and the same activity was repeated on the morning of June 8th. We were positively identified as American and friendly by the IDF. We had requested a destroyer escort long before we entered the Mediterranean, but we were denied twice. Our captain assured us that we were clearly marked as American and we therefore had nothing to fear. We were alone, 12.5 miles off the coast of the Sinai Peninsula, always in international waters. The Israeli reconnaissance aircraft were clearly marked with the Star of David. We therefore felt secure, seeing a flying boxcar and other smaller recon propeller aircraft taking good care of us. The attack began at 2 o'clock on a beautiful, bright, sunny day by French-made Mirage and Mistral jets painted black with no markings. We had no clue who was attacking us, but assumed it was an Arab state. During the first pass-by, the jets took out all but one of our transmitting antennas, as well as every watertight door above the waterline. The air attack lasted about 25 minutes, killing and maiming our firefighters and any sailor who moved. Our radio man took one antenna offline, so it wasn't transmitting and wasn't hit. He ran a long wire to it, and the SOS went out to the 6th Fleet. It was even picked up as far away as Vietnam. Rockstar, Rockstar, under attack by an unknown jet aircraft. Help us, help us. Captain Tully, skipper of the USS Saratoga, sent jets to come to our aid. Before the jets hit the horizon, they were recalled by Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. Captain Engen of the USS America and Tully relaunched more aircraft to aid us. They were also recalled, this time by Lyndon Baines Johnson himself. He said, quote, "I don't care about a few dead sailors. I will not embarrass my ally, Israel. Return to base immediately," end quote. How did he know who was attacking us if we did not? We were set up by our own government to let a foreign government have their way with us. The IDF even dropped napalm on the bridge of our ship. How low they would go, we would soon find out. 3 motor torpedo boats headed our way, and one torpedo hit our starboard side. We saw the Star of David on the boats. They were there to sink us. The attack continued for another hour and a half. Attacking jet aircraft destroyed all but 3 of our life rafts, which we had put overboard. We were going to place our most seriously wounded in them so that they would have a chance at life. But the IDF would have none of that. They shot 2 of them out of the water and took one aboard their boats as a trophy of the kill. They continued shooting and killing my mates. They left and we thought that it was over, but it wasn't. IDF helicopters were sent with troops armed and ready to board our ship and finish us off. Then they just left. I guess the gig was up when the mighty IDF could not sink our defenseless ship. When it was all done, there were over 821 rocket and cannon holes and over 5,000 armor-piercing bullets riddling the ship. Napalm was burning us up, and a 40 by 40 foot torpedo hole was in her side, causing the ship to list badly to our starboard side. We then waited 17 hours for help. I guess they hoped that we would sink that night. Help was only 40 minutes away from us, but they left us out alone to die. When the USS America and the USS Davis arrived to help us, they took our wounded to care for them. Their wounds were so horrific, words cannot explain. Admiral Kidd boarded our ship a few days later, and the cover-up immediately began. We were ordered to never...
Oh, shout out. Appreciate you guys. I was just saying that this is going to be a great conversation between Phil Turney, former Navyman, served on the USS Liberty, and Candace Owens, man. Like I said, we're huge fans of Candace Owens over here. Does great investigative journalistic work. And this is going to be a fire conversation. Like the video, guys. Let's get as many people as we can in here on this conversation. This is a great expose here.
Speak of the attack to anyone, not even with one another. Penalties would be fines, imprisonment, or worse, and we all knew that worse meant death. We have been treated like garbage for the last 57 years. Congress has been bought and paid for, with the exception over the years of a few brave lawmakers. Their names are Representatives Pete McCloskey, Paul Findley, and Jim Traficant. As the courageous Rep. Thomas Massey has noted, all Republican members of Congress except for him have AIPAC handlers. We can assume this is also true of nearly all Democrats. We are the most decorated ship in naval history for a single engagement. I believe God saved us that day to allow us to communicate the truth of this attack to leaders like you. We give all power to Jesus Christ. We are just his servants that horrible day and now. The USS Liberty survivors are the biggest whistleblowers this country has ever seen. We have been smeared as anti-Semitic, Jew haters, and Nazis. Our only sin is that we survived. We didn't kill anyone. Israel did all the murdering that day, and the U.S. government did all the covering up. I'm asking you to help us save America by telling all of the facts about the slaughter of my mates. We are begging you to support us. Respectfully, Phil Turney, the president of the USS Liberty Veterans Association. Great honor to have you here today.
Damn.
Thank you, Candace. It's a great honor for me to be here.
That was a chilling read, man. Like the video, we are about to get into this conversation between Phil Turney and Candace Owens, man. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff.
And represent the gallant crew of the USS Liberty that have been...
And we are still trying to hit our goal, 50 super chats, guys, and we'll open up the call in. I think we're at, I want to say 8 or 9 out of the 50. So go ahead and support the stream, super chat in anything over $1 to help us hit our goal. And yes, we will open up those call-ins. We love hearing from you guys, but please support the stream. Help us hit our goal, guys.
treated so badly, as I said in the letter, for 57 years.
So I just want to start just really at the beginning, I guess. When did you sign up to be in the United States military?
I joined the Navy at 17 years old at San Diego, California. That's where I went to boot camp. I did 2 tours of Vietnam before I got aboard the USS Liberty. And I did 3 tours with her, including her last. So that was my naval career. And I got out of the Navy, and then I wasn't working at the time. I thought I'd never go back in, because why would I go back into a place where people are going to try to kill me? But I wasn't working, I had a baby. So I went back in and I got aboard the USS Maddox, DD-731, which was in the Tonkin Gulf, which was another false flag.
Wow. So just as a question, I mean, most people, just being in the Vietnam War, I mean, that was traumatizing enough, obviously. So you came back and you decided that you were still going.
So false flag, we actually covered that the other day in a video we reacted to about different espionage acts and how they're carried out. False flag can be defined as an operation used to justify sending a country into war, sending your country into conflict, a proxy. It's used to change the public perception and create an enemy. So a lot of times you will see an example of this. You will see something, an attack, maybe an assassination. Even you will see that be used as a way to incentivize conflict. Media, politicians will use that as a way to justify going into conflict with the citizens of that country, or for the citizens of that country.
To serve the country. When exactly did you find out that you were going to be aboard the USS Liberty?
I found out when I got orders to go to the East Coast, from the West Coast. I was on an ammunition ship then, USS Mauna Kea AE-22. I said, well, great, I'm going away to the East Coast, and I always wanted to go there anyway. So I ended up on the Liberty. And when I got aboard the Liberty, they said it was a ship that mapped the bottom of the ocean. And I said, wow, how could that be when all the antennas are going straight up?
Mm.
But I was a dumb kid. I believed anything they told me until a few months after that. And I said, no, this ain't right. We're a spy ship.
Okay, so they initially said to you, they didn't even, you're serving on a ship and they don't even tell you the truth about why you're there. So here you are, and they're like, you're just here to map the bottom of the ocean?
Yes, that's what they told me.
Okay.
But there were two different crews aboard that ship. There were 200 spies, CIA, NSA spies. And I was in ship's company, engineering. And there were 100 of us, and with the other guys, bosun mates, cooks, things like that, to run the ship. Our only job, Candace, was to make sure that the communication technicians got where they had to go,
Mm-hmm.
so they could do their deal.
Okay. And so when did you notice, or I guess when did it become apparent to you? How long had you been aboard before you went, I don't really think that we're here to map the bottom of the ocean? Did they tell you, hey, I'm actually in the CIA or I'm in the NSA?
No, they didn't talk to us, and we didn't talk to them. We weren't allowed to.
Okay.
And so it's two different crews. And I we figured it out pretty quick what was going on, but yeah, it was so secret. I mean, everything was secret, very, very secret.
And did you, just wondering how the setup is, are you sharing a room with 4 or 5 people? How does that work on the ship?
Well, I was in a bunk room with about 70 men.
70 men in one room.
Damn.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was engineering spaces. And up forward was the bosun mates. That's where they had their berthing. The spies were in the back of the ship.
Okay. And so what's a typical day like?
Typical day was get up,
Tight quarters. Tight quarters, man. And this is kind of probably where you kind of see a lot of those Navy jokes kind of fly out of, man. You know what they say about the men in the Navy.
shower, go to chow, go to work, stand your watches. And when we were out at sea, we'd sunbathe a lot.
Out there on those ships for months, surrounded by nothing but seamen. I mean, the jokes write themselves, guys. Come on.
Because, we were always off the coast of Africa. And we were doing reconnaissance there, up and down the coast, 4 or 5 miles an hour, all the time. And we just go up and down and up and down. We go to ports, different ports, Luanda, Angola, Abidjan, you name it, all the ports on the west coast.
So it's beautiful.
Oh my, was it ever? Great taste, pineapples, everything. It was great. I love those people. They were good to us.
And you're also thinking this is very low risk. You're going, hey, in terms of having an engagement, I'm being sent out here. It's beautiful weather. We're sunbathing. Things are looking up.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was good duty. It was great duty. But on the last cruise, we were headed to Africa again, just like we always did. We stopped in Abidjan. And
shit, this one being in the military doesn't even seem that bad. Like, yeah, you had your daily duties and assignments, you had your responsibilities, but I mean, from his account, they were sunbathing, they were hanging out, camaraderie, fellowshipping, chilling for the most part, visiting the beaches, the ports, seeing the sights, living the life, having a good time, more or less. And then, yeah.
This was in June. And we got emergency orders to leave. We'd just gotten there. We got emergency orders to leave, get everybody back aboard ship ASAP. And we took off for points. We had no idea where we were going, but the 6-day war was what's going on.
Okay.
And we didn't know it.
Oh, you didn't know it was going on?
No, not till a little bit later.
Okay. Okay. So at this point, and just to be clear, how long had you been aboard the USS Liberty?
I did a little over 2.5 years on the Liberty.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah.
You had seasick, not seasick at all then, I guess.
I got seasick every time I went out for about a week, and then it was gone.
Okay. So now you get these emergency orders and you have no idea where you're going. Are they giving you any information, or they're just saying it's an emergency, everybody get back in?
Everybody get back in, and we headed to Rota, Spain. We picked up 3 Marines. They were linguists, and a civilian, Alan Blue. He was he was killed, by the way. He was another linguist, but he worked directly for the NSA.
Okay. Okay. So he gets on board. You're in Spain now, and then where do you go?
We head into the Mediterranean, into go through the Rock of Gibraltar and all that, and all the ships were going this way, going the other way, and we were the only one going that way.
Okay. And still nobody's informing you about the 6-day war?
We did find out that we were going into a war zone.
Okay. And what information, if any, did they give you?
None.
None. You're just going into a war zone. Prepare for anything?
No, we were prepared because our captain, Captain McGonigal, we trained all the time for different situations, chemical drills, fire, all kinds of different stuff.
And what's the general mood as you guys are heading towards there, the conversation between you and your shipmates?
Apprehension. In fact, we had the Star of David. We knew what was going on then. People had Star of Davids all over the ship, inside the ship, hoping Israel would win because they were our best buddies in the whole wide world. And come to find out, they weren't.
So now it's June 7th. Is that correct, when you arrive into the Sinai Peninsula?
Right. We got there on the 7th, and the Israelis started overflying us then, taking pictures of us. Same thing happened on the June the 8th. Flying boxcar, which is a 2-engine plane. The doors were open. You could see the cameraman taking pictures of us.
So they're that close. They're that low.
Oh, yeah. You could see the pilots. We would wave at them, they'd wave at us. Very friendly. They would dip their wings like everything's great. And we felt good because our best friends were there. And we had no worries. I mean, none at all, because they were going to protect us. But it ended up they didn't.
So you had described in your letter saying that you had the American flag displayed. Can you describe for me, first and foremost, again, reiterate where it was displayed and also how large the flag was?
Right. It was on the mast, and the flag was brand new. It was a 5x8 flag, very visible. It was 12 knots going over across the deck. You could see the flag, and in fact, the Israelis identified us as American and friendly.
How do you know that?
Well, we know it because of the intercept we picked up, and they admitted it themselves. We were on their war table. They identified us as American. And when they changed the watch, they forgot to tell the other watch commander that we were there. They took us off their war table. So we no longer existed.
Okay. When you say take you off the war table, I'm not familiar with that.
And guys, if you're liking the video, if you're finding the conversation informative, you're picking up some gems, you're learning something, like the video, double tap the screen. Like I said, it's going to be a good conversation. We're just getting this one started. It's not too late to show some support. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. If you're on YouTube, pulls up a menu. You can select like that way. Any thoughts, questions, comments, anything you want to get off your chest, go ahead and share it with the stream. I will pull your comment, broadcast it above for the chat to see. I'll read it aloud, give you a shout out, react, and respond. Let's keep it interactive. Let's keep it engaging. Set and Key Media, man. This is how we do it, live every day. Let's keep it going, guys. Having a good time over here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it on your end.
Lingo.
Okay.
So what does that mean? They took us off the war.
Well, on the war table, they have like different ships or different.
Like literally set up the table
Right.
that shows you.
Right.
Okay.
And what's going on. And they took us off. So we were gone to them.
Mm-hmm.
They thought. But they knew exactly what they were doing. Exactly what they were doing. When they overflew us, they took the pictures of all the ship. They knew exactly what to hit and when to hit it. And I might add, I believe, and I think most of my shipmates believe, that this attack was planned a year in advance.
A year in advance?
Yes.
What makes you say that?
Well, there was another spy ship in the area.
That's a scary thought, guys. Conspiracy aside, imagine getting betrayed by the same government that you show up every day and report to work for. Same uniform you wear, same flag you boast. Imagine getting betrayed by that same entity you so fearlessly and boldly serve. Talk about duplicity, talk about treason, talk about a bold-faced lie. Talk about betrayal. I ain't gonna lie. You get PTSD from battle. That's the type of stuff that gives me PTSD. You over here don't know who to trust, man. Like, I signed up to serve on your behalf to protect the citizens of my country, and y'all not only do y'all turn y'all back on us, y'all do us in, y'all write us off, y'all use us as pawns. It's crazy. Like the video, guys. Great conversation, man. I'm trying to tell you, man, it gets even better.
Yeah, USS or the SS Valdez. It was a civilian manned ship, but it was owned by the Navy. It could have done the same thing that we were doing, but they took them out of the area. Sinking the USS Liberty is a hell of a lot sexier than sinking the Valdez.
Why is that?
Well, it's all American sailors and Marines. They wanted this at the bottom, and so they could blame it on the Arab states and bring us into World War III.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Now, it's the morning of the 8th, and you like you said on the 7th, they took pictures, they positively identified you. You were able to hear this over the radio. Did they still have at that moment the CIA agents on board?
Yes, yes,
The NSA agents were on board, so you still got the exact same amount of people that are on board here.
right,
Okay, so we're talking about a pretty big sacrifice they were willing to make.
right.
Total number of people, did you say
294 souls.
294 souls. Okay. Take me through what happened on June 8th. You get up.
We get up at 0600, and like I say, we go to chow and take a shower, go to chow, go to work. We had a damage control drill just before the attack, say about 1 o'clock. And I was in damage control. I was assistant on-scene leader in damage control. And I was in an impregnated suit, which is a suit for washing down the ship of chemicals. And it was very, very hot that day. I mean, 100 degrees on the deck, easy or more. And I thought I was going to pass out. It was so hot. Finally, it was over with. And I went and stowed my gear. Excuse me, the sound-powered phones weren't working on the starboard gun mount.
The sound?
Yeah, they're sound-powered phones, from just like, you could put on headphones, but they were sound-powered. They weren't electrical. And for some reason, it wasn't working. And I went to the IC shop, and I got a friend of mine, David Skolak. He was an ice seaman, and that was his job, take care of the IC system there for sound power.
And shout out Phil Turney, man, for sharing his story. As you can see, a seasoned gentleman, but still has a vivid recount of the story of that day's fateful events. And we appreciate him sharing his story, giving us insight, sharing a under highlighted version of history here, and ultimately informing the people. Shout out Phil Turney, man. Like the video, guys. Double tap the screen. Let's keep it going, man.
Phones and the IC system, intercoms on the ship. And he came up there, and the gunner's mate was up there also. They were manning the guns. We were in a condition 3, just in case, because we could see the bombs going off and everything on the Sinai. So we thought, that this is really not a good place to be. And just as soon as I left that gun mount, about 30 seconds after I left it, I got back to my workstation, and all hell broke loose. The attack began.
What's the first thing you remember?
First thing I remember was all hands get to your general quarter stations. We're under attack. We're under attack. And I got to my GQ station, which is in the front part of the ship. And those two men that I just left there, not a minute it took me to get back up there. They were dead. They're blown to bits. Anything that moved aboard that ship, they were shot at.
God damn.
As in the letter, they took out all of our antennas within 3 seconds. Our 450 caliber machine guns were gone.
And not to trivialize his story, but think of the scene in Saving Private Ryan where they stormed Normandy Beach and there was nothing but bloodshed, limbs being blown, and just straight fatalities across the board. It kind of sounds like he's describing a scene much like that.
No, what was so crazy about it was that the fact that they like really attacked them and then they circled back around
to make sure the job was done.
I was like, whoa,
And
you
then,
can't even say it was an accident. Y'all circled back around.
There were other naval carriers, he said, that were within 40 minutes to respond. They were within 40 minutes of distance to respond, but it took 18 hours for them to get any type of first aid. They were left out there to die. They completely turned their back on.
But why them? That's what's so crazy. Why did they let them get assaulted by, Israel? That's crazy.
Allegedly. YouTube guys, purportedly.
According to him.
Every watertight door was hit. And this went on for
as the story goes,
25 minutes, dropping napalm on us. I mean, 25 minutes of that, you can't imagine. Every second was like an hour. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, and you got people severely blown up, wounded badly, and it continued and continued and continued for 25, 30 minutes, and then there was a lull. We saw the torpedo boats coming. We thought, the Star of David, oh, good. Because these were unmarked jet aircraft. We didn't know who was attacking us. We thought it was the Arabs. And then we saw the torpedo boats and the Star of David. Thought, oh, man, here's our best friends who are going to come help us. No, they come to sink us.
Sheesh.
When you talk about them dropping napalm, and so they did this immediately.
Never looked at that.
What does that...
Like, you would never look at that flag the same again.
Like I said, imagine the betrayal of not only the feeling of the betrayal of the country you serve, but an ally that you guys are supposed to be serving together. Like, imagine having nobody else. The last thing you see is the Israeli and the American flag when you're over here getting rained upon with napalm.
Yeah, facts.
That just imagine, guys, like that's a crazy experience, a lived experience that he had to go through. Shout out Phil Turney for sharing his story, man.
Bro, imagine how confused he was. Like, isn't this our ally?
Man, that's not. It's just a crazy recount, guys. Like, and they double back, like you said.
Thing. Doubling back is the wildest part, though.
I can't get that.
It's like if I was to be like a reasonable person, I'm like, okay, I could see y'all.
It was an accident.
Oh, they're bad. When you double back around, it's like, all right, bro. It's kind of hard to make the argument that this was an accident. I'm sorry. It's really hard.
That do for people that are not aware. What is the purpose of that, and how does the body react to napalm, the chemical agent?
It can burn you severely, and it also can explode your lungs. Very, very hot. I tried to go up and put it out with CO2, and I couldn't do it. They shot up all our fire hoses too. We had no way to fight fires with water at all. They shot them all up
instantly in that first 25 minutes.
Yes.
So they took out
everything.
The antennas instantly, the fire hoses instantly, so you couldn't take out fire. And during those 25 minutes, what were you doing specifically?
I was getting people off deck, taken to a triage in the mess decks. The whole mess decks was full of people laying on the tables, on the floor. It was a sea of broken and bloodied men. And it continued like that for, like I say, for the entire attack. And then the torpedo boats got up to us. They did, they fired 5 torpedoes at us.
So all the antennas are taken out. 25 minutes has passed, and they're obviously assuming that you can't communicate your distress. You indicated in your letter, was it before the torpedoes that fortunately somebody had taken one of those
Yes.
offline?
Terry Haldebardier is a third-class radioman. He strung a long wire to the only antenna. He took that antenna offline because it wasn't working. So they didn't hit it because they were using heat-seeking missiles to hit all the antennas. Because when they're tuning, they throw off heat, and they took them all out except that one, and he got it. Thank God. I mean, there's reasons for all this happened, and he got hooked up, rock star,
And guys, we appreciate the support, but take a second, real quick, pause for the cause. Go ahead and like the video, double tap that screen for us, or get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Show some support, Setting Key Media, man. We're going to keep this one going. Phil Attorney, Candace Owens, great conversation here, guys. Let's like the video, get some more people in on the conversation. Let's keep it going.
Like I said, went to Vietnam. The 6th Fleet picked it up. They automatically sent aircraft from the Saratoga and Captain Tully. And before they even hit the horizon, McNamara says, bring those aircraft back. Do not help Liberty. Turn around.
So our Secretary of Defense, I mean, this attack could, in theory, since he was able to get that message out, in theory,
it just sounds like they wanted no survivors. They wanted nobody to live to be able to tell the tale of what happened that day, that fateful day, because they could have responded with first aid, sent the closest carrier to at least help the people out who remained to be alive on the Liberty that day. But them doubling back, them ignoring them first aid care or response for almost a day, it really lends to the fact that they wanted and expected everybody on that ship not to make it.
I'm thinking target practice. It seemed like they was greenlit for target practice. Like, I don't know who did it, but somebody in our government, their government, got the okay to greenlight these guys for some type of simulation. Like, or I don't know. Like, what else could I think? I don't know what else to think. It's like somebody greenlight them.
We're only left with conspiracy. Really.
Because like 40 minutes out, by the time these guys got done with their whole assault, somebody should have been there to help them.
To respond, to help save the lives of the people that were left. But again, it just kind of lends credibility to the theory of they wanted no survivors. They wanted everybody to be gone, to be X'd out that day.
Because they was greenlit as target, speculating, but they was greenlit as target practice.
Right.
So, if you're greenlit as target practice, you don't want nobody else to find out. Well, shoot, what is there else to do?
This is what you get. This is what you're left with.
The attack could have been over. How long after it started?
Well, almost immediately. In fact, they could have saved 25 brave American lives, all spies that got killed when the torpedo hit.
But instead,
if they would have just let those planes come help us. But that wasn't the deal. We were set up by our own government to die.
So Robert McNamara, who in interviews thereafter says he doesn't remember a single thing that happened that day. That's what he told the Chicago Tribune. He doesn't remember anything that happened that day. He recalls them back. And then what happened?
Then the America and Tully reconfigured their aircraft, and they sent aircraft again because they went to a different command. They wanted, it was their prerogative to go to a different higher.
Because they're thinking, what do you mean pull us back? Like our American.
Right. And then LBJ gets on the phone, and his exact words were, I don't give a GD if all those sailors die. I'm not going to embarrass my ally Israel, like I said in the letter. Now, how did he know that if we didn't know it? Who was attacking us?
That's about treason as hell. It's like, I'm not going to go against my ally Israel. I'm not going to embarrass my ally Israel. Well, our ally is acting like an allegedly an enemy. Our ally is acting like an enemy right now. Hold them accountable. Whoever did that attack, we need their head on a platter and go ahead and send it to us, because there's no way.
Well, actually, mainstream reports actually admit to the fact that it was Israel, but they say that the IDF Israeli Navy mistake the ship for an Egyptian ship. They've apologized, but they said that they confused the ship's identity.
Bro, how did you confuse the ship's identity? An Egyptian ship and an American? There's no way.
That's what the reports say.
But
it's Wikipedia, guys.
I don't even think Egyptian even has like the budget to even come out with something like that. They don't even really have a navy like that. Well,
hey, I with the messenger. Hey, shit. I ain't say I believed it. I just said this is what the report is, guys. They mistake the ship for a Egyptian naval ship. We're in international waters, the Sinai Peninsula to be exact. I'm about 25 nautical miles northwest of Egypt. So I guess that's where the claim comes from.
So it was near it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can see where they can hit that with that mistake, but god damn. I'm just thinking like this. Does like Egypt even have ships like that? Because U.S. Liberty wasn't no, small shit.
You know what I mean? It's the pinnacle of what we had at the moment.
Exactly. So I'm just thinking like, hold on, this is the pinnacle of what we had, and Egypt just got that laying around. Like who? Like really? Like I know they got a navy.
It's a stretch.
That's what I'm saying. I know they got a navy, but the navy not that nice though.
I don't give a GD if all those sailors die. I'm not going to embarrass my ally Israel, like I said in the letter. Now, how did he know that if we didn't know it? Who was attacking us?
So they then have the president of the United States. So this guy's trying to do the right thing, Captain Tully. He's like, we're going to help them. He gets called back by the Secretary of Defense. He's thinking, I'm going to go over his head because this is crazy. And now the president of the United States is saying, I don't care. I don't give a GD if they die. I am not going to embarrass our friend and ally Israel. So he knew.
He knew. And, they destroyed Captain Tully's career, too. They fired him. He got
blind allegiance is real. That's blind allegiance. It's just like there's no other way to, like, you're not our president, G. Like, so it was pretty much what? Making yourself look good to Israel over American lives. Like, wow. Image over lives. Okay.
He knew where he knew where he had to place his allegiance in that moment. And it is sad that he kind of sold U.S. soldiers, U.S. Navy men who risked their lives and freedoms to fight for our lives and freedoms, sold them out in the quickest moment for Israel, who could only respond with my bad. That was a mistake. We thought that was Egypt. They hit him with the old Dick Cheney, like, my bad. I thought you were a deer.
Bro. Like, damn.
Like, goddamn.
Fired for doing that. He was
like the video, guys. Double tap that screen for us or hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner if you're on YouTube, man. Shout out.
The World War II fighter pilot. Very, very highly decorated. Good man. In fact, he came to one of our reunions and broke down like a baby and cried. So I'm sorry, I couldn't help you. It wouldn't let me. And he took that to his grave. He was a broken man.
Oh, I can't even imagine what he went through.
Yeah.
Having to follow orders when the orders were so demonic.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so now I gotta ask the question, and I might be missing some historical context here. So fill me in, Set, if you can, maybe chat. Were Israel and Egypt ever enemies? Because if they said they mistook it for Egypt, I wasn't aware that Egypt and Israel had that deep of tension at any point in time.
Bro.
I know they're not necessarily allied with anybody that surrounds them, but I didn't know they were beefing with Egypt like that.
I would say this. It does kind of seem anywhere where there's, Islamic religion or, Arabs. Israel seems to beef with them.
But then they claim that they don't have a beef with Islamic countries. There is no attack on Islam coming from Israel. I mean, that's what many prominent Israeli supporters would say. Many Zionists would claim is that no, it's not Israel who hates Islam. It's the reverse. It's the opposite. But shout out, guest dude, $2 sent on Egypt ship from 70s to Discord. Shout out. And another $2 guest dude. Egypt was an enemy in the 6-Day War. Okay, shout out. That's why we asked, man. This is why we asked, and appreciate that.
It's low-key an obvious difference, but I guess in the middle of the night, you know, it looked like an Egyptian ship after they damn near sunk it. But yeah, like while in its pristine, nah, I couldn't see it as a Egyptian ship if they had proper intel. Now, if they didn't have proper intel on what an Egyptian ship looked like, then
that's an Egyptian ship.
Yep.
It's pretty big. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but you know, compared to the U.S. Liberty, you kind of see like the difference. Like, you know, this when it got hit versus, like, you feel me? It just stood up bigger.
And yeah, shout out the guys in the chat, man. I see some good conversation going down. I see some context being added. Somebody said it's complicated, but Israel kept breaking treaty agreements. Yeah, I mean, a lot of theories. I mean, it's what? When did this go down? 70s, 60s, 30s, 20s.
When? No, it was the 60s, I believe. It was 60s.
Yeah, so 60 years later, guys.
1976.
And there's still speculation.
No, 67. Whoops, 67. Sorry.
So, yeah, right. What's that? Shit, 60, 70 some years later. My math's off here, guys, but still speculation surrounding why, who did it, why they do it. Shout out Guest Dude, another $2. And Egypt was known for flag swapping. So Guest Dude's theory is that
honest mistake,
because Egypt was going around boasting other nations' flags. Due to the conflict that apparently Egypt and Israel had at the time, it could have been a genuine mistake made on IDF's behalf.
I really have to get into the politics of Egypt. Like, hold on, what was the purpose of flag swapping? Or were you trying to start wars between different countries?
Most likely. Could have been used to agitate. Agitate, disguise.
So what, was Egypt trying to pull an Israel on Israel? I know, right?
So he gets called back again, this time.
Allegedly. YouTube safe terms, guys.
And it's from the president of the United
Allegedly, purportedly, supposedly.
States. And now you are,
as the story goes,
seeing torpedo boats with the Star of David. Now you guys know, and you're thinking, amazing, we're about to get saved. We've got these flags inside. We know who these guys are. Fine.
Yeah.
We don't know who's attacking us, but we know these are our friends. When
shout out Guest Dude, added another $2, giving us some more context here. It says they did it a lot when fighting the Brits. So I guess Egypt had a history of doing the flag swapping thing, boasting another nation's flag. I'm assuming military strategy, either to disguise or to confuse.
All right, that makes sense.
when did you notice, wait a second, something's not right here?
When the old man said, prepare for torpedo hit starboard side,
Bruh.
I saw 2 torpedoes go aft. Where the other 2 went, I don't know, but I know where one of them went. It hit in the communications spaces and killed 25 brave young men.
Jesus.
And that's one of the reasons I'm here today, to be their voice. Because we're not going to let them die in vain. There's not many survivors left that are dying out. And it's our duty as Americans and patriots to take care of them and make sure their lives didn't die in vain. And you
gotta be
all presidents and all Congress, including Donald Trump,
following the time,
has not done anything for us. They're beholden to the Zionist state, AIPAC.
Oh boy.
Donald Trump's a new president again. I call on Donald Trump to help us. I mean, we gave our lives and our blood for this country at the hands of the Zionists, Israel. And does he stand with Israel, or does he stand with the United States fighting men that were slaughtered that day by the Zionist state, covered up, same with mistaken identity? I call on you, President Trump, to give the USS Liberty the same courtesy we deserve, or any fighting man that was killed that day. But we don't get it because Israel did it. It's fine as long as Israel did it. It's fine. It was a mistaken identity. It wasn't. Admiral Moore, he had the Moore report. It's a very, very detailed report. He's the longest serving admiral in the United States Navy. He served as the European commander and the Pacific commander, and two times as chairman of Joint Chiefs.
He's got to be at least 75, because if this went down to 67 and he was 18 at the time, I'm just doing simple math. That's 75 on the dot. Shout out Guest Dude, $5 more. I've also written up the Liberty incident as a huge fog of war shit show that will never get a solid answer for. It's a lot of things in our nation's history, a lot of proposed or supposed false flag events that will always be shrouded in conspiracy.
But let's hear him out, because it's not like he's kind of going against the narrative. Well, your narrative, guest dude, because he said you're saying the fog of war. He's saying no. I know for sure that they knew it was us, and I'm just like, all right, bro, plead your case, because I ain't gonna lie until he pleads his case. I am kind of where guest dude. I'm where guest dude is at right now.
Could be Egypt, us getting caught up in Egypt's BS.
Yeah, like, you know, Egypt could have tried putting Israel on Israel, like trying to get us to go against Israel.
And I mean, you know, I'm devil's advocate. I always love the differing theory. I would even go down that a little bit further and say, Egypt would never come out and claim that they did it.
Hell
no. Accept responsibility. They would never raise their hand and say, "Hey, that was us."
I mean, bro, let's be real. No country admits to their atrocities.
Right. I mean, unless you're a terroristic group.
Yeah.
You're ISIS, and then you over here flexing your muscle after beheading folks.
But if you're a country, though, nope, you hide that.
Shame.
Write it out the history books. You know, like
change the narrative.
Yeah, like Japan and the Great Badia Kong. Like, yeah, like something like that,
bro. It's the last thing people be trying to admit. Countries be trying to admit their atrocities.
And he says, "I'll never believe it was a mistaken identity." And he called on Congress over and over to have an investigation. Congress says there already has been an investigation. There never has been. There's been a board of inquiry by Admiral Isaac Kidd and his boss or his underling, JAG officer Ward Boston. They completed that investigation in 7 days. Should have taken a year. They never even talked to Israel. They took Israel's words instead of ours.
So you're watching, you're on this boat, you see this torpedo hit, that torpedo instantly kills 25 servicemen, and you escape, fortunately, are able to escape this. What is going on in your mind? Because I just am thinking of that moment of consciousness when you think you're going to be saved because you see your friend and your ally, and then suddenly you realize that your friend and your ally is actually killing you. And they're in torpedo boats, so there's no way they know this is an American ship, right?
Yes.
What's going on in your mind? And
hold on, let me hear that again.
Actually killing you, and they're in torpedo boats, so there's no way they know this is an American ship, right?
Yes.
What's going on in your mind and emotionally in that moment? If you could take yourself back, like how that conscious switch of, wait a second, this is not my friend, I'm being betrayed.
Well, I think Jesus Christ would know a lot about betrayal, and we were betrayed. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm here is because Jesus Christ didn't want us to die that day. He wanted us. Well, I'll put it this way. God saved us from God's chosen people. That's what he did.
I'm done.
Exactly what he did. We put over 3 life rafts. That's all we had left. They shot all of our life rafts up. We put 3 over. They shot 2 of them. We were going to put our most seriously wounded in them so they'd have a chance at life. They shot 2 out of the water and took 1 aboard the boat as a trophy of the kill. It's at somewhere.
Wow. They took 1 aboard, so there's absolutely no way they did not know that this was an American ship. They take 1 on board as
facts, because as soon as you'd have took it up, they'd have been able to say, hold on, this don't look like Egypt. Ah, shit, hold on, this is America. They should have dropped it immediately, rushed over there, helped them out, and be like, oh my God, bro, we thought you was Egypt. We're so sorry. Our bad. We don't worry, we're sending over our medics right now. But no, they took the boat and they was like, oh, it's America? Huh? Okay. And they kept it going.
a trophy. They're shooting it out. You are now realizing that you cannot help the wounded. Torpedoes are hitting you. What happens next?
Well, when the torpedo hit, we did what we could do for damage control, and we, like I say, put over the life rafts, and they shot them out of the water, and they continued doing that. Until finally they just quit. And we thought it was over, but it wasn't. They sent over troop carrying helicopters with Marines in it to board our ship, scuttle the ship, and kill us all. I was on the main deck when when they were coming over.
What is your condition at that moment? What were you doing on the main deck?
I was on the main deck trying to still get people off the main deck. And then they got there, and this Marine, he had his foot on the skid. I thought they were going to come down in a rope or a ladder or whatever. And I just gave him the finger.
Weak.
And he gave it right back to me and just smiled.
This is an IDF soldier. He smiled at you.
Smiling.
Yo.
Great big smile. And then they just took off. The gig was up. I mean, they confessed. Well, mistaken identity. What was a horse transport and enemy ship.
I mean, yeah. All right, so this guy's convinced. He's convinced. He's like, I looked the man in his eyes. He looked at me in my eyes. Apparently, I mean, let's be real. If he's looking at him, they're able to see each other face to face. He's obviously seen this man's military uniform and sees that, okay, yeah, this is definitely not Egypt. And we did all this. Like, and you're just going to smile at him? Like, oh, good for you. You survived. Lucky you. And take off? Oh, wow.
That's what they said, and that was their excuse, and they got by with it because of the crooked government then and now.
I just can't even imagine this. So you're watching your mates die, bleeding, torpedoed, napalm, and you make eye contact with this guy thinking he's going to board the ship. You give him the finger, and he gives you the finger back and smiles at you.
Mm-hmm.
And then they leave.
They leave, and we were left there out there for 17 hours for help.
This is the part that is so shocking to me because the President of the United States knows that you're under attack. The Secretary of Defense knows that you're under attack. You know that, as you said, Captain Tully tried twice to help save you. They know you're under attack. And you're telling me that after they went away, 17 hours. Take me through what you guys did. How many people at that moment were injured, dying? What was happening on that ship for the next 17 hours?
Damn.
Well, 2/3 of the crew was either dead or wounded. And dock keeper, we had one dock aboard the ship. He had been shot in the abdomen, and both of his knees were shot up.
Bro, what? The one doctor you got, and this man ain't got no knees. And he got a bullet in his stomach. Nah, he's done. He's done. He's one of the dying, pretty much. Oh, Lord.
And he operated for 17 hours on people. I helped him in one operation, a guy by the name of Gary Blanchard. He was hit bad. And he says, take my socks off. My feet are hot, hot, hot. So I rubbed his feet, tried to get some circulation. I went over to the side and looked at him, and he says, you think I'm going to die? I said, yeah, I think you are.
I mean, that's not funny, but it's like, it's real, though. It's like, damn, bro, you couldn't consult him a little bit? There was no like, hey, man, nah, you might make it. Let me talk you through, or any last words, or I'm here for you. He's like, nah, bro, I think it's dead. You're definitely at your end. I'm looking at the legs, G. It's looking about that time.
I went over to the side and looked at him, and he says, you think I'm going to die? I said, yeah, I think you are. And Doc cut him open, and he was dead.
Oh.
So that went on all night. Put a few stitches on him and put him over the side, and just kept on doing it.
What were some of the last words? Because I'm sure, as you said, many people died. What did they say? I mean, what were the conversations that you recall?
You know, Candace, I really didn't recall a whole lot about that. I guess I just blocked it out. I do know that the Lieutenant Commander Armstrong, he died in the mess decks. He was hit up bad too, but I remember he was a heavy smoker. I lit him a couple cigarettes, and then I left, and I came back, and he was dead. So,
bro, that was the most, I mean, it just sounds so cold. It was like a military moment. Like R.I.P. to that man. But he said I just handed that man a pack of cigarettes and I left him, came back, my man was dead. I was like, dang. He said he was that effed up. He was like, bruh, he's like, I had to give him a cigarette on the way out. Like
The Lieutenant
it's getting
Commander
a bit
Armstrong,
gruesome.
he died in the mess decks. He was hit up bad too, but I remember he was a heavy smoker. I lit him a couple cigarettes, and then I left, and I came back, and he was dead.
Dang.
So the conversation was just helping people.
I mean,
Everybody was able-bodied, helped them. I was in the walking wounded. A lot of them were walking wounded, and all they did was want to help their fellow shipmates. Bravest crew I've ever seen in my life. I mean, we guys come together like none other. We had none to fight back with but our will and our wits and with God's beautiful hand on us. In fact, when that ship got torpedoed, it was like the hand of God was holding us up because it was going like that, ready to roll over. It just stopped. Unbelievable.
And you're just 20 years old.
20?
It's just unbelievable.
Yes.
Bruh.
And so 17 hours later, 2/3 of the crew's dead. What happens? What ship did you see first? What was going through your mind?
Well, the first thing we saw was several days later when Admiral Kidd got there, and we told him everything, what happened, and why didn't you come help us, and this and that. And he took off his stars. He says, "I'm just like your dad." He said, he had 4 or 5 of us in sick bay at the time. 3 stars out there. And he said, "I'm just like your dad. Please tell me everything you saw." We told him about the machining of the life rafts with the machining gun of all the people, the helicopters, everything that went on. And then he put his stars back on. He says, he got beat red and he got right in my face. He says, "I'm telling you, you better never talk about this again to anybody. I'll make sure you end up in prison, fined, or worse." You know what worse means? I said, "Yes, sir, I do." But he did that to everybody. In fact, they split up everybody. They took them to different bases. There was one fellow, his name is Mickey LeMay. He's still got 50 pieces of shrapnel in him right now. They took him to Bremerhaven, Germany for medical care. He was in a room with a bunch of other people, a lot of different beds. They took him out of that bed. He got his own room, and he was interrogated by an officer. He says, "Your name is no longer LeMay, it's Smith.
What?
You know nothing about the USS Liberty. Don't ever talk about it."
Yo.
So you survive living hell. You watch your mates die. You wait 17 hours. And you're thinking, okay, at least now it's over. And instead, you guys get reprimanded. And you're told, essentially, we'll kill you.
Yeah.
They got reprimanded for surviving. They pretty much said you weren't supposed to survive that. We're supposed to be sending your family a flag, but instead we're here paying for your health care. So we're going to go ahead and take your name away. You no longer exist. God damn you for surviving. But hey, you get a new life, right? It's like, are you serious? So that's what we do for the people who enlist to serve our country? That's what we were doing for Israel? Well, goddamn.
Yes, it's
I can't
absolutely.
really say too much on that.
In fact, I didn't talk about it until 43 years ago. I met my second wife. There was an article in the paper by a person by the name of, oh my goodness, Stan White. He was a chief, master chief. And I felt like the whole world had just come off my shoulders because he was talking. If he was talking, I'm going to start talking. And I haven't shut up since.
Wow. This is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. So you're all ordered into silence. And how long, you said, before you started speaking, how many years was that?
Well,
the
it was
attack?
41, 18 years after the fact.
So you stayed silent on this.
And I didn't even tell my wife, Lisa, that I was ever in the military.
Huh?
I even forgot what day it happened. That's how far back I pushed it. And like I say, when I read that article, man, I said, now I'm on it. And I mean, the whole thing is, when your own government betrays you, and still betrays you, and every congressman betrays you, say, what you saw, you really didn't see. What you heard, you really didn't hear. That's pretty bad.
And it's so no wonder that as IDF soldiers, the alleged IDF soldiers smiled at him, because he knew, he was like, I'm not getting reprimanded. We're getting away with this. If anything, y'all gonna get punished just for surviving. Maybe that's why he smiled at him. He's like, you don't even know what's in store for you. It was better off you died than to face the reality of your nation betraying you.
They're calling us liars, Nazis, and Jew haters, our own Congress. And I'd like to, I tell you what, I'd like to call out Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro with this conspiracy theory stuff. If you think it's a conspiracy, debate me live on TV. I'd be glad to debate you. And my shipmates will be there too if you want them. Debate us if you think it's a conspiracy theory. Or do you have the courage? I don't think you got the courage. I think you're cowards.
Can I explain the USS Liberty incident? Sure. The USS Liberty incident is very frequently used by anti-Semites to suggest that Israel deliberately targets American ships and then pays no penalty. So both.
No, I don't think that's what it was. It wasn't that Israel deliberately attacked U.S. battleships. It's that you attacked a U.S. battleship. No. Don't make it sound like it's just some conspiracy that Israel just go out there attacking battleships. No. The theory is, or the story is, that you guys pulled up, attacked these guys, knew that they were like, and think about it, even guess, dude, we could all say the fog of war, but that idea was thrown out the water as soon as bro said they picked up one of our lifeboats. The guy, he's seen the guy and he's seen the IDF, so he was smiling. Like at that point, they're able to identify these guys at least with sight or by what their boat looks like. Something had to give it away at that point. So for him to come out here and make it kind of seem like, oh, it's all anti-Semitic, they're trying to say that Israel attacked battleships. No. Israel attacked a battleship that took out, well, a good amount of American soldiers, young ones too.
Both American naval records and Israeli Air Force records suggest that there was a case of mistaken identity wherein USS Liberty was in the Mediterranean in a place they were not supposed to be. Israel thought that it was an Egyptian ship and shot it. That's the actual full story. Now, there are a bunch of conspiracy theories on actually both sides of this. There's a conspiracy theory on the American side that suggests that Israel, for no reason that can be discerned, decided to shoot up an American ship to accomplish no one really can explain what. And then
I'll give him that. We got to give Ben Shapiro that argument. What for? We're only speculating theories here. Like I said, well, was it like a target practice? Was they testing new guns or something? Like, what was the reason they attacked that ship? Knew, and even if it was on accident, they figured out it was an American ship and still kept going. It's like, yeah, like, what was the purpose? What would that assert? What did they do it? Was it just a group of radical Israelis or something? Was it just that group of people who just said F America and just went all out and knew they was going to get away with it? That's why they did it. Like I said, it could have been something based on complete like egotism. Like complete psychopathic, like characters here, plain like that are like I would say complete psychopathic actors or something. So who knows?
And on the other side, there is a theory that I've not seen a lot of support for, that the USS Liberty was being used as a transmission vessel to send Israeli military locations to the Egyptians during the '67 war, and Israel knew that and shot it. Again, I think the evidence is lacking on both of those.
And shout out guest dude, man. He says the Liberty was originally built in World War II as a victory cargo ship. She wasn't even a true warship. How did she take that much damage? It doesn't jive. I mean, sure. Wait, hold on. Where was it built at, though? Where was it built at? If it was built in America, I would say because it was built in America. But I don't know. What was it built in America or Germany? Who knows? But hey, guess dude, that was one strong built ship. Because think about it, it went through 2 attacks, hit with a torpedo, gunfire, all this crazy stuff, and all it got is like a lean. I'm impressed.
Things. And there have been multiple naval investigations of the USS Liberty incident. They all come down on the same side, which is that it's a mistaken case of allied, quote unquote, friendly fire.
Anyways, you guys, want to remind you about Hallow. With that said, and speaking about Christians and how much we
Yeah, crazy story, because they always do say that the survivors say something else about this whole, theory that, oh no, they thought it was an accident. Like Israel is our closest ally. They never do something that crazy. You know what? I can't even put the U.S. Liberty on Israel, even if it was true and these group of people attacked, the U.S. Liberty, knowing it was a U.S. ship. We could still go on the premise of this might have just been a group of radicals that did it because they know they were going to get away with it. You never know. And even if they did it because they knew they were going to get away with it, you're right. The problem still stands that, oh, why the F do they feel like they can get away with it? You're right. And I don't really got an answer for you on that one. But hopefully we'll find out eventually.
will get 3 months free of Hallow. I can't even imagine living through something like that and then being gaslit and told that you're liars or that you're conspiracy theorists or that, as your letter
Anti-Semitic.
said, that you're Nazis or that you're Jew haters when you went out there thinking you might be out there defending the state of Israel, only to recognize that your country betrayed you.
And shout out Guest Dude. If they were intending to sink her, she would have to be at the bottom of the sea, is what I'm saying. Battleships go down after a few smacks. Okay, so you're saying, oh wow, so you're saying pretty much this one was built a little stronger. Well, now if I heard him right, he did say it was hit with like 2 torpedoes and a whole lot of artillery fire, like heavy artillery fire. So I don't think that'll be enough to sink a battleship. Now, maybe you hit it with multiple missiles, then yeah, of course, it's going down. But if you just hit it with a couple torpedoes, I'm sorry, but multiple torpedoes, but if you hit it with a couple torpedoes and just hit it with artillery fire, I could see it still going up. I could see it still surviving. It's like, it's like if you shoot a truck with an AK-47 or something. It's like, it may still drive. It might have a lean.
Presumably to stage a false flag attack.
There was a submarine. The Russians were there too.
Gotcha.
If our ship goes down, Israel was going to get nuked by Russia, and that's a fact. It's on tape by the people that were there. There were also the USS Andrew Jackson there, and the USS Amberjack, our submarines. That didn't come help us. I heard they filmed it from the Amberjack. They probably got the film right now. There's so many. We got FOIA requests right now from a federal judge in Washington. She's gonna decide whether we can get the records or not in a few days. And this has been going on for 2 or 3 years trying to get. Well, it's been 57 years total, but working on it for the last 41, 42, 43 years, collectively with the rest of the crew, we've been trying to get this done, and this is the closest we've ever come to getting something, but they don't want the records out. The CIA's blocking it right now. They said they do not want to let that out. It's a matter of national security. If it's so easy to explain, how could it be national security? If it's so cut and dry that they thought it was a mistake. There's no mistake, and we can prove it.
Damn.
How many survivors are still alive?
Oh, I don't know, probably 50.
Just 50.
Out of 294. So it's they just didn't attack our ship. They attacked you, all of you guys, all of America. They attacked us. It was an act of war and war crimes, and they don't want to investigate it.
I want to speak a bit about Lyndon Baines Johnson because there is a picture that seems to be emerging. And so I guess I'll sort of ask questions because there's other big events from around that time period that are similarly classified in a way that doesn't really make sense. Lyndon Baines Johnson, the nation did not vote for him to be president of the United States, obviously.
Yes.
JFK was assassinated. And it is a fact that prior to his assassination, he was adamant that he wanted AIPAC, which I think was going by a different name at that time, to register as a foreign agent, and that they had ignored his demand that they register as a foreign agent. And then when he was shot a couple of months later, he no longer had to register. They no longer had to register as a foreign agent. It is also a fact that leading up to his death, he was having fights, which they have not declassified, arguments with the prime minister of Israel at that time, Ben-Gurion.
And shout out guest duty said we sunk battleships with 1 or 2 troops in World War II. Liberty was a way smaller ship, refit for recon, not combat. They definitely were going for a kill. All right then. Hey, and guess who's pretty much stamping it on that? He said they're going for a kill, but it's still pretty weird how that ship still stood. Okay.
Again, not declassified any of those conversations, so we don't know what it was that they were arguing about, but I would imagine Lyndon Baines Johnson would have known that he had this sort of...
Okay, my bad, guest dude. He said they definitely weren't going for the kill. So guest dude's still standing on the belief that they weren't going for the kill, because if they were, then it'd have been sunk. So if it was actually I would say this, it was actually confirmed to be a Egyptian ship or Egyptian warship, they'd have sunk it. They'd have actually sunk it. They'd have hit it with not just 1, 2 missiles, not 1, not 2 missiles. They'd hit it with like 3, 4, 5 to make sure that it was sunk. And now this is guest dude's theory. I'm kind of going off what he's showing me. Well, what he's saying right now. So he's saying since they didn't sink it, he's pretty much saying it's kind of hard for me to believe that, oh, this was a complete on purpose ordeal. Because if it was on purpose, they'd have sunk it. Or if it was, and since they didn't sink it, well, maybe they recognized what it was and they left. Maybe.
Contentious relationship.
Oh, and then he also says, then he also, they were putting on a show. And that is the scariest. That's the scariest, I guess, theory right there, because putting on a show of killing people is wild.
He had this sort of contentious relationship, obviously, with them trying to implement AIPAC and not wanting it to be registered as a foreign agent, and obviously him having arguments as the number 2 guy. You would think that he would know this. And before Muammar Gaddafi, the president of Libya, was murdered by us, arming insurgents, he gave a speech in front of the UN where he demanded that they investigate the killing of JFK. And he said, everybody knows that he was trying to stop their nuclear armament. He spoke about the nuclear reactor, and he had heavily suggested in that speech in the UN that was perhaps that could have been the reason that he was arguing with the prime minister. Of course, we'll never know. And so it's quite shocking to know that information, to realize that JFK got killed, and to also know that the person who allegedly shot him, Lee Oswald Harvey, said he didn't shoot him, didn't kill him, and then he was shot by a guy named Jacob Rubinstein, who Muammar Gaddafi alleges was also an Israeli national. Maybe he had dual citizenship. I'm not sure, because again, we don't have the files. I'm just speaking about what has been said in the public sphere. It's kind of shocking that Lyndon Baines Johnson would be such an ally to Israel, so much so that he would tell people, I don't care if American sailors die, I'm not going to embarrass Israel, which means he didn't inherit JFK's frustration with the nation.
He did not. He, if you remember, he says, you had a friend in JFK of Israel, but I'm going to be a much better friend. You have a better friend than you ever did.
You know what? Actually, I don't know if you had read this article. This really shocked me. This was published in the Jerusalem Post in 2008. The article is entitled "A Friend Indeed." I'll just read a bit of it. A few weeks ago, the Associated Press reported the newly released tapes from U.S. President Lyndon Johnson's White House office, which showed LBJ's, quote, personal and often emotional connection to Israel. The news agency pointed out that during the Johnson presidency, the United States became Israel's chief diplomatic ally and primary arms supplier. But the news report does little to reveal the full historical extent of Johnson's actions on behalf of the Jewish people in the state of Israel. Most students of the Arab-Israeli conflict can identify Johnson as the president during the 1967.
Well, Johnson ain't the only president to sell out. Well, let's not go too far, but no, sell out to them boys. Not sell out to Israel, to be honest. He's not the only president to do that, so we can't blame him. But he did have a special love for Israel for some. I think he was married to a Jewish woman, so that probably explains it. But there's presidents throughout history who done benefited Israel over American citizens. A lot of them.
War, but few know about LBJ's actions to rescue hundreds of endangered Jews during the Holocaust, actions that could have thrown him out of Congress and into jail. Indeed, the title of righteous Gentile is certainly appropriate in the case of the Texan, whose centennial year is being commemorated this year. It then goes on and speaks about how he, while serving as a young congressman, arranged for visas to be supplied to Jews that were in Warsaw and oversaw the apparently illegal immigration of hundreds of Jews through the port of Galveston, Texas. A key resource for uncovering LBJ's pro-Jewish activity is the unpublished 1989 doctoral thesis by a student named Louis Gamelach, a University of Texas student. And he speaks about LBJ's foreign affair background in this piece, and they were able to confirm through other historians and interviews with his wife and family members and political associates that the research was accurate. It says, quote, research into Johnson's personal history indicates that he inherited his concern for the Jewish people from his family. His aunt, Jessie Johnson Hatcher, a major influence on LBJ, was a member of the Zionist Organization of America. According to Gamelach, Aunt Jessie had nurtured LBJ's commitment to befriending Jews for 50 years. As a boy, he watched his politically active grandfather, Big Sam, and father, Little Sam, seek clemency for Leo Frank. This says the Jewish victim of blood libel. He's actual.
And guys, shout out, like the video if you haven't already, man. We appreciate the support on this one. 4 hours strong, man. We're going to keep it going for y'all, man, for y'all. So go ahead and show some support. Double tap the screen where you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Let's keep this thing going.
He murdered a young Catholic girl during Passover in I believe it was 1913. I'll have to fact check that. But they present him as a victim of a blood libel.
Yeah, he did.
Johnson's later told friends that Lyndon's family hid in their cellar while his father and uncle stood guard with shotguns on their porch in the case of the KKK attacks. So they say that he often cited Leo Frank's lynching as a sort of his opposition. But it's interesting because people, I don't think, knew this, that LBJ was Jewish. That his
They said LBJ was also a devout, outspoken racist as well. So, yeah, LBJ, when you look back on history, and hindsight is a mug. But when you look back on history, LBJ was definitely a controversial president, to say the least.
Aunt was involved in the Zionist organization, and also that he pressured the administration, apparently, to have tighter ties with AIPAC. So we can probably trace, when we are speaking about AIPAC, the marriage, I would say, between the United States government and AIPAC, we can attribute that to Lyndon Baines Johnson. How does it make you feel to know that actually, he was, in fact, more loyal to Israel?
Oh, absolutely. Much more loyal. In fact, on June the 8th, when our ship got hit, in his bed was a Irgun agent, Matilda Krim.
Really?
Really.
Unbelievable.
True story.
Yeah, it even says that Johnson raised substantial sum for arms for the Jewish underground fighters in Palestine. He was doing all of this illegally. He armed the Jewish underground of quote-unquote freedom fighters and did all of this alongside his closest advisors were strong pro-Israel advocates, Benjamin Cohen, who 30 years earlier was the liaison between the Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis and Chaim Weizmann, and Abe Fortas, the legendary Washington insider. I mean, that's just, how did we go from a president who wanted to stop this to a president that was involved in the underground and was pushing our government to get more involved with Israel? It leads, I mean, it certainly, I think it's fair for people to wonder what it is that is classified and that they're so afraid to release to the public about JFK's remarkably suspicious death.
Yes, his death was not by a lone gunman, in my belief. In fact, I saw the day that Oswald got killed by Rubenstein. He says, "I'm nothing but a patsy, nothing but a patsy." And he was a patsy. So there's so much to be said for that. And the USS Liberty is covered up just as deep, and it all goes right back to Israel. Is our country really America first, or is it Israel first?
Are we an occupied nation?
I think we're an occupied nation. And you know, look at all the wars. Okay, let's just go back to the Iraq War and Afghanistan War. They were fought all for the greater good of Israel. That's my belief, and it's a lot of other people's beliefs too.
Somebody, at least he said it.
They sacrificed men over the war, and it's a war machine. You know, the like Eisenhower warned, but of the military-industrial complex, and he was absolutely right. I remember that because I was a kid then.
I mean, I think it's difficult for me, and why I say that this has been such a turning point. It's difficult for me to take seriously now any of the politicians who declare themselves to be America first. I mean, just to be clear, Congress passed through in the blink of an eye to ensure that people would learn about October 7th in school.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And yet I went through school, I graduated college, I have 2 degrees, and I had never learned about the USS Liberty in its entire context until I received your letter.
Yep, it was covered up, and it's not in the history books, which it should be. It's a very important part of history. Now, something very interesting, back in the 80s, I did a speaking deal with the old Spotlight newspaper. And the 2 older gentlemen, they were entrepreneurs in Wisconsin, Grafton. They read.
You know, and I love exploring these topics simply, you know, because I'm a history buff and I just like learning. But it just begs the question, how many other false flags have been in our nation's history? How many other events have happened that have been reported one way, but if fully given the facts or the other side of the account, completely represent another side of untold history? How many things like that in our nation's history, occurrences like this have happened?
You know, it's kind of crazy. It happens in other countries though as well.
It does.
Like I brought up like the Great Badia Kong, and Dia Kong was, I believe it was like a village that that Japanese put up in China, and did some gruesome stuff. But here's the thing though, when China try to pull Japan's card on it, Japan don't even talk about it.
I said, huh?
Bro, they don't even teach their kids about it, or don't teach it in their education system. It's just an atrocity that's been completely wiped from their books.
Like, we don't dignify, we don't recognize that. We didn't do that. What are you talking about?
But China though, they hold that shit to heart. They're like, bro, y'all did it.
Like, nah, what are you talking about?
What? Like, nah.
Imagine being gaslit by like a whole event that happened in a whole event that killed people in your nation's history. Imagine just another country just denying the existence of said event.
Bro, and I'm talking about raping, mass and unaliving, all that. They went buck wild on that. They went bug wild on that village, and they said, "Nope, wasn't us."
I mean, shit, I would want to ignore some of the shit that some of the crazy shit that I had done too, if it was as bad as that.
Man.
And they sent me a letter.
Oh God!
Said we're building a new library, and we were gonna call it the Grove Library. Now we want to call it the USS Liberty Memorial Library. And the whole Milwaukee area, everybody around there, the Jewish population says, no, you cannot do that. because it's anti-Semitic to bring up USS Liberty.
Anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic. And the Grow brothers said, "The heck with you guys. They've already put $1 million up." And they said, "We'll just take our money out." And then the town said, "No, no, no, no. We'll name it the USS Liberty Memorial Library." Because he threatened to take all the money, both of them threatened to take all the money away from it.
After you had to force them. So like, this is so disrespectful. These people lost their lives. You had young men, whole lives ahead of them. They signed up to serve the country, unselfishly serve on behalf of themselves and their family. And even after their lives were prematurely taken from them, you had a country who didn't even want to dignify their sacrifice with monuments.
Nope. Because like, bro, did you see what they tried to do with some of them? They relocated one of them to Germany and said, "Yo, we're changing your last name, okay, G?"
I missed that part.
Oh, bro,
tell me about that.
All right, so pretty much, I guess one of the survivors, they said, "Oh no, they separated us." He said, "I'm like, Candace Owens asked, what happened to survivors?" He's like, "Yeah, they separated us."
So they're estranged.
Yeah, he said there's about 50 of them living. He said there was one guy he knew in Germany where they put him in a hole. He was in a hospital with everybody, put him in a separate room, interrogated him, said, "You no longer know about this. Your new name is Smith." And
Agent Smith.
Yeah, and pretty much, oh, nah, your new name is Smith.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I get it. But, and if you don't comply, then goodbye.
Wow.
Well, and not we'll just leave this room. We'll make sure you don't leave this room alive. Yeah, it was that type of arm pull. I was like, yeah, you're gonna either shut up, well, you're gonna shut up, you're gonna take this new life, we're gonna go ahead and give you, well, I guess probably is giving them some type of assistance. They're paying their medical bills at least.
At the very least.
But it's almost like they're punishing them because they survived.
That's so crazy, guys. Wild stuff here. Like I said, it just begs the question, how many other times has this happened that they've tried to lie to us about, that they've tried to misreport to us? How many other times in our nation's history have instances like this happen with false flags where we just don't know, but there's a completely other side of history untold?
And we had to get this, SWAT teams on the roofs, bomb sniffing dogs, because we were all threatened. They were going to get us right there. Dedicating the survivors, dedicating that. That's when Pete McCluskey, former Congressman McCluskey, was there, and he spoke at the dedication, as did others.
Wow. So you had told me that you have been threatened by the Mossad. Can you tell me more about that?
Yes, I was in California with my wife. We were going out to visit my son. He was graduating from Bud's SEAL. And we were in a restaurant. Well, we were at the bar getting a drink, wait to get our table. And this guy come up and got on my right side of me. He said, "Oh, you were on the Liberty, huh?" And I said, "Yeah, how'd you know that?" And he said, "I know a lot." And he had a big watch, and he put it right up in front of my face. I said, "Get that out of my face, man. What is it, a camera or a speaking device? Or why is he going to squirt me with something? I don't know." And then he said, "Listen, I know everything about you. I'm a Mossad agent. And the best thing for you to do is just shut up." My wife heard that. She come over me, and boy, she gave him, I mean, whoa, I can't tell you. And then security had to take us up to our room and make sure everything was okay. And I went down the next morning, and the guy, pretext, he told everybody he was a doctor. He'd been there a couple days before. But he was waiting on me and my wife, is what he was doing. How he found out we were there, I don't know. It could have been, they traced us somehow, credit card or who knows.
That's just incredible.
It is.
They have a remarkable ability to be on the ground when big events take place. Like, it was confirmed that the Mossad was on the ground the day that JFK got shot. It has been confirmed that they were on the ground recording, at least according to ABC News, who investigated this, the day that 9/11 took place, which you could say was obviously the beginning of us being involved in these never-ending wars in the Middle East. And obviously the USS Liberty, they got caught executing another false flag at the exact same time of the Lavon affair, which they were going to murder Americans in order to drag us into war with Egypt. So I don't know if that was before or after the US Liberty, but there's a lot of, I mean, you can't say that Israel is not involved in false flags because the Lavon affair proves that they are.
King David Hotel.
King David Hotel means exactly proves that they are. You survived what you believe to be a false flag attack, and yet we have people in America who get on stage and refer to them as our greatest friend and ally. I mean, how does that make you feel to just even hear that, to hear people say they're our greatest friend and ally? And by the way, I want to be clear, I count myself among those people. For the first 6 years of my career, I genuinely had no idea.
Most people don't, and it makes me furious. It really does. They're not our best friend. They're not our ally. They got more money when they murdered my shipmates than they ever got in their entire existence. And the Israelis said they paid $6 million. They didn't pay $6 million to our ship. Our own government did. The ship alone was worth $40 million. And they settled for $6 million. The most seriously wounded got some. And they very well should have been, of course, the dead. Most of the crew got $200 and an order to shut up. Then I was ordered to sign that.
$200?
Where I could never sue Israel or the United States.
Only 200?
In the 60s, just for inflation, how much do you think, Seth? Maybe $2,000?
I mean, nah.
It's still not enough.
Nah, maybe that was in the 30s, but in the 60s, I think $200, maybe like $350, maybe $400 at most. Like, no, how much was
States, which I signed it gladly.
You signed it. Because you were ordered to sign it.
Oh, wow, never
Which
mind,
means you
you're
could
right.
never sue Israel or the United States for
Right,
what you
you're right.
survived.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, and that was under duress, and I don't think it's worth the
Underestimated
paper it's
inflation.
written. I don't think it's worth anything.
No, of course. It's not worth anything.
But
You
that's what they did to us, and they continue to do it. They can't wait till we're dead. We're all dying out. We're getting older. I'm 78, and I got guys that are 85, close to 90. Some of them can't even get out of their house much anymore, but they got disease or whatever.
Days where you can get a house for 10
we lost 3 or 4 in the last year, cancer and things like that. And but I'm not going to give up till my dying breath. I'm going to be here speaking the truth, and we plan on trying to get together a speaking tour around the country for survivors to speak to the public and tell them about our government and the Israeli government. As far as I'm concerned, Candace, they set us up. Israel were the hitmen. And our government paid them to hit us. And then when we didn't sink, they tell us that it was mistaken identity.
That is
us,
crazy.
the survivors, that they thought we were somebody else. They shot 2 of our flags down, and we put up another one, 7 by 30.
And just think about what this man is saying. The implications: remove bias. You might not be a fan of conspiracy theories, but if true, if any credibility, if any credibility can be given to anything this man has said here today, the implications of our government and the corruption, it is crazy. It is so crazy to think that our government literally set a hit up on its own military people. Crazy, bro.
13. They say they didn't see that one either. 7 by 13. That's a big flag. They call it holiday colors.
I did read that. I read
and
that.
that's what we flew into Malta. 1,000 miles away. We went from that torpedo hit 1,000 miles away with a 40 by 40 foot hole in the ship, hoping we'd sink.
Well, what I can tell you is that this has completely changed a lot for me. I just, first and foremost, just want to apologize to you. Like I'm genuinely embarrassed at my ignorance, and it's confounding for me that I thought that I was on the side of the party of, truth and America first and patriots and caring about our veterans. And I'm realizing now that so many of these people are cowards. They're cowards. They know the truth. They lie to people as they're coming up in this movement, and they are completely occupied. There are some that are brave, obviously, Thomas Massey, but I do want to offer.
Shout out guest dude, $5. They missed 1 out of 5 shots. They were trying to sink them. Something else is missing 80% of the shots on a dead target says that they didn't want Liberty sunk. What you think, so?
You know what? Like I said, it just seems like one target practice. But then again, even if I go into that like ideology, like what would warrant Israel to green like that? And then I also went off the ideology or the theory of what happened if these people were just a psychopathic group that just did this on the whim and they knew they can get away with it because they knew of our allegiance to Israel. They knew the government would back them up. Let's just say that this wasn't even sanctioned by Israel. No, it was just sanctioned by a wild ass group of people. That could also be a theory as well. So
it could be some.
So to implicate the whole Israeli government over it, I ain't gonna lie. I hate to say it, it's a bit of a stretch.
So you're saying it could be some independent malicious group.
Yep.
Maybe even Egypt. Somebody else, not necessarily Israel or the IDF, but somebody who was acting on either their behalf or acting under the guise of Israel, knowing that one would assume it was Israel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And the only reason I'm trying to go against a narrative that it was Israel is because, like, think about it like this: when you put it out there, right, people are gonna argue these points against you. And I kind of want to see somebody who can refute these points, like, okay, but who's to say it's not that? And if somebody hits you with that stance, what your argument against it is. Because you just can't sit there and hit them with the, like, Israel attacked them. Like, the guy said he smiled at him. It's like, yeah, but that could have just been that wild-ass individual in a group of wild-ass people.
Okay, so shout out guest dude, $2 He's saying could have been Mossad gone rogue. So people that were in the IDF or within the IDF, a rogue group of military. Damn near, again, just like people who went rogue. That's another theory to think about as well.
But he said, hey, he's telling us why Israel did it. But I've been listening to bro, and I'm just like, he's more explaining that he don't believe that Israel actually like did it on accident. He think that the one that they did not do it on accident, but they knew damn what they were doing. I guess either from the start or they should have known from when they actually picked up to their boats, to their little lifeboats. So you would think that when you pick up this U.S. Navy lifeboat, maybe we need to look it up and see if it has any like U.S. emblems on it. You would think they would know after that, but they took and they kept going. Took it as a trophy.
Right.
Like, let's be real. It's a bit sick. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, maybe this is just a rogue group. And let's not act like we haven't had rogue groups in our own military that's done some wild things.
Right. There has been some atrocities committed on U.S. military's behalf by some of the soldiers who were acting on their own accord.
Yeah.
They weren't acting with orders or in line with orders. We got some stories that have came out of Afghanistan of some soldiers doing some pretty nasty things, but they weren't operating on U.S. military orders.
So I wouldn't
same idea.
Oh God, and I'm gonna be real. I wouldn't say that Israel's government being involved in it is out of the question. But if you want to argue that point against somebody who's a pro-Israel person,
Zionist,
you're gonna have to kind of refute that point as well.
So you're saying it's not out of the realm of possibility that somebody had done this independently, but
I don't think we can pretty much nail Israel to the cross on this one.
Fair enough.
Offer to you that I promise you, as long as you live, I will hold a candle for the USS Liberty. You forever have a platform. If I have a platform, I almost feel ashamed of myself that I thought to myself this year, oh my gosh, I'm getting so attacked by the Zionist media because I had a heart over the Palestinian children that were dying. And I realized I had to survive digital attacks. I mean, you survived. What you survived is unbelievable. And I first and foremost, I know that you have an organization, so I want to pledge to you that personally, my family will donate $40,000 every year to your organization. And I'm asking if every single person who is watching this right now, and this will be in the millions, if every single person gives $1, just $1, we can keep their organization going. We can give them what they need to speak about this, and we can show them that despite the fact that we may all be existing under a government that is occupied, this is not who we are as Americans or people worldwide, because we have an audience all over the world who I think is similarly starting to wonder how many of our nations are occupied by lobbying from
Right. I
Zionists
hate when
and
people box
spending money.
people in like that.
Can you tell my audience a bit about your organization?
Yes, our organization is a
It's like me being like, "Oh, you're a liberal. You're not for LGBTQ. You're not for trans."
Like what? Like, oh, you're conservative. Like you're supposed to be pro Israel. I'm like, no,
It's not really how that works. It's not a monolith here.
Yeah, it really isn't. Like, no, I can definitely criticize Israel and still have my conservative values intact.
The two are not mutually exclusive, guys.
It's crazy how pro-Israel became a conservative value. That don't even make sense.
veterans and like-minded people, family members. You can go to usslibertyveterans.org, usslibertyveterans.org. And this is a brand new site we put up. It's very technical. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about it.
Hey, and like the video, guys, I see some good conversation going on here in the chat. Let's keep it going. Let's get some more people in on the conversation. Only way to do that is to push the video in the algorithm. Only way to do that is by liking it. So show some support. Help your boys S.E.T and Key Media out. S.E.T and Key Media. Double tap the screen, or you get the 3 buttons at the upper right-hand corner. We appreciate you guys.
About it. It takes a lot people a lot smarter than me, but they got people doing it. And you can donate there. You can go through, look at pictures. You can read articles, the Moore Report. And I was just thinking about Ward Boston, the JAG. It was with Admiral Kidd. I should have brought this up earlier, but there was a man named A.J. Crystal. He was a bankruptcy judge. And he wrote a book, The Liberty Estate. And he's Jewish. And he lied about it. And then Ward Boston signed a declaration. He says, we were ordered by our government to lie. We knew it was no mistaken identity. It was a deliberate attack to sink that ship. And he felt bad about it. You know, he says, I was a military man and I followed orders, but that brought him out and he just couldn't do it anymore. And soon after that, he died.
Yeah, I can't imagine being ordered.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. Our ship is the most, from the Medal of Honor, Navy Cross, Silver Stars, Bronze Stars, 208 Purple Hearts, Combat Action Ribbon, and the Presidential Unit Citation. Nobody knows about it.
Yeah, what do the objects mean if they keep you a secret and call you Nazis for trying to speak out? It means nothing. None of it means anything if you don't have a government that truly honors and respects you.
Yes, and if I honor all veterans, they go in there, they go in to serve the country. In fact, when I put on the uniform the first time, I was the proudest man in the world to do that, to serve my country, and to be abandoned and for all these years and abandoned right now. I'm asking you, front out, President Trump, don't abandon the crew of the USS Liberty, please. I see your picture there with beautiful Candace. And who is that other man? Is that?
It's my husband.
Oh, that's your husband. I'm sorry. That's George.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but President Trump, please help us. Don't abandon us. This is an act that should be brought out. The truth should be told, sir. Please help us.
I tell you, I have never, ever, ever had an inkling to run for president of the United States, despite people insisting on it. But hearing what happened to you.
So we got the conspiracy crowd in here, man. Love to see y'all. Let me know, man. Is this y'all first time hearing this conspiracy theory? Is this y'all first time hearing it with such depth? Were you aware? Were you not aware? Did you find it informative? Was it something you were already privy to, guys? Let me know. I like the conversation I'm seeing in the chat. Keep it going, man. Like the video. Let's get some more people in on the conversation. Let's keep it going, guys.
If I ever do run, it will be to honor you guys in the way that you should be honored. and to give the middle finger right back
I hope you do,
to
because
the
in fact,
government.
my daughter said that yesterday. Tell her I wanted to run for president. Candace for president.
If I did it, it would be to honor the memory of the USS Liberty, and I would say it every day when I was on stage, because what happened to you is despicable. It is abhorrent that we have men that are raising money pretending to be America first, that are more concerned with getting invited to dinners and fancy dinners, peddling lines that they don't actually mean in their heart. And the worst thing is that they say that they're the party of God, that they are the party of God. And yet they commit themselves not to a higher power. They commit themselves to politicians. They commit themselves to lobbyists. They commit themselves to money. And to the people that partook in this lie, I hope and know that all of them are burning in hell. And to every person that's watching this, that is going to continue to lie, to call you conspiracy theorist, to call you a Nazi, those people too will either repent or they will burn in hell. I truly believe that.
I do too. And 2 weeks ago, I was in a church, a Zionist church. They had an Israeli flag and American flag hanging side by side. I was asked to speak there. Pastor Jason Neely. And he says, we don't condone everything that Israel does, and the truth has got to be told.
Mm-hmm.
And the people in the church were very receptive, and a lot of them were, weeping. Another good pastor, Pastor Chuck Baldwin out of Kalispell, Montana. He's on our side, and he doesn't teach. He teaches what's really in the Bible, not what they want you to believe.
Well, obviously the Zionists funded the Schofield
Absolutely.
Bible, so
The Schofield Bible.
it's a whole nother episode that I've got to get into to teach people real history. Other than going to your website and supporting you, is there anything else that we can do and that we can send our audience to?
Well, we need their hopes and their prayers. If they would go there and, like you said, donate, and your generous donation, my God, I'm almost
Annually,
I almost fell on the floor.
I promise you will have that annually from my family. Even if we fall on hard times, we will pick up
Damn,
side
what's she
jobs
give?
and we will make that donation every single year. And
Candace Owens famously charitable. Didn't she go in and pay the rent of George Floyd's family?
I think, yeah.
Her and Kanye?
Yeah, no, they didn't want to. It's kind of funny, no, they didn't really like you.
Right. But I mean, shit, BLM didn't do it, so
I know they ran off and gave money to baby daddies and LGBTQ organizations.
Crazy as hell. So shout out Candace, man. She doesn't not only uses her platform to spread awareness, but uses some of the successes that she's been blessed with to help others, man. It's really, really charitable, honorable stuff, man. Shout out Candace.
until the last veteran of the USS Liberty is no longer here, you will have that donation.
God bless you. Just God bless you, Candace.
God bless you. And I know that right now Christ is with us. Christ is king, and the truth is
Anti-Semitic rhetoric. That is a anti-Semitic dog whistle. Man, you know how crazy that shit sounds. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, man, don't get me started. But for you to say Christ is king, and then for them to distort that, like you're trying to spread anti-Semitic rhetoric, bro. What will be next is what I am left wondering. What will be next? Let's transition into this next video here, guys. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the stream, man. S.E.T and Keep Media, man. We go live daily, bringing y'all fresh content, new perspectives, new information, trying to keep y'all not only entertained but informed. We got this video here. Shout out Charlie Kirk. Viral campus debates back and forth with some of these students across these institutes across America. This guy right here challenged him on the Second Amendment. Or no, it wasn't this one. It was the other one, wasn't it? The systematic racism guys with the one I wanted to pull up.
All right, gotcha.
Shout out Charlie Kirk. Let's do it, guys.
Tap that screen like the video, guys.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Andrew. All right.
You have a question, right? Or you do?
So I wanted to talk with you about, again, the 1350. So earlier I did chime in when you were talking with Jackson. You said 2020 with the George Floyd protests that nobody was talking about the nuclear family, which I think that they're separate issues.
Okay, but that's fine. But can you first acknowledge that no one was talking about the nuclear family?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, great. Why do you think that no one ever talks about the nuclear family at all publicly?
Maybe a lack of importance. And I mean, obviously, it's very important that you have a father and a mother growing up. That's very crucial to childhood.
We agree.
Yes. But to get to my point, in 2020 with the George Floyd protests,
riots
or protests, depends.
Were they riots or protests?
All right. Well, we disagree on that, but to get to my point,
sure.
To get to my point,
Okay, fair enough, but just like you'll never get me to classify what happened on January 6th as an insurrection. So shit, I mean, I guess we're on even footing, right?
Yeah.
Were they mostly peaceful?
I believe so, yes.
Please let Andrew talk. Let Andrew talk. It takes a lot of courage to come up. I'm going to defend you. Please
No, it's
continue.
okay.
Like every mid to major sized city was torn up by BLM riots. It isn't too much of a secret. There's still some communities that are still repairing from some of the damage done.
Billions of dollars in damages.
Billions. Billions. What it be, guys? Federal buildings destroyed, Targets, Walgreens. It was going after all the corporations.
Small businesses.
In Minnesota, what, they burnt down the police precinct?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Bro, they were doing all type of crazy stuff. You talking about, yeah, but they were mainly peaceful.
Yep. bro, innocent civilians getting caught in shootouts.
Bro, you can't make this shit up.
Why?
People can disagree, but I just like to get my point off. So
say what you
I think police brutality and the nuclear family are two separate issues. Okay, so I think that there's over policing in black neighborhoods. Would you agree?
Not even close. Under policing, actually. And don't take my word for it. Again, like half of all murders in Chicago aren't even solved. That's bad, right?
Okay, but that's Chicago. Okay.
Well, but again, about only 60% in Baltimore are solved. It's across the country. But Chicago is America's third largest city, New York, LA, Chicago. Let's just pause right here. In order to solve murders, you need detectives, which are police officers. So we should agree that if you commit a murder, we should find out who it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So half of all murders are not solved. You could fact check me on this. Chicago murder solve rate 50%. You guys can all fact check me on this. So should we need more police then?
I never said I disagree.
That's a scary stat about Chicago. What do you think about this? As I hear that, it just makes me think that criminals are incentivized to go out and commit crime. If they know that police aren't solving half of the murders, like what's stopping me from going out and committing a murder if I'm really like that? If I'm really about that life, like what's stopping me from going out and blowing a motherfucking brains back if I know Chicago police ain't doing shit?
It kind of reminds me of like how they were saying how the times were before DNA testing.
Like the lawlessness, the wild, wild west of it.
It's like you could catch a body and get away with it because there was no DNA testing.
Hey, shit.
So it's that's damn near how Chicago sound like this running right now. It's like, what happened? So wait, what happened? What, y'all lost DNA testing all of a sudden?
Hey, yo, no, that's the perfect analogy. Chicago is United States before forensics. That's hilarious.
Man.
Like the video, guys.
About
right, of known crimes. Oh man, added context is crazy. This is of known crimes, not the ones that they don't even know about, the ones that they aren't even privy to. These are the ones that are accounted for, the ones that they do know about. Like that's probably even a more egregious number. That's actually crazy.
Defunding the police.
No, but you said over policed. I don't think we have enough. So show me an example. Show me a city where we have.
No, sound fucked up, but if you get murdered, just don't do it in Chicago. God damn.
Too many police and be specific.
Man,
man, look, your killer done got away scot-free and he around the corner from where he got you.
Bro, only for your family never to know peace. That's actually fucking crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That's why, man, honestly, that's why some of these rappers' mothers just bro, do you
fall apart?
Yeah, do you ever see how they low-key just crash out or they just aren't the same?
Yeah, like, some turn to crackheads all of a sudden. Yeah, I know. I've heard the stories.
Never get justice for they slain kids. It's kind of sad for real.
Well, I can't come up with any specific example.
Well, but you said that we're over policed. You got to give me some specifics. It can't be an abstraction. You got to tell me the city in America that is over policed because I'd be interested to know about that city.
Well, like I said, I don't have any specific examples, but I'm gonna
because it doesn't exist though.
I'm gonna pivot really quick if that's okay.
Before you pivot, I just want to just teach you something, Andrew. It's easy to say that you're over policed. You got to back up the data. There's no incident in the country of any city that's over policed. It does not exist. We have a police staffing shortage in this country. We don't have enough police, but please pivot.
Okay. So to get back, well, really to get back to my point, I think police brutality and the culture, black culture, is two separate things. I think police officers kneeling on someone's neck for 9 minutes is a completely separate incident.
What was George Floyd's cause of death?
Asphyxiation.
Actually, the original medical report by the Hennepin County Examiner said that it was a drug overdose. Did you know that?
But that was hired by the state. An independent coroner reported
It's
that
interesting.
it was
You
asphyxiation.
might be right, but if you guys love truth, you should go and dive into the Derek Chauvin court documents. There's a lot more to the George Floyd situation than anyone ever told you. It really is, and it's a great video.
And shout out guest duty said 40% of all homicides go unsolved nationwide.
Damn, that's a crazy statistic.
Yeah. Hey, but at least we're in the 60s. Hey, we take on majority of them, but 40% is wild. That's a big ass number. If you think about all the homicides that go around.
That's actually a crazy stat.
Yeah, honestly, I just don't think we got a big enough law enforcement, to be honest. I know, and there are places that are over policed. And it's like, wait, you're telling me we don't have enough law enforcement? I'm like, well, 40% of these homicides are going unsolved. Then it's either these killers and got a little bit smarter, or they start like burning people in the acid bath, or like
Dismembering bodies.
Yeah, or or maybe our forensic team or our police departments are getting a little lazy or disheartened or something.
That's crazy. Scary to think. 40%? God damn, bro. God damn.
Oh, and I'm not even, you might be right, but there's so much more to that circumstance of George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right? That also, did you know that what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd was actually in the police manual training? It was completely justified and was trained by his superiors to do. Now, let me ask you a question. How many unarmed black people, on average, are killed by police a year?
Well, I'd have to look up that statistic.
Guess.
Probably over 50%.
Yeah, it's 15 people a year. 15. And that's not my number. That's the Washington Post that came up with it and did a national crime survey. And they even were generous and they said unarmed, meaning you had a weapon nearby or you had a knife that you dropped. So you're talking about police brutality for an incident that happens 15 times a year in a country of 350 million people.
Well, how come, my question to you then, how come you see it so often on social media?
Because you're being, that's a good question, Andrew, because you're being propagandized.
Right.
You're being brainwashed is the name of this tour.
You say social
and
media,
I'm here
that's
to tell you that.
goes out the door.
Go ahead, say.
Like when you say social media, your whole argument goes out the door because I'm like, yeah, I know, because that's what social media does. It feeds you of what you like to see. Even if you really don't want to see it, if you keep looking for it, if you keep watching, you spend watch hours or watch time on it.
Very true.
The algorithm will continue to feed it.
It responds to the content. You don't even have to like it.
Yeah.
You don't even have to comment on it. It notices how long you spend hovering over the content. It takes it into account, and that's what it feeds back into you in the algorithm.
There's a reason why YouTube counts watch hours.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true. Have you guys ever noticed how accurate some of the suggested videos are? Like it's almost, I would say, 6 to 7 out of the 10 videos recommended is stuff that we're 9 out of 10 times interested in.
I'm gonna say this: YouTube recommendations,
they're pretty accurate.
Yeah, they're pretty accurate. They be snapping.
They ain't never putting that on my feed where I'm just like, what the hell is this? Makeup?
Yeah, it's like what? Like, I don't look. Nah, it's everything I look into. Everything I've watched an hour or more about, they got lined up for me.
Easy, bada boom, bada bing.
But that's how the algorithm works. So if he's out here telling us like, oh, well, I seen this on social media, I'm going like,
you're probably feeding into it, bro.
And I'm like, yeah, and it don't look like you get outside too often anyway. So tell me what you seen outside.
What do you mean? I don't go outside. I get all my information from TikTok.
Well, at least we know why you're here then. At least you know why you came to these conclusions.
See it, so you actually don't see it as often as you think. This is emotional targeted videoing to have you think that something exists when it doesn't. We look at the data like, oh, it's 15 times a year, 15 times a year, and it's even lower than that. But do you know what does happen a lot every single year? Is that there's over 100,000 drug overdoses every single year. We don't talk about that. We don't.
should.
We should. I totally agree, right? But yeah, we have this whole thing about police brutality, and no one can ever give me examples where there's too many police, and that's okay. I'm not just picking on you. Just in general, it's easy to get caught up in the abstractions. It's easy to get caught up in the parade and in all the bedlam. But when you dive into it, you realize that it's all brainwashing and it's propaganda.
I guess what I would say in response to that is when you do your own independent research, you can find data to skew in any direction you want it to.
But it's the Washington Post. I'm not just making this stuff up. This is the left. I'm using left-wing sources here. This is not Breitbart.com or Gateway Pundit or the Charlie Kirk Show or Daily Wire, right? This is the left-wing sources. And I'm not cherry picking because you said police brutality. So then I pinpoint, okay, how many black people are then killed unarmed by police every year? Boom, that's the number. In a population, by the way, where there's tens of millions of black Americans, it's an insignificant sum. And you know that more kids are killed in urban violence going to school or walking the playground than blacks are killed by police? Yet we don't talk about that as much. The question then is why? Is that here's my belief, is that Black America is so abused by the current mainstream media, it's abused by the Democrat Party, and they don't want Black Americans to think freely or independently, that they have been used as pawns by the Democrat Party for the last 60 years. That's exactly what is happening right now, and I pray people are starting to wake up. A final thought, Andrew?
I guess I don't really have anything.
That's okay. I encourage you to do this. Fact check me later. Find out what the unsolved murder rate is in Chicago. See if Charlie Kirk was right. Look at the Washington Post crime database and find out, was it really 15 unarmed blacks that were killed by police year by year? Sometimes as low as 8, sometimes it's 20. So the average is about 15. Okay. Go and look at The Biggest Lie Ever Told, the George Floyd documentary. Go look at the original Hennepin County.
Shout out Candace Owens.
Don't just take my word for it. Do that research. And in that research, if you're like, oh, dang, I was lied, use that as what we call taking the red pill. And you'll see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
100%.
Thank you.
Nice snap with that one. Shout out Charlie Kirk. That was a good little back and forth. But we got another video here we want to transition into. Let's hit the history.
Oh shoot, I thought you had to pull it up. But all right, make sure y'all go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Go ahead and boom, double tap that screen, hit the 3 dots up there above, and if you can help us reach our goal of 50 super chats or more, we'll go ahead and open up the call-in line. Right now we're at 21. We do appreciate y'all support here as S.E.T and Key Media, especially Guest Dude, because shout out Guest Dude. To be fair, it's not just deaths. TBI, well,
TBIs caused by cops are up, but we don't have solid data on it yet. The rate of concussions caused by cops is up.
Okay, yes. TBIs caused by cops are up, but we don't have solid data on it yet. The rate of concussion. The rate of concussions caused by cops is up. Damn, that's tough.
No, that's beyond tough. That is wild.
Here's the problem, though. I would have to ask. Wait.
Oh, traumatic brain injuries. Got you.
So here's the problem, though. And this is effed up what I'm about to say. But now, what were the situations where the people got concussions? Like, were they running? Were they evading police? Were they on a car chase and they crashed out or something? It's like, I would wonder what caused you to get a concussion while being with the police. Because, if it's just a regular pullover, unless the cop just
stop.
Yeah, unless the cop just pulls you out on some reckless stuff and roughs you up, which you can report him for.
Right.
Yeah. But if you're telling me that, people are just resisting more, people are doing like wilder stuff and they're getting concussions, then you can't really use
right.
It makes sense.
No, that's a great question. What was the scenario leading up to the TBI or the concussion? Because, great point. Like, if it's just a routine traffic stop, here's my license, here's my ID. He has no reason to beat my ass. But if I'm running, if I'm evading the law,
and when he pull you out that car, best believe
I'm getting roughed up.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. It's great to be back to Alec in a different context, wearing a very different hat. And I got to
and shout out. This is Vivek speaking on Doge.
Say that for the first time in a long time, I actually really feel truly optimistic for the future direction of our country. I actually do. And not in some fake politician way, because I will tell you, I was advised during the campaign, you got to be a little bit more sunny. Say it's morning in America from time to time. I can't do that because it's not morning in America, or it hasn't been right now. But I think on January 20th, I think we are about to see the beginning of that new dawn. And it did not come without a fight. And you think about over the course of the last year, this was a war that we won. I don't use that lightly. Multiple assassination attempts. You have multiple prosecutions. You have all the kinds of obstacles we haven't seen in the course of American history, in modern American history. And yet here we are on the other side of it with a unique moment where we've almost grown addicted to criticizing what the other side puts up. Wokeism, transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism, the radical Biden-Harris agenda. I've been the chief critic of all of these things in many cases. Now we have actually won the war. We now have 2 chambers of Congress at the federal level. You got a 6-3 conservative majority on the Supreme Court, a decisive mandate for a Republican president that we haven't seen in 2 decades. If we don't get this right now, we never actually will. And so it's now or never for the future of the United States of America. And I want to talk to you a little bit about how we make sure we get it done now. I think the greatest threat to our republic is the rise of a 4th branch of government that our founding fathers never envisioned. And this goes to something that's even more fundamental than the Constitution. I wouldn't say there's much that's more fundamental than the Constitution. I'm a constitutionalist. That's our North Star. But if there's one basic principle that's even upstream of the Constitution, more foundational than even the Constitution itself from 1789, it's actually the principle that guided us in 1776. The basic idea that the people we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government. The basic idea that we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That's what we fought the American Revolution for. That is the whole ball game. That was the motivating force behind the 13 years that ultimately led to the Constitutional Convention after we started the.
But this sounds like common sense to the people with sensibility, but we've strayed so far away from the plot that an idea like this at this point in the game is now considered radical. Vivek and Elon are crazy for having an initiative like Doge that goes in and cleans up the bureaucratic agencies that low-key siphon money from us.
You know what I hate, though? I hate how liberals only want to bring up the Constitution to defend some type of twisted ideology, or to denounce religion or something.
That's always what they bring it up for. It isn't out of true respect for our values or our constitutional rights or what's built into the Constitution. It is, again, like you said, to normally defend some type of
radicalism or hatred of religion.
Yeah, most times. Literally. I venture to say, yeah, most times.
American Revolution. That's the whole ball game. If we don't have that, we don't have a democracy. It's all a sham if the people who actually make the rules, the edicts that bind us, can't be voted out of office, and if we never voted for them in the first place. And yet, the dirty little secret in America today is that the people we elect to run the government are not actually the ones who run the government. They're unelected bureaucrats who are not even appointed by those who were elected, but are historically those who have viewed themselves as immune from firing, that make not just some, but literally most of the rules that bind everyday Americans. Now, we go through this legal fiction, we'll call them rules and not laws. Okay, you call it what you want. It is an edict. Okay, and the difference between an edict and a law, what is it? This goes to the American Revolution, right? Back in pre-1776 England, you had edicts. In America, we say we have laws. The difference between an edict and a law is a law is passed by somebody that you voted for, who is accountable to you. An edict is a statement that comes from on high, from somebody who restricts your behavior, but on whom you have no claim in return. Today, most of the rules that bind Americans in their everyday lives were written and passed not as laws, but as edicts by the very kind of bureaucrat who could not be removed. Regardless how they get to bind your behavior, you have literally no say in return. I'm sorry, that is not a democracy. It's not quite a monarchy. In some ways, it's even more frightening than a monarchy, because in a monarchy, at least you have one king who you could, from time to time, you'd see in history overthrow. Here it is, this dispersed, diffuse technocracy that produces a kind of monarchical force without even being acknowledged as a monarchy. And the trickier part about this, it gets even more tricky, is that the individual people who populate that bureaucracy, they're not actually individually bad people at the level of individuals, because most people are not bad people. Most people are good people. And most people who serve in a bureaucracy, certainly in the federal government, believe that what they're doing isn't being done to harm the everyday Americans whose behaviors they bind. It's actually the opposite of that. They believe they're doing it out of their benevolence for everyday Americans who could not be trusted to govern themselves. So that's the challenge we're up against, is that we don't actually live in a pure version of a self-governing democracy or republic, but we live in a country today, and we're going to change this, but today a country where most of those rules that bind us are made by those who have no direct link of accountability to the people. And without that feedback loop, it's not a democracy. Well, the good news is we have a historic opportunity to fix it. Take the recent Supreme Court landscape of the last several years. That gives us the toolkit to accomplish what conservatives have talked about for a long time, but haven't actually been able to deliver on. But this is the window in the North Star that allows us to save this country. Two examples of those cases in the last several years, the first of which is West Virginia versus EPA. Any West Virginians in the audience here? A couple of you. Good. You guys did a nice job challenging what I actually think was probably arguably the most important Supreme Court case of our generation, that held that if the law, it's a rule they call it, but functionally a law, if the rule did not go through.
And shout out Mr. Doc Hill. He says the latter is the reason. More running and resist. And more running and resist. Yeah, the latter is the reason. More running and resist.
Sounds like he's agreeing with your point.
Yeah.
The police brutality kind of being linked to.
That's what I'm saying. It's the only reason I could see why an officer would
fleeing, resisting arrest, evading the law.
Here's the thing: I've seen situations where cops had a reason to slam the guy and still didn't slam him. So I'm just like, yeah, you must have been acting crazy.
To be honest, like with the inception of body camera footage and everybody pulling out their phone and recording these traffic incidents, is at least think twice before roughing guys up.
And some of y'all got to understand the mindset of these police people. Like, bro, they're safety stricklers. Like, they're really strict when it comes to safety. So you go ahead and speeding through traffic and all that, they're over here looking out to the side and while trying to catch you at the same time, hoping that you don't hit somebody. The fact that you're out here speeding and evading them, putting people in danger, infuriates them.
So when they catch your ass, best believe they finna give you an elbow, a punch, maybe even a leg sweep.
Like, think about it. Like, bro, it's like you're trying to give a kid a whooping after they broke the vase or got all F's and they run.
Right.
It only makes you more mad.
Nah, facts. Like, bring your ass here.
Congress, and it deals with a major question, a major economic or policy question.
It's too for making me chase
it's unconstitutional. It had to go through Congress if it has a major economic or policy consequence. That was seismic. That was in 2022, with the capstone coming this year in 2024 with the Loper Bright case that held that any rule that had historically received deference, Chevron deference from the federal courts, going forward would no longer receive that level of deference from federal courts. Just those two cases alone. Let's give those people a round of applause. I appreciate that. And a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court.
There are some bad apples, but nobody's negating the fact that some of these police officers got their own agendas, right? There's definitely some cops that don't operate on the standard police code, but in general, most cops are only going to rough you up if you give them a reason to. Like, your ass is running, your ass, like Seth said, made them chase you throughout the city, endangered other people's lives, damn near killed a motherfucker in the process. Like, yeah, they're probably gonna have to rough your ass up. Like, bro, and this was like common knowledge back in the day before social media, before cameras. Like, this is some shit people didn't complain about. You ran, you got your ass beat. Not gonna lie, like, that's what it was, guys.
So if you were gonna run, you best get away.
You better, or you getting your ass beat. You got 10 cops on your ass and they get you,
bro, and you're going to jail. Oh,
bro, you're getting your ass, bro. They're throwing you in the back of that police cruiser, and it's not gonna be nice.
And bro, they're gonna make sure them cuffs are extra
tight.
extra tight, the tightest they can go. You know, the back of that police car, man, ain't got no, man, come on out. Them seats,
bro, hard as can be, plastic as fuck.
Inhumane as hell, but it is what it is.
But they throwing your ass in there like you some fucking groceries, buddy.
Backstops.
Groceries get placed more comfortably than you are.
More sensitively, like, bro, you treat your
God.
eggs and your bread nicer.
I'm like, bro, they get put on cotton or leather seats, man. Your ass getting put on. Like,
Get your ass in there.
what is that, plastic?
Hey, shit.
Alone, SEC versus Jarkissi, countless other cases that have come down saying that the administrative state cannot serve as judge, jury, executioner, rule writer, and prosecutor under one roof. Administrative law judges no longer effectively issuing 99-0 records for the very agencies whose rules they're interpreting. This is a new landscape. It's a brave new world in the best of ways for us to respect the Constitution as the new Supreme Court has told us that we must. That quite literally means that potentially a majority of existing federal regulations as they exist on the books are unconstitutional based on what the Supreme Court has already told us. As I said before, if we don't get this job done now of taming and downsizing our federal regulatory state, the body of federal regulations, the bureaucracy that goes along with it, if we don't get it done now, we never will. But I assure you, this is why we are here today. This is what President Trump was given a mandate to do by the American people. It was not a mandate for incremental reform. It was a mandate for sweeping reform. And that is what the voters actually deserve. Now, there will be those who ask, well, what happens when the federal government is drastically downsized? You take the scope of the regulatory state, the bureaucracy to go along with it, all of the waste, fraud, abuse, spending that often wasn't even authorized, that's going out willy-nilly out the door. What happens after that's downsized? Well, are people going to be left holding the bag? Aren't there important programs that people rely on a day-to-day basis? This is where you all come in, actually. I owe all of you, I was telling Lisa beforehand, I owe all of you an apology, because if we are successful at the work I just described that we're setting out to do, that means your workload actually goes up, like by a lot. And this was what our founding fathers envisioned. This is a conference of leaders from the states, state legislators, elected leaders at the state level. Federalism is the key to actually safely and soundly shutting down the overexpansive federal government. It is you in this room who will shoulder that responsibility. So we are counting on you. Because without you, look, is it really important for the people of this country to have access and their children to have access to the appropriate level of education that's correct for them and their family, to be able to have access through private market mechanisms, to the kind of health care that actually allows people to live prosperous lives? Of course, these things are really important. Do we need infrastructure in this country? Of course we do. Do we need public infrastructure in this country? Of course we do. These things have historically been provided by the government, but over the years, by the federal government. Federalism is not a new answer. It was the answer envisioned by our founding fathers in 1776, where most of those governmental functions were designed to be provided to the people by states and localities and municipalities. That was the founding vision of our country. And sometimes I think we lose track when we're in the federal bubble of Washington, D.C. to think about how are we going to thin out the fourth branch of government. The answer actually rests outside of Washington, D.C., in the 50 states of our union who bear that right and responsibility to carry that out instead. The 10th Amendment actually means something. It's in the Bill of Rights for a reason. It was the bookend of the Bill of Rights. That which is not reserved to the federal government is reserved respectively to the states and to the people. And that's what's coming to your court, I hope, very soon if we get this job done. So I'll leave you with this thought in closing, is that we have been taught to believe that we are this nation in decline, that we're at the end of the ancient Roman Empire and all we have is to fight over the scraps of some shrinking pie. I don't think we have to be that nation in decline. I don't think we have to be ancient Rome. I think we still can be a nation in our ascent, a nation on our way up, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us, still on our way to that shining city on a hill, to that morning in America, where we will look our kids in the eye and mean it when we tell them that you get ahead in the United States of America with your own hard work. your own commitment, your own dedication without any government or system or bureaucracy standing in your way. Remind our children, and I say this as a father of 2 young sons myself, remind our children that every one of us in this country and every one of you has your own unique God-given gifts. They're not the same as the God-given gift of the person sitting next to you. And that's true diversity. That's a beautiful thing. That's what a true meritocracy is about. It recognizes that different people have different gifts. And not only is that is okay, that is beautiful, but we create a country where each of you is able to achieve the maximum of your own God-given potential without any system or bureaucracy.
And shout out Vivek, man. Well-spoken guy. Eloquent speaker. Really has a way with my bad, chat. Just a second. Yeah, shout out Vivek, guys. Eloquent guy. A very articulate speaker. Has a way of sententiously putting things. Yeah, I just enjoy hearing him speak. Honestly, he puts things in a very matter of fact, easy to understand way, and how he purports the information or reports the information is extremely palatable. But yeah, shout out Vivek, shout out Elon. I love Doge. I love the initiative. I love the game plan. Really not too much to say. Not too much criticism or complaint from me on that. But let's transition here. We got another Charlie Kirk video. He was debating this guy on the Second Amendment. Nice little back and forth here. And right after this, guys, we're going to get into conspiracy hours. So go ahead and let any thoughts, questions, comments, anything you want to get off your chest, go ahead and send that in before we transition to conspiracy hour. $1 or more, I'll pull it up on the top of the screen. Go ahead and give you a shout out, read it aloud for the chat, and I'll react and respond to it. So guys, go ahead. Let's keep it interactive. Let's keep it engaging here. 5 hours strong, man, but we're having a good time. Make sure to super chat into the stream. Show some support. Other than that, guys, like the video. Double tap that screen for your boy. Double tap, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's keep this bad boy going. Let's do it.
Hey, Charlie, how's it going?
Hey, we got the Harris Wall sticker. Welcome up.
Real quick, I just want to say that I heavily agree with what you said about neutrality in the classroom. I think that's a brilliant standpoint, and I, as an ed major, I agree with that. Before I get to like the nitty gritty, go Dogs, horns down. Anybody? Yeah? Yeah?
We can agree. We should just stop. We agreed way too much. You're creeping me out, man.
My bad. So I'm going to talk about some gun control stuff. Do you mind if I give you some statistics first?
Yeah, fine.
All right, awesome. So in the United Kingdom, there was the Dunblane Massacre in March 13, 1996. It was a school shooting. 17 people were killed. 15 were injured. Following that massacre, it is probably the biggest massacre in UK history, involving schools specifically. There was a ban on all handguns. Since then, there's been no school shootings in the UK, and it averages 28 firearm homicides a year. In the United States, there are 39,707 gun deaths in 2019 alone. The average of 1 gun-related death every 11 minutes. In 2023, there were 346 school shooting incidents in the U.S. So far, there have been 385 mass shootings in 2024, and a mass shooting is defined as an incident in which 4 or more people are injured or killed. Why are you pro-Second Amendment, and can you give me your stance on that?
Great. So I just want to make sure I can know where you're coming from. Do you believe owning a firearm is a right or a privilege?
I believe it's a privilege. I'm going to go with that.
Okay, so then you do not believe in the Second Amendment as it is written?
No, I believe it needs to be amended. I believe in a ban for guns.
Okay, so that's where we disagree, and that's okay. We have clarity but not agreement. I believe that the right to protect yourself and your family against a tyrannical government or a home invader is an inalienable right that must be protected, and that no one can take it away. Now, and that's okay. We have clarity on that. Now, let's go through why I believe that and some clarifying statistics. Yeah. Everything you said is true, but one part of it is misleading. Is that yes, there are about 30,000 gun deaths a year or death by firearm, but 2/3 of them are death by suicide.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So it's a little misleading to say 30,000 or even every 11 minutes. And so there's some people that say, well, it's easier to commit suicide if you have a gun in the house. You and I would both agree, though, that if someone is committing suicide with a firearm, there's other underlying issues. The firearm is secondary.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a reason. Thank you for agreeing
Absolutely,
with that.
yes.
Okay, so therefore that gives you about 10,000 gun deaths a year. The vast majority of those are gang related in about 10 cities across the country. Not excusing it, but there's other underlying factors associated with it. Now, let's get into what our position is, those of us that believe in the Second Amendment. We fully acknowledge that when you have liberty, that you're going to have sometimes undesirable outcomes. For example, there are 50,000 people a year that die in auto fatalities, and it's tragic. However, no reasonable person would come up to the mic and say, let's ban driving.
True. The one thing I disagree with, though, is that the primary intention of a firearm is to kill something.
Well, not necessarily. That's interesting. The primary intention of a firearm is actually to protect what you love. The primary intention.
I disagree with that, but
that's okay. So let's actually, the firearm is a technology or a tool that is actually intention neutral, right? So a firearm could be used for sharpshooting or it could be used for a massacre. No different than a kitchen knife can be.
That's why they say guns don't kill people. People do. Like, it's not like a gun is going to sit on the counter, pick itself up, load itself, aim itself at you, and then pull the trigger. Like, no, you have to be somebody with intent, and you have to, intentfully use the gun of hurting or injuring or taking somebody's life. Just like it could be used for practice, just like it could be used for hunting, just like it could be used for recreational purpose. People, there's gun connoisseurs out there who like cleaning, like dismantling, putting back together. Again, target practice. They do everything recreational with guns, and they don't kill any life force with it. So yeah, guns have a multitude of uses, purposes, and ways to use them.
Be used for cook a beautiful meal, or to, murder somebody. Right. So it's a piece of technology, albeit it makes killing easier, but it in itself is not inherently what you might think it is. Now, let me just finish the point, though, is that we as enthusiasts for the Second Amendment acknowledge that in a free society, people are going to do bad things and dumb things, but there is a price to liberty. And this is a mature viewpoint that we lost during COVID. During COVID, as a country, we said, we don't want liberty, we want safety. And everybody stay at home 15 days to slow the spread. And how many of you guys wanted the lockdowns to end after like 2 weeks, right? And so what we get at, though, with firearms is that we acknowledge that there will be unnecessary deaths. We acknowledge that we want to try to limit those. We could talk about that. Yeah. But in a culture that believes that owning a firearm is a right, not a privilege, our goal should be about limiting the suffering, but acknowledging that you're not going to get rid of it completely. It's a different viewpoint than the European model. The final point I'll say is, why do you think we believe it's a right? It's because we believe that, God forbid, if the government ever becomes tyrannical, we need an ability to defend ourselves against a tyrannical government. So please, your thoughts on this?
Yes, absolutely. So there's two things I want to touch on. The first is being the context of the Second Amendment during its creation. Obviously, the Constitution was written in 1776.
It was 1787, and the Bill of Rights was 1791, but that's okay. Yeah.
Anyways, so back then, the average, like an experienced shooter on a musket could fire 3 shots a minute. All right, on average, it took 30 seconds to fire 1 shot. Modern day AR-15s, traditionally, if it's a stock model, holds about 30 rounds in a magazine. Now, you can customize that and make it carry more, sure. But the staggering statistic is that these AR-15s can empty this 30-round magazine in 5 seconds, is the possibility.
So that's totally correct. The question is, what was the founders' intent when they put the Second Amendment? For example, to play out, and I'm not trying to pick on you, but for example, you say the founders only want or thought that, okay, musket, Second Amendment. Did they only think First Amendment, parchment and paper, not Twitter?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase?
If the Second Amendment was only intended to cover muskets, is the First Amendment only intended to cover letter writing, not talk on the internet?
That's a good point. But here's the thing.
Meaning these principles transcend technology. And that's where we come from, is that you have a First Amendment right, whether you're speaking freely on a message board or if you're just talking like the founding fathers would. You have a Second Amendment right, whether it's a musket or whether it's an AR-15, because the principle and the truth that undergirds it, and I'll let you in a second,
for sure,
is transcendent above the technology.
So I'm going to use your logic a little bit. When the Constitution was written, slave.
And guys, we're queuing up Conspiracy Hour right after this video, so go ahead and like the video. Send in any thoughts, questions, comments, video suggestions, post suggestions as well can also be had. All we ask is you super chat in $1 or more. We'll go ahead and bring your comment up at the top, like Mr. Doc Hill's comment is pointed to or pasted to or posted right now. And yeah, I'll react. I'll read it aloud, give you a shout out, and respond as well. Go ahead and support the stream, the channel, S.E.T Key Media. We appreciate you guys. Like the video as well. Double tap the screen, or you get the 3 buttons in the right-hand corner. And yes, again, we appreciate you guys. Almost 5.5 hours strong, man. We're gonna keep this one going, man. We appreciate you guys. We do it for y'all.
It existed in the
S.E.T
United States, and that was
Media,
amended
man.
and added to the Constitution when we freed the slaves. Same with women; we gave them the right to vote. So I don't understand why. I mean, it feels like it's a little bit of cherry picking going on because the Constitution is constantly evolving and changing.
Well, but hold on, the First and Second Amendment have never changed.
Does that mean they can't?
Well, but we believe,
have a ratification
well,
process.
of course they can, but we think it shouldn't, and the fact that it hasn't is noteworthy. So, for example, we tried abolition of alcohol. The country didn't want it, and we got rid of it very quickly. So we've added amendments and gotten rid of them. Why has the First Amendment stood the test of time? Because we believe, as conservatives, the Constitution was not written for the times, but stand the test of time. Why? Because it was written to analyze human nature. And this is where leftists and conservatives would disagree. We think human nature is consistent over time, whereas leftists think that you're a creature of your environment and human nature changes based on the nuances and the complexities around you. So, for example, we believe that the right to be able to petition your government and speak is something that is eternal and should never change. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and when you refer to the First Amendment, are you talking about the right to speak freely, or are you talking about the right to religion?
Well, both. So there's 2 parts of the First Amendment: the free expression clause and the establishment clause. So it is you basically have the right to petition your government for grievances or redresses, and the government shall not create basically a state-run religion or the free exercise thereof. That is the original wording of the First Amendment.
So can I ask you how, if the government cannot create a national or state-run religion, when we have justices like Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who is making calls based off his Catholic beliefs, how is that not a violation of separation of church and state?
Well, so first of all, separation of church and state is not in the First Amendment. You're gleaning that out of it. So that's actually a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1803 to the Danbury Baptist Convention, assuring the Baptists that the government would not come after them. So you're insinuating that that is the subtext of it. However, the Warren Court resurrected that letter and said it's separation of church and state. However, you would agree that we can never have separation of conscience or morality of state, right?
Can you elaborate?
For example, you have somebody who's an office holder. The values that undergird them are going to be reflected in their decisions, of course. Yeah, so that's what's happening with Clarence Thomas.
Yes.
No different than Joe Biden's Catholic values are what's representing his open border policies.
Yes, and speaking on, the overturn of Roe v. Wade, when Clarence Thomas did, he voted in favor to overturn that. Sure, you can use that argument there. But when it comes to him calling for the court to, reevaluate same-sex marriage and things like that, contraception rights, can you tell me what kind of economic impact either of those things have on it? It seems like a very
I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here. However, you'll never have separation of morality and state. And you've come up here in great faith, and I want to compliment you on that. You are wearing a Harris Wall sticker.
Yes.
I just one question. Can you tell me her greatest accomplishment?
Absolutely. So I think that Biden-Harris administration was in an unfortunate position when they came into office. It was, around the height of the COVID pandemic. And I wish I had exact numbers for you right now. I should have done more research on that. But the inflation rate has gone down since the height of COVID to now.
The inflationary rate has subsided to where Trump had it during his current administration. So when you hear people use that leftist liberal talking point of, whoa, inflation is down, look at the numbers, you really have to call them out, because again, it's only subsided to that of where Trump had it to as he was leaving office at the end of 2020 or at the beginning of 2020.
And Donald Trump's one of his biggest policies is imposing tariffs, right? Does anyone have the numbers?
First, I wouldn't call it a lie, but it is a misrepresentation of that stat, something they just try and tell you, hoping that you really don't know the facts on. But shout out, man, because it is everybody's favorite segment. The world-renowned, highly acclaimed Conspiracy Hour by S.E.T Key Media, man. If you're new to the channel, man, Conspiracy Hour, the long-awaited highly touted, well respected, super informative conspiracy hour. It has arrived. Like the video, we're gonna get into it. Right on topic, right on cue of where the conversation was already at. We're gonna go over history's most shocking false flag events. We're gonna start it off hot and ready. We're gonna get right into this one. Appreciate everybody viewing and tuning in. We got still over 200 across all platforms. We're live on YouTube, Twitch, X, Rumble, Kick as well. Yeah, you know what? No problem. No problem. There was only 60 seconds left.
First of all, let me just ask, do you guys feel inflation has come down at all? So, and no, it's okay. So this is important. I'm not picking on you, but this is the
Fair
problem
enough.
with just overly studying what the economists say. The American people don't buy this garbage because they're feeling the pain every single day. And I just want to say that, again, I'm just asking, what is her greatest accomplishment, though?
Sure. So in terms of her being the vice president, I'm willing to be critical of Kamala Harris, by the way. I think that there's not a lot of, incredible policies that she's put into place. I know that like Donald Trump has been able to call into the House and, turn down some bills involving the border. But I will say why I want to vote for Harris for president, because she has promised things like the child tax credit. And it seems like to me, like she's trying to do things in order to support these young mothers that are being forced into this scenario to give birth to children that they can't either support or they weren't ready for.
Who forced you into having sex, premarital sex? Who forced you into poor reproductive choices? Who forced you into having sex without using safe, proven forms of contraceptives like condoms, like shit? What else do we got? We got the not IVF, but what's the thing that they insert into the females? I can't think of it. IUD. Got the IUD. You got plan B. Even if you make a mistake and, you wanted to have some fun, but, the morning after you're thinking about, well, damn, I kind of slipped up. You got plan B. You got over 50 forms of contraceptives out there, excluding abortion, because abortion should not be considered as one. So for him to make the argument of people who are pro-choice forcing mothers to give birth, nobody forced you to open up your legs. That's my argument. That is going to be most of conservative arguments is like, yeah, make smarter reproductive choices. And I really truly believe that. I'll die on that hill. People need to make smarter reproductive choices. Another thing that a lot of folks don't realize is Planned Parenthood is subsidized by the government. So we're paying for these people's poor choices, essentially. So that's another reason why I'm just like, we do have to start putting more pressure on society, the younger generation, the youth, the people who are out here making these ill-informed, irresponsible, really, decisions with their bodies, and then want to turn it on us like we are supposed to accept or we're supposed to pay for any of the decisions or any of the repercussions that come with making those decisions. We honestly need to impress upon society, our family, our community members to make smarter choices with their bodies. I'm not going to sit here and speak on a religious perspective and say, no premarital sex or anything like that, but just be smart, man. We got 50 other forms of contraceptives out here, man. Pick one, choose one, find your favorite, be smart. But again, shout out. It's been a fire stream. We're going to close out with Conspiracy Hour, the long-awaited, well-respected, highly touted, critically acclaimed Conspiracy Hour by S.E.T and Key Media. Let's get right into it. All of history's false flag events, the most shocking ones. You know them. You love them. Let's do it, guys. Shout out. Like the video. You can also super chat in thoughts, questions, closing comments as we round this stream out, man. I'm probably going to push up on 6 hours here. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream, man. It's been fire. I've had a great time here on my end. Let's close it on a fire note, guys. Let's make a good conversation here, get a good conversation here going as we watch this video. Again, thoughts, questions, comments, anything you guys want to add to the stream, super chatting $1 or more. I'll pull it up top and read it aloud, give you a shout out, react and respond. Let's do it, guys. 2nd Key Media.
Flag for those of your enemy. The term false flag has evolved from its naval beginnings and is now defined by orchestrating a situation and blaming it on another nation, generally to begin a war with them. This can be anything from assassinating one of your own officials, bombing one of your own cities, or just straight up fabricating an entire story just out of thin air, as long as, in the end, the blame gets pinned on your opponent. It is a dirty and an incredibly risky tactic, taking a chance that the truth won't be uncovered before it's been buried in the ensuing conflict. If the truth does make it out, there's the risk of losing alliances, plummeting public support, and much more. But despite the danger, it has been attempted many, many times throughout history. Today, some of those times. It comes as no surprise that the deadliest war in all of history contained its fair share of false flags. After all, the Axis powers needed some way to convince their population that invading their neighbor was entirely justified. Germany achieved this by orchestrating an attack on the Gliwice radio station and blaming it on Poland. Specifically, on August the 31st, 1939, SS officers dressed in Polish uniforms murdered a man inside the station and began broadcasting anti-German messages. Despite owing many international...
I guess, dude, this is where your theory kind of comes into play. You know, you suggested earlier that it may have been Egyptian forces disguising themselves as American forces, switching out the flags, misrepresenting who they were to the enemy. And that's kind of why they were falsely identified. Speaking about referencing the USS Liberty situation. But yeah, this is kind of where you see conspiracies like that come into play. So if you look at history, this isn't out of the norm. This has happened before. This is something that we can observe in world history as being something that nations have done to justify going into war, attacking other nations, rival nations, and starting conflicts.
Teams nearby and ready to take a look. Not a single neutral party was allowed to investigate for obvious reasons. This was the culminating event after months and months of anti-Polish propaganda and several other provocations. The very next day, Germany withdrew from their non-aggression pact and the invasion of Poland was announced. The European theatre of the Second World War had begun. The Führer was confident that he'd get away with his lie.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. You can't just go into war. Your citizens will be mad, right? But I mean, if you change the narrative, if you get them to understand, and not only understand, if you get them to back and support any military or government decision to start a war, start a conflict by, shifting the narrative as it being in their best interest or altering the narrative to something of it being in the defense of the country, you're going to have an easier time convincing the citizens. You're going to have an easier time going about war, because the one thing you don't want to do is go to war and your citizens don't back you. The citizens, which ultimately the military is fighting on behalf of, you want the citizen support when you're going to war. You don't want a disgruntled military that doesn't want to be there, whose family is back at home, not supporting them, not supporting the cause. That's not what you want. You want a country who's unified under the mission or under the goal. So a lot of times false flag events are used to change public perception, to shift the public perception and make it so to where they view conflict as something that's necessary to the nation's cause at the moment.
Telling his generals a week earlier, I will provide a propagandistic casus belli. Its credibility doesn't matter. The victor will not be asked whether he told the truth. But this lie was shattered in the Nuremberg trials when SS officer Alfred Naujock spilled the beans that he had helped carry out the attack under orders from the Gestapo. Imperial Japan's attempt was far less convincing, and yes, this one was technically before World War II, but it's in the events leading up to it, so we're going to include it in this section. Craving an excuse to invade the region Manchuria, Japanese officers set up explosives on one of their own rail lines rather close to a Chinese garrison. The idea was that the explosion would attract the Chinese to run over and investigate, which is when the Japanese would show up and blame them for the attack, citing their proximity as evidence. On September the 18th, 1931, the bombs were set off, but they were so poorly placed that they barely even damaged a small section of the rail. In fact, the rail was still fully functional, and a few minutes later, a passenger train passed right over it without difficulty and arrived at its destination on time. Regardless, Japan began shelling the city of Mukden, today known as Shenyang, in response to this alleged provocation. The garrison in Mukden was overrun.
Bomb the railroad, try to say it was another country, didn't even really bomb the railroad, didn't even really cause any damage, but still wrote it off as the other country, only so they could get in a conflict with them guys. This is crazy. Some of this shit is so egregious, some of this shit is so bold, it's kind of like, wow, like damn. These countries will say whatever, do whatever to justify getting involved in some of these wars if they deem it necessary, if they deem it profitable or beneficial.
Almost immediately, and Japan soon began occupying northern China, granting them the resources and boosting their industrial capacity that they needed to continue their conquest of Asia and the Pacific. It was honestly a pretty pathetic attempt at a false flag, and that's probably because the Japanese government didn't really even plan it. According to most historians, it may have actually been the local officers who came up with the idea because it would give them a quick boost in their careers and force the government's hand to support them. This makes the most sense because if the Imperial Japanese government was behind it, they probably wouldn't even have bothered with a false flag, as they weren't really concerned with justifying their brutal conquest anywhere else. After all, they didn't bother coming up with an excuse to invade the Philippines, they just invaded the Philippines. But the Axis powers weren't alone in their tactics of deception. In 1939, the USSR also tried their hand at a false flag attack, this time with the intent of starting a war with Finland. You see, beef between the Soviet Union and Finland went back decades, since Finland was actually a territory of Russia until it gained independence during the collapse of the Russian Empire, and Stalin wasn't really a fan of how all that had turned out. He also didn't like how close the Finnish border was to Leningrad, today's St. Petersburg, and feared it would be an easy target if Finland ever turned on them. First, the Soviets tried to buy some land to create a buffer zone, offering a sizable chunk of frozen tundra in northern Russia in exchange for several of Finland's islands, a peninsula, and a 30-year lease for military bases on their soil. Finnish leadership rejected these negotiations, and that's when everything started going rather downhill. On the 26th of November 1939, artillery shells began landing near the Soviet village Mainila, which was only about 800 meters from the Finnish border. The Soviets immediately blamed Finnish artillery for the incident, quickly painting Finland as an aggressive state in national media, and 4 days later they launched the Winter War with the goal of invading and annexing a large portion of Finland's territory. But what would actually happen that morning? According to modern historians, the shelling of Mainila was actually carried out by the NKVD, the precursor of the KGB. This is supported by the finding that not a single Finnish artillery piece was in range of Mainila on that day, and that Soviet soldiers had already for months been training in a war game in which Mainila was bombed by Finland. Finland had also suggested a neutral investigation into the alleged shelling, but just as Germany had done, the USSR refused to let anyone else investigate the scene. The Winter War ended up causing the deaths of nearly 500,000 people, mostly Soviet soldiers, and even led to the sequel, the Continuation War, when Finland later allied itself with Germany and struck back, and, well, all of this because of a single lie.
Oh,
The legacy.
no, my bad, guys. Yeah, all I was saying was we appreciate the support as we close out here with Conspiracy Hour. Super chat into the stream, thoughts, questions, comments, anything you guys want to share, anything. Let's keep it appropriate, obviously, within YouTube's terms of service. But I will pull your comment, post it at the top of the screen for everyone to see. I'll read it aloud, give you a shout out, respond and react to it. So anything you guys want to share, let's keep it interactive. Let's keep it engaging as we close tonight's stream out. We appreciate the support. Like the video if you haven't already. Double tap the screen, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's close this thing out with a bang, guys. on a great note. It's been a great stream. Let's close it out on an even better note.
Of the shelling of Manila is a bit mixed. Many modern Russian historians agree that it was a false flag operation, and even Russian President Boris Yeltsin stated in 1994 that the Winter War had been an act of Soviet aggression, but others don't see it that way. Specifically, in a meeting with military historians, Vladimir Putin stated in 2013 that the Winter War had been launched in an attempt to correct alleged mistakes in the recently drawn Finnish borders.
About to close this joint out.
And speaking of Vladimir Putin, the modern face of Russia is no stranger to false flags either. Following the more traditional definition of the word, one false flag operation occurred during the annexation of Crimea in 2014, in which Russian troops entered and annexed the peninsula, but had carefully removed all insignias off their clothing beforehand, only wearing plain green uniforms into Ukraine. This gains them the nickname Little Green Men, as their allegiance was intended to appear anonymous, but it was no secret where they had come from. Once they'd secured the region, the proper Russian armed forces moved in. Similarly, in 2008, Russia utilized so-called peacekeepers to aid their brief invasion of Georgia, which was sparked after a few border provocations in a Russian-annexed region known as South Ossetia. Of course, both sides...
Georgia, not the state, the country, guys. Damn it. What the hell?
It's claimed that the other instigated the conflict there, but the Russian armed forces just so happened to have several armored columns right next to the Roki Tunnel, which led directly into Georgia. This was not a standard place for these units to hang out, and according to military expert Ralph Peters, anyone above the grade of private knew that the Russian response to the situation in Georgia was not spontaneous, as it would have taken weeks of considerable effort to move the necessary troops over the Caucasus Mountains, set up pre-planned missile strikes, and bring in a fleet to blockade Georgia's waters the moment the conflict erupted. Suffice to say, this had been in the works for quite some time, and it was absolutely not a coincidence that the provocation happened while the Russian military was at its highest level of readiness. But this was not Putin's first attempt at a false flag operation. For this, we need to head back to the very end of the 21st century, when the biggest issue on Russia's plate wasn't a war with a neighboring country, but rather how to handle its rebellious province of Chechnya. The First Chechen War had been an absolute catastrophe, with as many as 100,000 civilians losing their lives as Russian forces tried to reassert control over the region. Nobody wanted a repeat of this disaster, but in the late 1990s, it seemed that another war might inevitably be on the horizon as tensions once again began to build. And in early September 1999, any chance of a peaceful resolution was smashed in the wake of several apartment bombings in 3 Russian cities, including Moscow. In total, 307 people died in these bombings, and more than 1,700 were injured. The blame was immediately pinned on Chechen separatists, and an invasion of Chechnya was soon underway, starting the Second Chechen War. Russia's victory in this brutal conflict would propel Putin's status as a leader, winning him the 2000 presidential elections and securing him his spot as the face of Russia until the present day. But the story that Chechen militants bombed these apartments is not so solid. There is a strong belief by many that the bombings were actually orchestrated by the Russian Federal Security Service, or FSB, to instigate a war. Now, that's a pretty big accusation, so let's get into the evidence. For starters, 2 months before any of the bombings happened, Russian journalist Alexander Zhelin warned that the government would stage terror attacks in Moscow as a precursor to war, citing leaked Kremlin documents as his source. But this didn't lead to any investigations. When the explosions began to happen, the primary evidence to quickly blame it on Chechens was a series of phone calls made to news agencies speaking in a Chechen accent and claiming responsibility. But the problem here is that the caller claimed that he was from the Liberation Army of Dagestan, but no such organization has ever existed. And then we have the incredibly suspicious incident in which Gennady Selznov, a member of the Russian State Duma, said on September 13th, quote, "I have just received a report. According to information from Rostov-on-Don, an apartment building in the city of Volgodonsk was blown up last night." But, there's a bit of a problem with this. The attack he was describing didn't happen for another 3 days. He had announced it too early. When this bombing later happened, exactly where he said it would, a different member of the government pressed, saying, "Remember, Gennady, how you told us that an apartment block had been blown up in Volgodonsk 3 days prior to the blast? How should..."
Unless you had a time machine, my boy, how would you known about something like that popping off 3 days beforehand? Like, Yeah, it's given false flag on that one, guys.
Should we interpret this? The State Duma knew the apartment block was destroyed on Monday, and it has indeed been blown up on Thursday. Seleznyov turned off his microphone and didn't respond. Later, a defector from the FSB, Alexander Litvinenko, confirmed that the event had been set up by the FSB and that they'd accidentally mixed up the date of the pre-planned announcements when they gave Seleznyov the announcement note. And yes, Litvinenko is the dude who was assassinated after defecting to the UK with polonium. But perhaps the most damning evidence that these attacks were not from Chechens came on September the 22nd, 1999, when a small group of men were spotted carrying large sacks into the basement of an apartment building. A bystander called the police, and in no time flat, bomb squads stormed in. Sure enough, they found explosives, as well as a detonation timer set for 5:30 a.m. 3 men were arrested for their involvement in placing the device, which was found to contain large amounts of something called RDX, or hexogen, a military-grade explosive that was a highly controlled substance and only produced in a single, well-guarded plant in Russia. Putin praised the police for finding the bomb and ordered the invasion of Chechnya the very next day. But then the story changed a bit, because the 3 men arrested for their involvement turned out to be none other than FSB agents. Suddenly, the official story was not that the police had heroically stopped another bombing, but that the sacks had actually been filled with sugar, that this was all nothing more than a training exercise and just a big misunderstanding. The FSB agents were released and the incident was swept under the rug. But not everyone took the official narrative at face value, not even members of the government. For months, and indeed a few years, many Russian politicians continued to press the issue regarding the inconsistencies and unanswered questions of the bombings, but all their efforts came to an end when a few men were blamed, arrested, and convicted, and considering the case closed, the FSB sealed all investigative files for the next 75 years. So whether or not this truly was a false flag, we might not know until the 2070s.
Wild. Now let's get into our own country, the nation we know and love, good old US of A. As much praise as we give our own country, guys, this does not necessarily absolve them of any of the atrocities committed. But let's address them here. Let's get down, let's break them down, let's analyze and react here.
To many, it's no surprise that Russia has engaged in its fair share of false flag operations. After all, it just seems so Putin. But across the globe, the United States, too, is far from innocent. Accusations of American false flags go all the way back to 1898, when the USS Maine, sitting in harbor just outside of Havana, Cuba, was suddenly destroyed in a devastating explosion, killing hundreds on board. US media, US government jumped on the chance to blame the sinking of the Maine on Spain, specifically a Spanish naval mine, and soon the Spanish-American War had begun, a war which greatly boosted America's status as a global power and secured its position as the dominant force in the Western Hemisphere. It also ripped Spain's hands off its colonies in the Philippines, Cuba, Guam, and Puerto Rico, leaving them heavily under the influence of the United States for decades to come. But no one really knows what happened to the Maine. To be honest, the last thing Spain would have wanted at the time was an unwinnable war with the United States in which they would lose half of their fleet, all while Spain was already dealing with a rebellion in Cuba. In fact, when the Maine had sunk, it was Spanish ships that first arrived on the scene, rescuing survivors and taking them back to shore and sending them home. This would be truly puzzling behavior if Spain had intentionally sunk the ship as an act of war. Even the famed journalist Pulitzer said at the time that nobody outside a lunatic asylum believed that Spain had sanctioned the sinking of the Maine. Regardless, the newspapers he owned and every other newspaper continued to sensationalize the story, painting Spain as an aggressor and demanding Cuban independence. Public opinion was heavily swayed, and the government eventually gave in. Later investigations have found that an internal explosion of the ammunition storage is a far more likely explanation than a mine, so what probably happened is the Maine and her crew were lost in a tragic accident which the US jumped at in order to use as an excuse to kick Spain out of the Americas. And this wouldn't have been the last time that Cuba would be involved in US false flags. Fast forward a few decades, and with Fidel Castro now in power and getting really tight with the Soviet Union, relations between the US and Cuba were not exactly ideal. The US desperately wanted to remove Castro from power, but with a long history of failed CIA assassinations, it seemed the only way to achieve this would be an all-out invasion.
And it is extremely sick to think that our own government would change the narrative of situation, a loss of life, a tragic event, only to benefit them and to justify their cause, while completely disregarding again the lives lost. Sad to see, but a very common occurrence, not only in our government, but in governments and nations across the world, spanning back as far as time can see. This is something that countries have been doing, guys. This isn't a new concept here.
Invasion with the entire.
Again, like I said, to justify war, you have to have the people behind it. And what better way than having a common enemy? And if you don't have an enemy, what do? You create one.
Might of the US military. But this was the 1960s, and invading Cuba without a solid reason would be an international scandal for the US, especially considering the Cold War politics at the time. They needed justification, and the CIA had the perfect idea. Operation Northwoods was the code name for a series of plans to harm Americans while blaming Cuba, and the CIA came up with dozens of ideas, such as a communist Cuban terror campaign in Miami, the bombing of civilian targets and the hijacking of airliners, orchestrating the shoot-down of a US Air Force jet, and blowing up civilian and military ships, and oh so much more. They imagined that all of this carnage would paint such a bad image of Castro that an invasion of Cuba would be all but guaranteed. Fortunately, Operation Northwoods was shut down by John F. Kennedy and never saw the light of day. The same, however, can't be said for the Gulf of Tonkin. On August 2nd, 1964, US forces were engaged in covert operations near the coast of North Vietnam when they were fired upon. This event is fairly well documented, but another incident occurring 2 days later lacks any sort of credibility. Allegedly,
there's theories, and I watch what I say because it is YouTube, and you got to be careful about what you say when it comes to some of these theories. But there's theories that a certain nation in the Middle East used a certain event, major world event that happened in October of last year to justify some of the annexation of certain lands that surround them, some of the conflict that they're currently involved in. You know, I'm not going to say any names or mention any nation specifically, but very prominent nation in the Middle East that we're allied with has, purportedly done these things.
On August 4th, 1964, the crew of the USS Maddox was informed that an attack was imminent, and spotting several approaching signatures on their radar, they opened fire. The Navy claimed that 2 attacking torpedo boats had been sunk. Just before midnight that same day, President Lyndon B. Johnson interrupted national television with an announcement of the attack, speaking of North Vietnam as the aggressors and carefully describing the incident as having taken place on the high seas, making it sound more like it had happened in international waters and not right on the coast of Vietnam as it actually had. He assured the American public that he had no desire for war, but that they had a commitment to South Vietnam and requested authorization to prepare a military response. The real issue here is that the evidence of these attacks was still up in the air. Johnson had jumped the gun, and it would later turn out that the second attack on August the 4th literally just didn't happen. It was merely a communication mix-up and the ship firing at radar errors, and this was why no wreckage from the 2 supposed sunk torpedo boats was ever located. But Congress didn't wait for the evidence to be compiled and
that didn't matter, though.
Military landings in Vietnam. According to many historians, politicians, and even men aboard the USS Maddox, this had been the plan all along. National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy stated that the Maddox had been permitted to get as close as 8 miles from North Vietnam's coast, and its appearance often coincided with legitimate South Vietnamese hit-and-run commando attacks, giving the North Vietnamese the impression that the US warship was already involved. US Navy intelligence analyst James Banford adds that the true purpose of the Maddox was to, quote, act as a seagoing provocateur to poke its sharp gray bow and the American flag as close to the belly of North Vietnam as possible, in effect shoving its 5-inch cannons up the nose of the Communist Navy. In essence, it was baiting out any sort of response from North Vietnam, and the Johnson administration latched onto an attack the moment it seemingly appeared, regardless of the evidence at the time. And it worked too, because in just a few short years, the US would have a full military presence in Vietnam, fighting.
And again, it is kind of crazy. We've seen the different shades of false flag events, whether it be an event that actually happened where politicians and governance will latch onto it, change the narrative in order to justify an agenda of theirs, or whether it be faking an attack. We've seen nations try and damage public transportation and blame it on foreign nations, leading to them having to be involved in fighting with other nations. We've seen just right here where attacks were reportedly had torpedoes were shot, submarines were sank, only to find that never happened. Didn't matter though. Again, they just use these stories to justify us getting involved in some of these proxies, some of these conflicts, and it just goes to show these governments, these politicians, not just United States, guys. This can be said about almost any prominent nation. They don't care. All they need is a reason. If they don't have one, they'll make one. Give them enough time. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily matter. Our ally today can be our enemy tomorrow if they need to be, to fulfill the agenda of some of our prominent leaders. But hopefully you guys like that video, man. We're gonna close this stream out on that note, man. Conspiracy Hour, again, become one of the more favorite segments here on the show. Gotta love it, man. Love going over stuff like that with y'all. This is the stuff that's interested me for years, so I love going over it with y'all. Going back and forth, having good conversation about the topics. Super fun. Love doing it. We'll be back tomorrow, guys. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Leave your post notifications on so you don't miss out. Set and Key Media, man, live daily. This is what we do. We love doing it. Y'all love having us, man. It's a great thing we got going. We'll be back tomorrow. We appreciate all the support, whether you were able to like the video or just view the video. Special shout out to the following, though. We got Mr. Doc Hill, we appreciate it. Always good to see you, Doc. Guest dude, we appreciate your continued support. Always giving good perspective, informed takes, sharing good information, whether it be through a super chat or through the Discord. We always appreciate it. And shout out Leo Janch, one of our newest members, man. We appreciate you showing up as well. That's it for this one, guys. We're going to close this one out on a great note, man. I'll probably be in the Discord for a little while. If anybody wants to chat it up, talk some shit, I'll head over there for a minute. Appreciate the support, guys. We'll be back tomorrow, like I said. Have a great night. It was a great stream. Gonna close this one out, guys. See you tomorrow. Headed out on this one, man. Peace.